This stream contains fast-flashing images that may affect viewers who are susceptible to photosensitive epilepsy or other photosensitivities. Viewer discretion is advised.
Everyone wonders, ¿cuál es el secreto de las Américas?
This is it, the final weekend of the Stage 1 playoffs, and our top 4 are going to become a top 3. Hello, everyone, and welcome to VCT Americas. Of course, we're coming at you live from the beautiful and gorgeous Riot Games Arena here in Los Angeles, California. I'm, of course, the man with the funny voice. I'm Golden Boy yelling at you right now. And on this desk, when eventually you see their faces, because we're showing all of our incredible fans who are coming. Oh, who's that guy? Who's that guy?
But you're here. You're not there. Well, how are you inside and outside at the same time?
I tell you what, though, those tacos were freaking great. Oh, big fan, big fan. We got Tacta Bear. Oh, he's drunk. Unbelievable.
My God, come on, man.
He's just absolutely drunk on Red Bull. Unreal guy over here. But of course, folks, coming up today, we've got the upper bracket final between G2 and Leviathan. The winner's going to be heading straight over to Sunday's grand finale. And then later on, we're going to have our next match on the card. 100 Thieves will be taking on NRG. And they're going to be fighting it out for that last spot in Masters London. Crazy way to kick off playoffs, though, guys. I missed you all. You know?
Yeah, it's been a while since we've been here.
That's true. This GB and his Zoomers. I miss you guys.
Oh my God, you know? that's a throwback.
It's a throwback.
Right,
Christy's like 27.
Yeah, feet tall.
Yeah,
actually, way taller.
I found Triad's box.
Did you really? You did. He actually, he did.
I looked over and I didn't think anything of it.
We're going to have to cut Uber, you hear me? Ender down a few sizes. But good news is we're throwing a block party for finals weekend. So let's go ahead and see what's going on outside with the man on the street. Here's Riv.
Welcome to VCT America's Block Party. We're hanging out here today, having a lot of fun. There's food, Sentinel's booth. We got the Evil Geniuses booth, the Cloud9 booth. There's dancing all over right now. And you got Wingman. You got Wingman dancing. What's better than Wingman dancing? You can hit the Riot booth up. You can get even more. You get these little clicky fidgets. Look at this. Flex in real life. Yeah, how are you going to stop doing that? I can't. I'm just going to do it off the microphone. So we got a lot of stuff going on down here today. We're going to be showing you a lot more. We got some interviews we're going to be doing, getting some info from people. Who's the best in VCT Americas? What's going on and what food are they eating? And we'll be back with all of that. Stay tuned.
Hey, fun fact, that's Dryad in that, Wingman outfit. It's good bop, up and down.
Dryad wearing stilts?
Yeah, Dryad on stilts. You know, it's pretty good. It's pretty good. Of course, so folks, let's get into our first matchup of the day. We have our upper bracket final. It's going to be between G2 and Leviathan. Words were hard. I was going to say finale, but then I was like, I already said finale. So why would I say finale
also, the
again?
Finale would be Sunday.
That's true,
yeah,
exactly.
Famously so, yeah.
Yeah. Don't correct me again. All right, now, of course, this is going to be a rematch from week 2. The LATAM squad managed to pick up a 2-1 win, giving G2 their first ever back-to-back loss in America. That was a big moment there, Ender.
Yeah, it was kind of a historic one, right, with G2 losing for the first time. This also put us in a position where it was like, wait, will G2 even make playoffs?
Yeah, we were questioning them that week.
Yeah, now the plot ended up coming in, and of course G2 were able to turn it around, but this was a sign of the changing times, I think. Having a team with 4 rookies on it, essentially 2 real rookies, 4 players that haven't played more than a year, taking down a squad like G2 was major.
The tough thing about playing against Leviathan is they just have probably the best selection of individual players you can get on any roster. The firepower is insane. And this was at G2 that early on was still trying to find their Stage 1 identity. They were still playing the harbor comps on every map. They were still getting, I think, a lot of their micro and just the way that they played it around each other up to snuff with those new compositions. And I think that was the match that really exposed them for their errors and led them onto this big run back that they've been on since to now make it here to the upper final.
Yeah, for me, playing against Leviathan, you have to hit this check mark of your macro has to be this good to beat them, because individually they are so stacked that for a team like G2 that was still trying to figure it out back then, that was a lopsided matchup. Now I think they figured it out and it's a very different story.
And I think this weekend is going to be such a test for Lev to kind of get a vibe of how good they're going to be in London.
I agree.
Because they're playing against G2, who, in my mind, one of the top 2 best macro teams in our league. And then
that's not even a hot take.
Yeah,
That's
it's not
real.
at all. And if NRG wins, I think they're the other of those top two in my mind. So there's a chance that they're going to have to go up against the two best macro teams here and show that their style can match these top squads and actually take them down in the games that really matter.
Yeah, when I look at the series layout of the last time they played, the thing that sticks out to me is those last two games, maps 2 and 3, so close.
Yeah.
But that came down to individuals making big plays at big moments. So that is really much going into what you're talking about here. But we saw the difference in that map 1. What was it, like 13-6 or something like that? It was absolute domination. So you could certainly see the wheels turning here for Leviathan and what they need to do in order for them to be able to defeat a team like G2. But here's an important thing though. Both teams, they qualify for Masters of London. They're chilling. They're having a good time, all right? They feel good. They're about to go have fish and chips and what else do they have over there?
Think of anything else about
One
London.
other thing.
Bangers and mash.
All right.
Against Southern.
The gears were really spinning for that one. I heard it.
That ass, bro, it was crazy. Then again, though, folks, there is still a lot at stake because it's important to note that the winner of this, you get that map ban advantage in the finals. And that means the Stage 1 trophy, championship points, master seeding, all that's going to be that much closer to you.
Yeah, and for me, this is very important for Leviathan because I think there's a decent enough chance that Leviathan can beat G2 in a best of 3. I think they've got the talent. That has been proven for it. Best of 5 is a completely
You want that
different
advantage.
animal. Yeah, because I think G2 have the proven track record. They've got everything. If you don't have map advantage versus G2, I don't know how you're beating them in a best of 5.
I also think if in that second match it's NRG that wins, that's one of the teams I would be the most afraid of coming into with low prep time yourself to have to face in a full 5-map series. It just
Fair
becomes
points.
incredibly difficult to actually lift the Americas trophy to get that #1 seed that gives you a pass through the initial stage in London if you're Leviathan and you lose this match.
Yeah, lots at stake here for both of these teams. But for more on this matchup, let's hear from the IGL Valyn. Riv had an opportunity to catch up with him earlier today.
Yes, I am here with G2 Esports Valyn ahead of their playoff match today, and I got to ask you, heading into playoffs, the team's hitting their stride. What a better time for it. Is there anything in particular ramping up the playoffs, looking at playoffs, the team focuses on to be able to hit your stride right now? Is that even something you can do as a team, or you just hope it happens at this time?
I think throughout the whole year, we're always looking to scale up towards the bigger moments. And I think a key example of that was like NRG last year. They lost a couple tournaments or didn't really do well, and then they scaled up the champs. So we kind of like took inspiration for that. We're always just looking to scale to the biggest moment. And I think in playoffs, we also thrive because there's more pressure. There's a trophy on the line. There's a lot of stuff on the line. And we're built for this. We love these type of games. The crowd games too, the crowd's back. So it's going to be an exhilarating match. And I'm just so excited to play.
Valyn, thanks for the insight, man. Good luck today.
G2 is certainly a team that thrives in the chaos, but since that loss to Leviathan in week 2, G2, they needed to turn things around, right? Now they're finding themselves again, which is what you heard Valyn talk about in that interview. And part of that was they went back to basics. They were able to really just hone in on the things and make this team fantastic. And as a result, they managed to pick up a sizable win streak.
Yeah, they started this year with what I think was a super interesting read to play the Harbor, really invest in that. And I don't think those comps were necessarily horrible, but they didn't play to a lot of G2's strengths, and they were comps that required really challenging execution. So they went back to comfort, to comps that they knew worked for them. And the execution looked incredible throughout. The team leveled up each and every match after those changes. And at this moment, they have won 10 straight maps in a row, which is just ridiculous looking at the strength of the teams that they've been playing against.
Yeah, and for me, the big step up, so of course, like Valyn finding more of his own footing when he's playing the Omen and the Astra individually, he shows up. Leafs Phoenix has been very good as well, and I think the surprise for me in this stage was how good Baby Bay looked when they started heating up in these games, because I think for everyone, Baby Bay had that magnifying glass on him, right? Replacing Jonah P into this roster was like such a big deal.
I mean, after Santiago, right? I think some of that loss was attributed to Baby Bay. But in Baby Bay's words, I would say that this stage, Baby Bay's been out here dropping bombs. He's been the third highest rated player out of everyone in Americas right now, which is, I thought he'd be good. I didn't think he'd be that good. I've just been wowed by Baby Bay's performance here.
I'm telling him you said that. I'm telling him you didn't have high expectations for him.
I mean,
you should.
It's true.
Listen here, he's holding it down for us olds. That's all I got to say. Now, of course, let's go ahead and check in with their opponents. Riv had an opportunity to catch up with Leviathan's King earlier today.
Hanging out with Leviathan's King here before the match, the playoff match today, a big one, but you've been a winner already. Lev 2024, you won Americas. Does all that feel possible again with this squad here?
I mean, yeah, of course, these guys are incredible, and we're very confident that we can take that trophy.
Is there a similarity between the previous team, or is it different in a good or in a bad way? Or actually in a good way?
I think each team on their own had like their virtues, so they're both were very good. And yeah, I mean, what I can say about this team is that their firepower is incredible. Like you've seen Neon, this guy is just crazy.
Awesome, can't wait to see it today. King, thank you.
Thank you.
And ain't that the truth? Neon, an absolute beast. Leviathan, of course, put a lot of time and effort into supporting their academy program. And as you heard King talk about there, it has certainly paid off because this is a squad that is now returning to the global stage with 4 players that are going to be making their first trip. That's crazy.
I was going to say, one guy is returning to the global stage. His name is King, and he has more experience himself on the Tier 1 stage than the rest of his teammates put together. It is a experience gap, but I think what has been so exciting to see is now the fact that we have players like Sato and Spike who stepped into Tier 1 last year, that everyone was like, oh my god, please get on a team that can push yourself to the global side. We want to see you play. Now they have that chance, Mimi.
It certainly feels better than 2G to get to watch Spike up there doing what he's been doing here for Leviathan and now getting that ticket to London. But it's not just those guys playing last year. It's also the rookies this year. Neon, the #1 standout for me. He was the highest rated player. If you're looking back at the group stage, he's kept that performance up in the playoffs so far as well. His individual performances, they've just been incredible to watch. And what I love about this team is they don't shy away from putting their rookies in comfortable positions. They're always playing double duelists. They're putting Neon on the chamber. They're doing everything in their power to let these guys frag and let them off the leash. And they've been so rewarded by moving into that.
Yeah, I would say all in all, King lets them play a very loose style where there's a lot of individual agency given up to their players to make those plays or take the swings as you will. I do think that that is going to become a challenge for them when they face off against a G2 that is now having the chance to ante you and be prepared for those looks.
But I don't think you can change that style and go back to the deeper structure. I think when Lev looked their worst, it was kickoff when they were playing overly structured. Every round was incredibly slow. They were saving in 3v5 retakes every time. I think the key to this team, especially on defense, is being confident to take risks, to re-clear, to fight, to constantly push and pressure at G2. And it's a tough team to do that against. But I think if they lose that identity, they lose this game.
Yeah, and look, one of the players that you guys brought up there, Sato, certainly has been a bit of a game changer for this Leviathan team, but also has just been a force in the server time and time again. And actually, Sato has been on this path for a hot minute. He detailed his journey to the stage in our documentary series Untold. Take a look.
Eu quero, no final de tudo, pensar, fiz tudo que eu podia, dei meu melhor, dei meu máximo e não tenho mais nada a desejar e estou satisfeito com essa carreira.
Ele é um absurdo de jogador em geral, é um moleque absurdo de grupo também, muito bom de grupo. Acredito que ele consiga conquistar realmente tudo que ele quer. Ele tem esse potencial fácil, diria.
E como eu sei que o sonho dele é jogar o internacional, é ser campeão mundial, então a gente torce muito para isso.
Do mesmo jeito que a gente já teve um Cined sendo o melhor do mundo, o Sato é muito melhor que o cara, então ele consegue ser esse cara. Para mim, o que vai determinar isso é se ele vai conseguir ter um time estável, se ele vai conseguir ter jogadores que acompanhem isso, mas ele é um jogador que ele tem potencial para ser o melhor jogador do mundo.
Some awesome insight. Make sure you check out the full doc on our YouTube channel. It's worth the watch, and I think you'll pretty much dig it. Don't forget to like and subscribe. That's what kids say, right? In any case,
That's what millennials say.
Wow. Okay. Again, never talk to me like that. This is unbelievable. Now, of course, folks, another player to watch out for is Jogamo. We talk a lot about this guy and what he brings to the table for any team that he has been a part of, and it is, well, I'm hoping that we continue to see playoff Jog just as we've been seeing him over the last couple of days.
Yeah, Jog is always the guy that in regular season, maybe the numbers are a little bit lower, but he steps up in the big games. That's what makes this matchup pretty exciting, right? Because Spike hasn't had these opportunities under so much pressure, right? The chance to go up into a final, whereas Jogamo is always the guy that is impossible to beat in the big games.
Lev have some of the best firepower of any team here, but they're also one of the youngest teams of any in Americas, and certainly of the squads left in this competition. This is going to be the biggest match of most of these players' careers, and every match going on from here till London, all the way through, becomes the next biggest game they've ever played. And that's contrasting to G2, who always wins in Americas, who's more comfortable in the playoffs. This is where players like Jaw make their name and make their home.
This is just another Friday for G2.
No, it's actually crazy for them, and that's why you have to look at I think the history of this matchup, because when they did face off in the regular season, Jogamo was shut down. I think part of that was Spike. I think that was also Neon as well, finding a ton of early frags into rounds. Now, of course, playoffs, completely different beast for G2, but I think that is going to be a big hurdle Leviatan need to get past. Can they knock out Jogamo early on into rounds? They need those early advantages, or G2 is going to outplay them on the macro.
Yeah, what I do find fascinating about all this is that if you look at like the track record and like the historical results of this, right? G2, they seem like the favorite. They look pretty good. You know, and also on top of that, you got consistent core. They're always trying to find ways to like build upon that, which I think is a really important thing. And on top of which, I mean, the success is out of this world. So yeah, this is tough for Leviatan.
I want to contrast them here to the other most consistent teams in the world. You're taking a look at the global events they've qualified for, regional finals they've made, compared to the opportunities they've had. Paper X at every event, Fnatic almost the same, EDG, who is the most dominant team in China for so long. But despite playing a year less than those teams, if you look at these as just fractions, G2 is actually beating these other squads out in the amount of events they're making, in the consistency they've had. And sure, the other squads, they've had that longer tenure, but I think if you give G2 time, they'll show why they've been so consistent.
Exactly.
It's just unparalleled, the level they've hit.
Yeah, the only time G2 haven't made finals in Americas is the kickoff events. Their opening kickoff, right, where, of course, they're coming onto the stage, they made roster changes after that, and after that, it's been every single final up until kickoff of this year. They're an absolute force to be reckoned with, and I don't think anything's changing. They're going there again.
And the consistent thing for G2 as well is they always perform the better the later into a season you get, right? They struggle in those kickoffs, but come playoffs in stage 1, they're excellent. Come global events that they're attending, they're excellent there as well. This is a team that ramps up against a Leviatan who doesn't have history in these kind of positions.
No, I mean, look, you got to winning Americas is a big deal purely because you're going up against your peers. These are all the players that are constantly going toe-to-toe against one another. But what I do find to be quite fascinating about G2 is that they're looking past that at this point. They've won the dang thing 3 times back to back to back. Like, they can legitimately just be like, yeah, I mean, the trophy's great, but also like they want a global trophy. That's what this ambition for this team is centered on right now, which I think is quite fascinating.
I think, the two. For sure. I think for those players on the stage, absolutely, it's true. I think one outlier, though, is Baby Bay. Okay, he lifted the trophy last year in stage 2. He was a part of that team as that 6th man, but he wasn't the big player in the final. He wasn't on that stage. I think he is fiending to actually lift that trophy.
That's a good point. That's a great point there. Of course, guys, we have some incredibly talented teams and players that are going to be taking the stage this weekend, but we want to know, is there one that rises above the rest? So we decided to ask the fans.
What's going on, everybody? Hanging out here at VCT Americas Block Party. I found Cody chilling before the games today. I got a question for you. Who do you think is the best player in VCT Americas?
Got to give it to Oxy. Vitino, obviously. FNS.
But today, I think Cryo is hopefully the best we've ever seen.
I think right now it's got to be Leaf.
I might just say Aspas.
I gotta go Team Jogamo. He got that dog in him.
I'm thinking Zekin.
I'm gonna have to say Tens. I think Tens is for sure.
The best player is Cryo, for sure.
Asano. Cortezia.
Only 2 of our fans guess people who aren't playing in Americas right now. Well done, everyone. Well done. It's possible. Good things can happen to those who ask. Of course, so we want to see what we think. Who's going to walk away with the win here today? Is it going to be G2? Is it going to be Leviathan? Whoa! It is a VCT Americas guarantee that G2 Esports are going to win. Now listen, folks, I've made my predictions pretty clear for years now, so I'm not going to explain myself. Mimi, Ender, why don't you guys go ahead and share? Why'd you go G2 over over Lev?
Well, I'm actually going to do something. I went G2 over Lev because of the playoffs history and because I do think they win more than 50% of the time in this matchup.
That's fair.
In a best of 3. I will say, I don't think it is that one-sided. I think there are serious chances that Lev can win in a BO3. It's just 2 maps.
Yeah, I think it's a 60-40. They also literally beat them last time. Sure, G2 was playing worse, but 78% of the fans agreeing there. I think they're a favorite, but I think this is selling it to be a little more outsized than it probably is.
Folks, it's time to get the show on the road, shall we? Because we have 4 excellent teams that are going to be taking the stage in our first matchup on the card, kicking off right now. You got G2, Leviathan. It's going to be an absolute banger, and you don't want to miss it because VCT America starts right now. Oh, watch out.
What does it take to be great in VCT Americas?
Tem que ser corajoso, tem que ser destemido, tem que querer arriscar.
Talent. But you need the right team to display that talent.
You've got to be intelligent.
You need to be super confident. Y un poquito de suerte. You kind of need a little bit of everything.
Let's go! Lock the in.
Hello, Molly.
The answer is perseverance. Who's got the most willingness to not give up when times get hard? Who's got that dog in them?
Let's go, boys!
The audacity to be able to give it to your opponent both in the game and outside. I've literally just witnessed Sato taunting his opponents.
Primeiro, paciência. Segundo, resiliência. E terceiro, disciplina.
You gotta be in sync with your teammates.
So true.
King does it again! No way!
You've been to a lot of finals, so I'm gonna let you take this one, bro.
Great comms.
3, 2, 1.
Great aim. Great positioning.
Greatness means winning. You have to win a lot and consistently.
I would definitely say high energy. Basically, he starts to train, I get up, Nate gets up, then it's Trent. And then once you see Valyn doing this, it's over, it's over.
Chemistry. What matters most for us is that we're really close friends.
It takes legit being perfect at everything.
Just let me cook, bro. I got the plate in my hands. Like, I'm the chef right now. Let me cook, bro.
Riot Games Arena son las finales del Upper Bracket y le damos la bienvenida a los Vengadores de la TAM, Leviatan!
Leviathan coming into this one with a lot of hype because this is a team that's, as I like to call it, king in the Zoomers, and they are doing the business. This could very well be a big opportunity here, Ender, for Leviathan to really show why they belong in this stage.
A chance to go straight to the finals. And let me just say, I have had so much fun watching Sato playing these last few weeks.
Amazing.
Not only has he been on fire in the server, but he has also just been playing up a storm on stage. The most animated player we've got. He is a pure vibe up there to watch.
It's incredible to see this team put it together so quickly. 4 players already going to their first global events, 4 players with a chance to now go to their first finals here in America, all around king.
Let's bring out their opponents. It's the 3-time America's winners, G2 Esports!
side of the stage, G2 Esports, a team that has a very different story. While for Leviathan, you have a team full of young hopefuls looking to really make a name for themselves. Here, you have a set of 5 guys who have been there, who have done that. And I also mean Baby Bay too, because let's not forget, Guy was a pro player in a variety of other games too. So you're talking about people who have so much experience walking on that stage right now.
This is the most consistent team that we have in Americas. They always perform late in tournaments. They always make finals, and they're trying to get yet another trophy under their belt if they can just win 2 more games. But you mentioned it, Christy. I think what would make it special is getting to do it with Baby Bay, bringing him to that final, having him play in front of that crowd, and look to lift his own trophy this time.
It'll be majorly important for them. Let's throw up the maps, though. We're starting things off on Ascent with Pearl and Split to decide on. Split's an interesting one because it's something that Leviathan have looked very good on, but people are calling out as being predictable. And I think that if G2 have a full week to prep and anti-strat you're getting taken apart there.
Yeah, that is an interesting one. Going earlier in this pool as well, choosing to first round pick the Ascent from Leviathan. They played this once, they dominated that game playing a double duelist composition, but that's unknown territory for G2. They're yet to play the Ascent.
I do think there is something to be said about trying to go into maps that is more unknown territory versus G2. I think this is a team that puts in a lot of work to understand you. They anti-stratted Cruise Lotus, which has looked so good all year, in 1 day turnaround time from a match. And now they've had a full week to try and get prepared for this one to send them into the final. I think that Ascent is one of the better places I think Leviathan could start it out on.
Yeah, I mean, of course, so talking about Josh RT over here, I mean, chances are he was probably cooking that playbook a couple of weeks prior too, right? I mean, the guy, they're absolutely insane when it comes to their prep, and it's something that G2, it's the reason why they're in the position that they're in now. But of course, for Leviathan, it may not matter because they could just have that firepower that could dominate the server.
That's the thing. I think if you're looking on paper, if you're the thinking man, you're going in G2. They've got some of the best macro. They're gonna prep. They're gonna shut this team down. But the first time they played, it was the individualism. It was the Lev players that made the difference to win that series. This is a very different G2 in playoffs.
It definitely is. Agents coming in. This is what I believe Leviathan were playing before. Neon on the chamber is going to be something I especially want to keep my eyes on. Again, I think setting him up for early picks to shut Jogmo out of rounds, that is how you open up this map.
Could control the game from the get-go.
Exactly.
Honestly, if G2's not careful. But you know that they have to be working around this. But it's going to be so difficult considering just how on point Neon is. Time and time again, here are the G2 agents.
I want to see what they're playing.
Okay,
a Yoru of all things here, even after the nerf. So plenty of flashes there between Yoru and Phoenix.
I actually don't. I mean, Yoru could still go invisible, go behind enemy lines. So
true.
The ult is powerful. I think the biggest piece of why you might want to pick this is attack side. That gatecrash is still good to get into sites, but you're trading off defensive presence and you're making other compromises to get it. This is a really interesting twist.
Oh boy, folks. Can this young Leviathan squad take down G2 for a second straight time? Let's find out. Send it over to your casters for the call. Here's Uber and Wyatt.
Now, competing at international events is the pinnacle of the Valorant players' experience. King and Leviathan were in Santiago, his home country, but not as players. They were spectators. They had to watch it all go down without being able to lift a finger to change the result. That's a different situation heading to London, but that fueled King and this team to drive them forward. And this is a matchup that's steeped in history. The last time King held a stage trophy aloft was over G2 back in 2024 Stage 2.
And obviously there's a lot of talk about the matchup earlier this stage. It was week 2 when Lev beat G2 when they were still running the Harbor stuff, but I'm done talking about that, man. G2 are on a 5-match win streak, 10-0 on the maps in those 5-match wins. It's time to dead the G2 slow start narrative.
Time for match start now, presented by Samsung OLED. Leviathan on the defense side. Let's see G2 folding this Yoru into their comp for their first outing since Ascent made its way back into the pool.
G2 currently just working their way up mid, where you're definitely expecting to be having to break a chamber trip or use the wall just to completely circumvent it, get into this B split.
Yeah, it's going to be a delayed hit over towards B main, but all this pressure coming in through market now. Spike and Sato, though, are trying to stand tall. It's got to be on the Leviathan players, folded back onto the B side proper. As this is slowed up for G2, but Baby Bay has dealt with King, now maybe opening things up for a wrap angle that may not even be needed. Nope, they're going to step up, and Trent's going to knock him down.
Yeah, just tucked in Boathouse, easy little 2-piece from Trent. clean up those players on the rotate. A rotate forced out by Dre. Already finding some impact early. He has been the standout for me on this G2 team, the best player for them in this stage. His Vice has been really phenomenal. I think they've got Dre just locked into an ideal spot as a player. Like, you think about him in kickoff, he was really good in the Americas portion, less so at Santiago, but man, they put a lot on his shoulders. He was picking up the Waylay when Jaw was struggling with it, playing Yoru on a map like Abyss. He was bouncing around to a lot of different agents, and I do think that contributed to him kind of being overwhelmed at Santiago. Too much to handle. And now coming into this stage, he's just locked in on the Vice, playing a little bit of Chamber. And it feels like he's really just in his flow right now.
He's comfortable. Look at this. Nice opening here, but might be overwhelmed with this pressure out of B main. Does note Spike crossing. That's important. No chance for a crossfire. Are you kidding, bro?
Oh, back to the phase days. that was phase, baby, for sure.
He dead-ass tried to whip a 360. Okay. 3v3, but obviously post-plant with Jorgamo heading upstairs. This is Neon forced to give him a little bit of this ground. And belatedly, there's going to be some pressure coming from Treeside, but Neon never got to see where those bullets came from.
Cool to see Jaw picking up this Yoru, something that we've seen from PaperX, for instance, in their last match on Ascent. They beat Global Esports, and something on the Yoru there went 28 for 14. So obviously, you can still find some sick impact playing him on this map. And funny enough, the last time G2 actually played on Ascent, it was a loss to PaperX last year at Champions in the upper bracket, and now they just try to steal a little bit of their sauce, getting back playing on the map for the first time this year with it coming back into the pool.
So much of this, Vice util makes it impossible for Lev to push up on this side of the site, get any sort of info. He didn't catch the 360, that's a shame. Scrappy stuff inside the A side as well. You can't be muting the boy for that.
Now, despite being down 0-2, Sato's already just one orb away from getting the Phoenix ult. That is just how things work in this meta. Phoenix is so strong. That's why you see it on both sides.
Sato's played more of it than anyone else in Americas by far. Neon takes contact, Leaf flattened instantly. He's going to be revealed up here on the site. These darts in from Trent have been impactful.
Look at that preemptive grab well on the TP spot. That was pretty sick, though it didn't actually pay off for G2. They've made their way into the site, but they are heavily stalled out. 3 anchors from this Leviatan team are backside ready to greet them, but G2 want to pivot towards spawn. Sato, yeah, he's ready for it.
No doubt about it. No chance to check for that. It's already 2 hits going rolling. Well. And the flash around the corner. Getting to refight at every opportunity is Sato. And he dismantles G2's attempt at a pivot.
this week, he's got the crowd to hype up. No, he was full of energy last week regardless. Just deriving the excitement for Lev.
Oh. Coming to this game, Sato's played 241 rounds of Phoenix. The next closest person in Americas is Koala Noob at 138. He has had his nose to the grindstone all stage long.
Let's go. G2 on their first full buy. Intentions of trying to get into A main, but could be denied by the early molly that's going to be thrown onto the spike. And then the relay bolt dash out, a nice little trap play. Doesn't actually garner a kill for the Leviatan side, but serious damage. What's Jaw and Leaf and the shock dart out of nowhere from Trent? Okay.
That's placed perfectly there for A main. That is nerdy.
That is the Phoenix ult, no longer relevant in the round either, with Sato being dead.
Look at this walk up here from King, though. This is rather early. Jaw might have a sense about this, though, and yep, Clone going to be triggered straight away. He's not good for the fight, though. King can double back here. There is Baby Bay watching across in mid, but King had the presence of mind to TP across and gets away with murder.
Yeah, some apprehension to swing, and Leaf is just going to use that run it back to get right into the site. King stalled out. Spike under some serious pressure. That's surely doomed to King. Oh, not mad at the re-swing off the distraction, but he's not able to connect the shots. Neither can blows. Neon, 1 versus 3, can go for it, has the money to rebuy on the next round. And honestly, just more damage to G2 would be helpful at this point.
Yeah.
Look at the state of their econ, right?
Get another gun away from them, absolutely. Especially after the first gun round being 1 out, or the bonus being shut down of G2. Lev would love to build off this a little more.
They might even just have intentions of playing for exits at this point. Which again, not a terrible decision. Get another 1 or 2 kills.
Teleport's ready.
And I can put Lev in position to do some serious damage to G2's economy in the future rounds.
Really active, early defense side here from Leviatan, though. He pops up into A main. Sato, you can imagine, would have tried to refight with his ult, where he's still alive. Hold on. Oh my goodness. Neon is absolutely tearing it up. From one round to the other, it's Sato into Neon. Still a G2-1 round, but boy, talk about economic damage.
Yeah, just torching the finances of G2. Market crash. And that aggression you're talking about is going to be the name of the game for Lev on this defense side. Running the chamber in addition to the two duelists, constant extremity pressure. Also, you really want to have someone on this map that's a viable offer. Ascent is such a great offer map. And because we're not seeing a lot of Jet, okay, we have the Yoru for Jaw. He could pick that up on defense, and you get the chamber with Neon to pick that up.
In position is Sato here with a flash off contact.
So many little trap plays for Lev.
There's that flash and the swing. Spike's going to be there. Oh, that's what 1,500 hours of Neon does for you folks. He ain't done.
Oh my God. Lev go from the trap play over in A main with the Molly relay bolt into the flash through the window trap play with the relay bolt in B main. And the G2 have been deep fried.
It is insane what Phoenix comps on this map give you util-wise. You can just dump so much of it.
Yeah, Phoenix is really strong on this map. So many of the maps in the pool right now, obviously. I mean, it was funny. There was an interview with Leaf. He was talking about, man, I'm on the Phoenix now. This agent is over-tuned. Bro, they just nerfed everything else, and Phoenix is really good right now. Don't get him nerfed too, man. Relax.
He's trying to psyop, I think, out of this metagame.
All right, here's the operator for Neon, and it's just to run it down mid. The classic TRX Vision Strikers play of old. And they've just fried them again, man. The run it back straight out main. Fast lane down mid.
And another 12-second round, by my reckoning.
G2 right back onto Eco. No time for me to pivot to even allow you to play-by-play cast with that round at all, Mitch, because that was 5 seconds.
But these these tiles crunches are so effortless.
That was an 8-second run. Was that 8 seconds? That's
who's counting. You've got to watch out for that if you're G2. The tile crunch is not a new concept,
to high-five your teammates. Well, you know, good try a little high-five, but damn. They have been turned to dust in the last 2.
That's nothing new, right? We've seen tiles crunches before.
That's legit. I mean, I was calling back to Vision Strikers, man. That is the oldest play in the book on this map. But it just always gets reinvented with whatever the agents are of the current meta. You're always going to throw in your little tiles crunch play eventually. That is the classic. And on top of that, they had Neon to just watch for top mid when someone tries to walk in, and they just go down to the easiest op shot of all time, walking into the angle. Feels like Lev have all of the little contingencies tied up in these rounds. Like, you even think back to that early round where G2 execute into B, and then they feel pressure to pivot into spawn, but Sato is in the spawn, watching that lane anyhow, right? They've just got everything on lock at the moment.
And even the rounds where G2 can, find success, get a plant, get into the post, but even win the round in the end, they lose all their guns if it's someone like Spike wrapping on them late in the round. Neon's got an op to hand as well.
Yeah,
Talks about how important it is to have someone who can carry that weapon.
Yeah, on this map, and this is where things can really get out of hand. You're dealing with an op on one side of the map and fearless duelists on the other that are going to run it down, or you're walking into a trap play on one side of the map. Lev have been more than willing to activate those. And if you want to go elsewhere, you're walking into the Neon op, who has proved to be one of the best operas in the league this year.
Sato forced back here by some of this early util, but a molly is enough to slow G2 down for now. Altron gets up A main, but there's not a lot of pressure there. It's delayed, if anything! And King turns him into chum! Well, Trent, suffice to say you've got quite a situation on your hands now. And poetically, this was in fact the map. The last map of this series where King and that Leviatan roster then beat G2 in 2024 in that Stage 2 final to lift America's trophy. And honestly, we might be running it on back.
Sato just trying to get closer to another run it back. Lev, in all of these situations, have had several players ready to fight G2 at all times. They are never lacking in presence. King is here fighting close. Look at Spike. He is immediately in there to assist. And again, they've always got someone to watch the flank as well.
We can see that second play there means that even if Yoru can bypass the choke by TPing, Spike's able to pick that up and make sure the King survives there.
G2 playing right into this dimensional drift, plus the Astro Ball to get into this site. Jaw knows that Close has been routed on out of there. Lev, do they set up for the flood? They're all here.
Let's listen to the G2 now as they try and hold in this retake.
When the ult falls, he means gap. Then fucking ult.
They're joining out, boys. Might try to flood.
I'm gonna flash spawn, get ult.
Hurt.
Flash out market. Oh, sheesh. They flash
Paranoid.
out. Market, run out.
Coming out.
Lane.
I hit one market, Omen. Phoenix Omen market.
Sorry, all good. They know I'm stuck. I'm flashing early. Yo, we have wall on lane. I'm gonna go upstairs, okay?
He's got Phoenix flash.
You play, Jake.
I have drone. I'm gonna drone above lane.
One spawn, one front boat.
I'm droning above lane, guys.
Spawn.
One enemy remaining.
Love the walk up there from Valyn. A tiny little tuck right into Switch House. The way he navigated that smoke as well, kept his back to the wall.
Yeah, finally G2 getting something on the board. Obviously, phenomenal kills from Valyn, but Leaf, crucial on that round. He gets the kill onto Spike, sliding by as the Neon with the ult. That's difficult in of itself, but he does such a great job just living in B main. He's throwing out the flashes. He's drawing all the attention to himself. When you're retaking on that B site, if you know someone is main, it's tough to just ignore them and get in the site. You're always waiting for that timing, so you want to deal with him, and that's when Valyn gets that moment to just slip through the smoke. Gets a crazy 4K. It's a really good post-plant setup, but you have to account for the fact that it required G2 to rip an Astra ult and the dimensional drift just to get into the site unscathed to even be in a position to close things out.
And that was before they used their Hunter's Fury and Steel Guard. So very expensive round in terms of ultimates. And this time G2 have really slowed the pace down. No mid-presence to speak of, really, outside of a gate crash to be utilized. Neon be forced off that angle there. It's a flash exchange for rendezvous activation.
Now G2 knowing that at the very least they'll force Lev to have to re-clear into B main, but there's some serious danger for them doing that unless they use some util pieces to get in there, and they expend the recon to do so. All the while, G2, they're pivoting into this A side hit. Everyone from Lev stacked up over towards Tree. They want to cut off the players on Cap, perhaps?
The Blaze Wall here is going to cut any resources off from that A side itself. It's going to get messy here inside Tree. Spike trying to push up and finds purchase on Baby Bay despite the stun.
He really gets caught with the util in his hand. They're trying to get another. Thorns out. Wow, isolated 1v1. Beautiful from Leaf to even things up. Has to run it back. Might not have an opportunity to use it. No, he just wants to send it right away on the walk.
Oh, Spike, dangerous there on that re-wrap. And now he's actually got time to impact this round result.
Yeah, can't say the run it back did a whole lot outside of perhaps delay, keep Lev a little bit concerned, but they lose a player in the meantime. Neon just hoping to get a spam kill. Grab wall for further delay even.
This Astra util is important, yeah, to keep Sato out of the fight, and the timing just wasn't really there. Spike goes a little too early, and Neon's got nothing to do now.
Yeah, he just can't find an angle with that operator getting through door while the fight's going down at Heaven. And so yeah, Leaf's ult obviously doesn't get him any kills, but it just offers up some delay, and Neon's really not in a position to assist effectively on that retake, so G2 can just take that 2 versus 2 towards Heaven.
Just that one grab well, just to interrupt the spacing a little bit. Also that like the frag that Leaf picked up on Blozini, who was isolated, was pretty crucial.
Yeah, things were looking good for Lev here. I like, again, this decision. They are consistently able to get 3 players to fight together to cut off some section of the hit. They deny everyone coming from Tree, but not enough. G2 closing things out in the late round, which I think if you're to take anything from their last 5 games, which are flawless wins, maybe one of the things where they slip are some of the late rounds when they get chaotic, when they don't have the control of the game. It can fall out of their hands, but you know, they show some real resiliency there in that 2 versus 3.
That was a round where G2 got to be proactive. They got to set the tempo. Lev don't go for an aggressive early pop here, but they do have pretty heavy cubby presence here.
Right now, a little bait and switch setup for Lev over towards Cat. We can have Neon take contact, teleport away. King's waiting in the corner. They are completely giving this A side.
No one there to watch this now. Well, maybe hoping for a split of some variety, but it's going to be a walk up inside the A side by G2 regardless. Door's still open for now. Spike making his way to the side as we speak. There's going to be pretty heavy upper presence now. Maybe a multi-swing from Lev off this.
It's going to be a straight-up full-on retake into the Vice, which can be difficult. Look at that Thorns position. That's really nice from Baby Bay, so it's tough for it to break, but Little weird looking.
Yeah.
Not gonna lie.
I heard it.
Not sure if that
I heard it
actually goes
activated,
through.
but I don't see
thought
it.
was that, but regardless, John the push gets caught.
Spike now. Oh my goodness. Straight into hell. Neon could just wait on this now. G2 already been reduced drastically. The timing! Oh, that hurts! Maybe they might have an opening here now. He gets himself one more. That's gonna have to be enough, but Spike seems already on that defuse and will get the job done.
G2 feeling congested, trying to fight for some space into tree. Neon is just able to shut down the two of them. Up on the line.
This was fantastic from Neon. That is heavy contact that he's just deftly handled.
Maybe they finds a nice timing, but at that point, too little too late, even with the pair of kills. And that's Lev just playing for the full retake as intended. They only leave the trip in A, and plan works out perfectly for them.
G2's crouched up though, 5 attack side rounds. For those that are forgetting about Ascent, normally defender sided. However, the weaponry is sorely limited in this round for the attackers.
Yeah, also impressive that G2 have been able to get 5 when I feel like they've been on a lot of ecos here.
Yeah, helps them in the pistol, I guess.
The Baby Bait, count of 30, Trent is low.
Neon blinded up there, Blaze Wall in his face. This will give some step to the side for G2, but again, it's just Sheriff and a Stinger. And Elite left as an insert.
Zato would be delighted to find a kill at some point in this round, so we can have to run it back for the last one.
So here's the late round pivot. Trademark there is obviously going to detect this push up mid, the standard location for it. That will be heard by G2. They're mindful. Met Neon and hitting kills while flashed. That's the second time this round. Holding these beautiful angles here, and now Leviatan can let the game come to them. It surely will. 40 seconds left. Spike ready here inside spawn. Tough spot to dig him out of as well, and a superior weapon. It takes Valyn to push him down.
Yeah, just talking about that Neon off, he has been excellent this entire year. Was pretty much the Perma-Yoru when Lev were on their run through kickoff, which was far less successful than here in Stage 1. In Stage 1, he's been more dynamic, playing the Jet, playing the Chamber, playing the Smoke Whirls. And it's really benefited the team a lot. The roles that they've got right now, and leaning heavily into the Phoenix on everything, the flash comp, has worked out really well for them compared to their approach to the game and kickoff. And just having more time together as a team, you can tell that the teamwork, the fundamentals are just getting there as these guys have more time in the server, more match time together. I think this meta has looked stronger for them as well.
These guys had to get it together pretty quickly after kickoff, right? Leviatan didn't have a whole lot of time to, stake their claim to London.
Yeah. And, I mean, even speaking of, just to be a little future thinking, since we're looking at the two teams that have qualified here already, it's the upper bracket final. Lev are going to have to switch away from this Neon more than likely. She is going to be nerfed heading into London, so they found their footing in this stage. You mentioned, not having a lot of time coming into this one. Hey, they do succeed with the switch, going super Phoenix heavy, getting Spike on his best role on the Neon, but they're not going to have a lot of time to be able to switch up and figure themselves out heading into London, reinvent themselves a little bit. And then you're looking at a G2 that aren't as heavily indexed to the Neon. They've stopped running the off-meta stuff, very traditional comps, and they can kind of just breeze right into London running the same stuff.
Yeah. So big difference between these teams as they come out of playoffs. But obviously right now they're thinking about seeding, thinking about that map advantage in the best of 5 on Sunday. A lot to consider.
In the hunt for what feels like their 100th Americas trophy at this point, after just dominating the region all of last year.
Yeah, while Leviatan and King looked on trying to find something. Tough year.
That's so cool from G2. Able to get the catch on the Astro Wall across the other side of the map while executing into B with the trio. Blows cut off right now. Does he try to take a timing? It's going to be awkward.
King surges into mid. Sees a flash of leg, if I'm not mistaken. But is he ready for Valyn? No. Caught out there. This Astro Wall really throwing Leviatan for a loop. Leap reveal, but inside run it back, not too bothered about it. Maybe a flash to be found here, just as the stun dissipates.
Just a very cool set piece out of the timeout from G2 with that Astro Wall. Kind of baits the push through on A. They collect the free kills on the mid-rotators.
Pretty clean. That is pretty clean stuff. It's a 6-6 half. G2 fight back. An Astro Wall that splits that map in half diagonally can be abused. There's a real big push up there, in fairness, from Leviathan. But that's what you're hoping for, I think, if you're G2. Start with that pistol win.
Yeah, pistol obviously beneficial, but I think Lev bounced back with some really cool round ideas. So many of the trap plays, that classic rush down mid tiles crunch. They had some devastating set plays against G2 early on in that half. I think we've seen some quality play so far from both teams, which is certainly what you expect in the upper bracket final. But, you know, maybe some questions with Lev against this strong G2, but they're up to the task right now.
So far, so good. We are even at the half. It's going to be G2 on defense after this.
We got this old mattress.
Waterbed.
And the receipt.
How about you beat it with a better deal on one of these fresh setups? We can't do that.
Bring in your AT&T or T-Mobile bill for a better deal today.
Guess you're not as cool as Verizon.
I'm just gonna leave it.
We're sending these squads to Masters London, and you can see the competition live and in person at the Copper Box Arena starting June 6th. We've got a QR code here for you to scan and score your tickets for our next global event. Masters London, it's going to be freaking epic. Both these teams are going to be there, and God knows what form. We just kind of discussed how Leviathan might respond to the changes to Neon, but one thing is always sure is that G2 will bring their A game. We'll have to see which one of these teams end up with the highest seeding from making it to the final, though. And at some points, it felt like Leviathan were threatening to run away with the game on these aggressive defense side plays, but G2 really locked it down and got themselves 6 rounds out of the half wire.
Now on this side swap, definitely going to be looking at BabyBay on this defensive ice. Util is going to be crucial at denying Lev on the double duelist executes, denying that Neon from creating tons of space, getting into the site. It's been crucial to the G2 game plan this entire stage. They have been the team most heavily leaned into Vice, and it's completely worked. It's also working for BabyBay individually. You know, it was maybe thinking he'd play Chamber here as well, since it's a great op map, but instead it's, you know, Jaw on the Yoru. Maybe we'll see him picking up the op a bit on this defense side instead. Now let's start early on A, work towards B. Slowly. Leaf's got that watch.
This does put G2 in an awkward spot, though. Now they're going to be smoked out of the B site while we have a full hit coming in from Leviathan. They know which way the wind is blowing.
Earlier in the round, we saw Neon get the wall out in B main as well, and then a little bit of delay. Lev get the free execute in, but I like this from G2. Look at B main, 2 players ready to wrap. They're going to be retaking from multiple angles. Everyone from Lev just stuck in this site.
Leviathan know that now that that trademark has been cleared. Spacing is going to be everything here for G2 as they make their way in. Neon a little bit low after that first engagement, and all of Leviathan slowly getting contained. Now some of the Util coming off the side here for G2. Flash around the corner. Sardonos needs to try and fight his way out of this situation, but BabyBay trades him out. Spike's mindful of the push-up play, but he can't deal with the player right in front of him downstairs. Valyn deals with Blozine. It's Neon at 18 health. Needs a big right click.
Oh my God!
That is absurd! What a pistol round to win! Just as it looked like Leviathan were cooked.
G2 on that retake were really intelligent with the map control that they got with the double wrap through B main. You're just looking at the mini-map, and on paper, you favor them. Everyone on Lev are stuck in the site, and you could see that they felt the walls closing in on them when they go for the aggro flash play on stairs. But even at that, they're trying to get out of that little lane to fight G2. Felt like they had zero business winning that round. Looked like they were going to close it out. And then Neon steps up for the team for, I don't know,
the umpteenth time?
Yeah, 50th time, 60th time this stage. He has been phenomenal.
How about these apples? Big push out of the A side, behind a flash, but Leviatan, well, they've been born and molded by this kind of chaos. They are happy to oblige.
King recovers the rifle purchase from Sato, who was able to get a trio of kills, able to get the run it back already on this bonus round. So we'll see how that comes into play. Can G2 be able to deny that?
Again, that plan for G2 is pretty straightforward, just trying their luck at an on-match push out of the A side. Now, though, serious business. The Odin's already been taken to hand by Trent.
Rifle thrown right back to Sato, so he can try to farm some kills with this, run it back. Be the pivotal piece of Lev's attack side around here to get them over the finish line on a fairly weak bonus buy overall. Just have Neon with that headhunter.
A draw can play off this gate crash essentially for free.
Now, you can see Babyface position on this early fight. Okay, just able to get out. Execute going to come in. And look at the power of these Thorns. That's the run it back completely denied.
Yeah, Sato gets out onto the side, but there's going to be nothing to see here, and G2 know they don't have to challenge him. Spike, though, is in here. Neon's been dealt with now, and Baby takes a swing timing. Sheer Wall comes up. Leaf's able to deal with Sato in mid, and now there's some rewrap potential for the defenders. Leaf's going to go quickly, though. Flash on in, make use of this runner back now as King is rattling the cage, but he's very low. Needs to try and run some misdirection here. Trent might just spray him down, and the end that he does. That's a second for the Odin. And Blozin at least has the spike to hand, but it's a very messed up A side he's going to find his way forward into.
Should be able to get this plant down, unless there's some kind of crazy Trent spam, but I can't imagine he's even going to risk moving forward until Leaf gets to a closer position. So much damage already dealt to G2, and now the potential for a clutch from Blozin.
Pitter-patter, a little footsteps.
Not one spotted out by Leaf, and easy spam for Trent to close it out. 3 kills, still nothing to scoff at, but there's that Vice value coming into play immediately. The run it back from Sato, 0 value on the push through tree because of Baby Bay.
One enemy remaining.
That stall was pretty high value inside tree. Even the Astro util employed just to make sure G2 could interrupt the spacing. Shield Wall also in A main. All of this Vice util is frustrating to play fast into, but that's what Lev's comp wants to do.
Now Baby Bay is on a pretty weak buy. It looks like on account of wanting to get all of his util. So he's just going to be relegated to the Stinger. You know, meanwhile, Lev, they've got an AWP. They're spending a ton of cash into this round.
Attack side off the Neon, though. Ballsy, he's going to be stunned up here. Blozin, though, in a great
Look
position.
at that. G2 running a very similar trap play to Lev, but with the Yoru instead. Gravwell is perfectly placed for the teleport away from Neon, but they have the contingency. They have Blozin on the watch. And now King expecting some kind of push out on the opposite side of the map, thinking, yeah, someone's probably going to get proactive elsewhere, right? That is the case. So heads up.
That was sick from King. That Aldrone meant that his backup from main was going to be a little bit late, so he goes and takes the fight himself.
Lev still have so much time on the clock as well. They are not accelerating into anything right now. They are exposing these G2 players who are feeling the desperation to playmake in a round that is just slipping out of their hand, right? They got to go for something individually. Lev know that, and they're exploiting that.
I think losing the pushed-up player on that B side, the Yoru, put G2 into a spot where they had to put their bodies on the line for that info, and as a result, they're down to 2. No B-side presence to speak of.
And at this point, if you're Trent, just save the Odin probably. I mean,
30 seconds
you're
left.
not really going to want to go for this 2v5. Baby Bay is able to recover a rifle. Can he actually find the timing here? That would be crazy.
All likelihood he ends up being a little too late. Maybe like a double face here in main for Leviatan. No, they commit the Omen
Looks
to
like
the
he's
side.
getting one for free. Oh, Neon just turned in time.
Oh,
the awareness
player
at the
standing.
exact right moment.
And that's definitely going to be the signal for Trent to call cancel here. Nicely done by Leviatan, a real push-pull of a round. Seeing their composition, you kind of think they're full committing, they're going to hit a site hard, they're going to want to try and make use of that pace, but against this Vice comp, they realized that that would put themselves at a huge disadvantage.
It was really cool to watch them just fully deny that aggro play through B main from G2 that was sprung off of the chamber presence there from Neon. And now, even though the Lev economy is not out of control right now by any means, they still want to hunt down this Odin.
The tough fight to win there for Trent.
That's nice from Spike. Yeah, just the jump spot into the relay bolt, and Trent is cooked. Odin is gone, and now Lev have an opportunity to try to pad their economy a bit on an anti-eco round. Yeah, that's Spike catching Leaf in the mid-round. That was already the point in the round where we're down 2 players, so you can't blame him. He's trying to get something accomplished. We got to get the round back somehow. We got to find a kill. But Spike is just ready. That's a patient Lev round.
Sato's so confident, he's pre-standing.
They're a team that were often criticized for being a little bit too patient in the past, but we are seeing a Leviathan that are way more dynamic in terms of the pace that they can play at.
Now surely G2 don't chance for this push up on the B side again, not with this kind of setup. They might just leave Jaw tucked and have him gate crash out.
Yeah, and that is going to be the case. He is going to leave and try to pick up a different lane after not spotting anyone early, and with the gate crash timing being much quicker, just feels incentivized to get out of there much earlier.
There is a pistol crossfire here for G2.
This is one of those chamber stat lines where you are just chilling around the map, finding lurk kills, playing some late rounds, and not dying too much. Neon is putting up numbers.
Let's listen to Leviatan here.
Tá? Tá. Mano, pode ficar ali se quiser. Qualquer coisa. Tá. Tá. Cuidado bem aqui, King. Mano, ok, no meu drone eu quero strafando, Spike. Tá boa.
Sabe da gente.
Drona agora, drona.
Vai estar na frente, vai estar na frente.
Tem uma mão aqui, vai apagar CC, tá? Fênix aqui.
Ele vai popar, vai popar. Bora.
Cuidado com o corredor. Posso avancar, vou avancar pra você, viado. Vanguei?
Tô cego.
Tá sozinho, Spike, tá sozinho. Faz tempo pra nós.
Tô comendo. Tem mais um, Fênix. Matei o Fênix. Vou fechar a porta. Eu tô de ult de novo. Passa lá, Blue.
Eu vou contar. Vai fechar pra puxar a calma.
I just love the calm nature of the comms. We could definitely pick that up from it, right? Despite being a team that are, on some of these rounds, playing at a crazy pace, running around with double duelists, and have a bunch of the kind of like players that you would expect to maybe be more excited and crazy in the comms. Maybe a team that could be overcalming because they bring that energy. But no, that was just a very relaxed approach to that anti-eco round. They dismantled G2. It's all good.
I think he's got an issue with the big man upstairs. Sato 15 and 12 though. That was obviously a low ball round for G2. One where they just push a player into mid and get him picked off, and it's a full execute. Let's now talk guns. Joel's actually picked himself up and up here.
Yeah, was waiting for this moment, but it really just took the G2 economy finally getting to a spot where it could be relevant. You have to imagine that Lev can expect the possibility of an op right now. Leaf is dangerous. A little bit of danger. Yeah, that drops, and Valyn isn't ready to assist just yet.
Oh, I love that. Ignored the running back. Oh, Valyn, that is gorgeous.
Spike down.
Eventually brought down, but Blozine dies to the Hunter's Fury after being hit with a shock dart earlier. Dangerous there. Yeah, Trent sitting dark as Neon's able to push out, and that Razorvine is a little too slow to stop him.
Problem is, there has to be a Spike recovery mission at some point. King is one orb away from the ult to teleport and get it, but it's unlikely that's going to come into play. Baby just works his way around that into the spawn, and he's caught by Neon. His awareness with this op on the attack half has really been outstanding.
Risky to go walking like that in a 2v2 now. It's up to Jorgamo. A matter, of course, of swooping in and recovering that spike, but Leviatan has a decent amount of information about the match here.
What do you watch? He's got 3 angles in front of him right now.
Yep.
He's sweating, just trying to pick the right one. Hoping that they're going to go to the A side. That's his read. But the intuition is going to fail him in this moment. It's over on the B side that Lev should be getting this very free plant.
10 seconds left.
No mechanism with which Jaw can really be disruptive here, and he has to retake with an op.
Yeah, and is it the point in the game where Jaw feels like, I need to take this risk. I need to step up and get this 1v2. I've been quiet in the game so far. Do we really want to go down another round? Do we want to let them get 11?
I mean, he overstayed his gate crash at the start of the round to try and get that mid posting for as long as he could. He's definitely been needing to take some risks. That's one. That's the start. Surely you got to be thinking about Boathouse, but there's Neon. Finds his third.
Fast on the angle. 19 and 6. crazy stat line from Neon. Again, it's like sometimes when you're playing the chamber, when you're lurking around, you're just catching the rotates. You're always holding down the flank. You're not going down to any pressure that you're feeling. Those kind of trap plays that they pushed on him, he was able to survive, teleport away, his teammates would help him, and then he's there in the late rounds. So he's just never dying. He's playing the most Valorant possible in this game.
And we contrasted it with Baby Bay not being on Chamber on this map, but actually being on the Vice instead and being more utility focused. But it's kind of crazy to see what a Chamber who is on fire can do.
And what have we not seen from Lev? Rushing into a site, letting that Vice util get too much value. You know, outside of the one bonus round, and hey, that was a bonus.
G2 are always pushing off sites, always.
And King is so aware.
This is the kind of round, of course, where they need to get a bit closer with these weapons, but still.
Just feels like so many eco rounds for G2. King flashed off the angle. Neon trying to give him a little bit of help, but you know, ultimately, King is going to be content just giving that space. They've already got the kill. They don't need to refight for A main just yet.
King can be wherever he needs to in a heartbeat anyway with that ultimate, so he does not mind attracting some attention on that A extremity. All the action is building here over towards this tree direction, and what, Leak just can't get anything done. Tries to flash out, Jaw, too slow, can't get back far enough. Spike will catch him. Disastrous round for G2, but again,
he is dominating on this attack side and absolutely fueling the Lev haters that are going to say, well, you won't be able to do that in London.
30 seconds left.
Time will tell whether they're wrong or not, but again, G2 just don't have the economy here to really stand toe-to-toe. Leviatan are going to get a map point.
Yeah, they're going to go for it, but Spike is just going to pad the stats. Looking good on VLR. Instant trade on to Trent. Lev are on match point on their map pick. This is the first time we've seen it from G2 this stage. You know, certainly expected them to lean into the Vice. And I gotta say, one of the hallmarks of Lev's play throughout this stage is that I think they've been one of the best, if not the best team at having protocols for dealing with Vice utility. And they're just playing that on this map right now, playing a patient game. We have not seen that Vice have any impact. There's been moments where Neon has gotten the sheer wall out for free. We're not seeing the Thorns significantly stall out these hits in crucial moments. Lev have completely worked around it.
And Neon has not had this op stripped from his hands really at all this half. Pretty unfazed by the Aldrone. It's already an A hit. Straight on into the site here. G2 have had to allow this to happen by being more concentrated towards mid and B.
Look at the ultimates for G2, though, on this retake. They have the Astral Wall to go down. They can take the guns away with the Steel Garden.
Okay, that's A-main cut off. Two players inside the side, isolated, but Blozing's going to find Baby Bay into all of this now, and Neon's waiting with the tour de force. Jaw probably doesn't like what he sees here with this dimensional drift and has to get the better of Blozing. It's a no-scope to claim the kill. Trent gets active as well. Knows there's going to be players down in hell, and he's found a second. Sato riddled with bullets. And Neon's tucked in the corner. That's a dirty spot to be in. Jaw misses the shot, and King cleans him up. What a decisive way to send a message. Leviatan dominates on Ascent to start this series.
Neon is just swapping between the tour de force and the op on the last round for maxed out aura points after dropping a billion kills on the map. Insane showing from him. So dominant. Again, just collecting all the rotates, getting free kills in the late rounds. Never missed a shot. Felt like everyone was just walking into him all the time. His awareness was on max. He was incredible in this game. Spike able to take advantage of these trap plays when they were on defense by racking up kills. He's just killing. Everyone's just blind. They're stunned. They can't do anything to him.
Moments there for G2 where they're able to stabilize on that attack side especially, but when they had to be the ones that set the pace on defense, they pushed off, they got punished for it. Time for a quick break. We're going to head to our desk to break down Ascent and then set our sights on our next map of Pearl.
One enemy remaining.
rank, eu achava ele muito bom, a gente chamou ele para fazer um projeto, ainda sem organização, sem nada.
Bora, velho. E eu, a princípio de conversa, eu nem pensava que a gente ia scrimar. Eu achava que ia ser um time assim só pra, tipo, bora jogar, bora tentar aí. Aí ele começou a mandar, tipo, os horários dos treinos. Eu falei, mano, o que é isso aqui, velho? Como assim? Aí eu tive que explicar, não, guys, tá vendo assim, eu tenho escola, não vai dar pra jogar nesse horário aqui, é muito cedo, só volto pra casa às 4 horas da tarde.
Como o duelista faz parte do bloco, a maior parte ativa do time é o duelista, o iniciador ali, eles têm que prestar muita atenção na VOD. Aí o Shao falando, o Urango, que era o IGL, falando junto. Aí o Shao perguntou, alguém perguntou pro Sato, e aí Sato, beleza? Pum, silêncio.
O Shao já devia ter falado 1h30 do tático, e aí eu tava passando algo específico pro Sato e eu vi que ele não tinha nenhum tipo de resposta.
Perguntou, Sato, silêncio. Aí alguém deu, sei lá, um berro assim, Sato. Aí ele voltou.
Oi, foi mal, guys, foi mal. Eu falei, você tava dormindo, cara? Aí ele, tava assim.
Jumping towards him, lining up. Lead! That is unreal!
I'm here with Owner ahead of map 2. Ascend to first map, a victory always feels good. In your eyes though, did the team perform everything you guys wanted to? Did you get Ascent the way you wanted round for round?
Yeah, it was like difficult for us because we already played Ascent one time, 1 week ago, and we are playing like against a team that is very well prepared in the anti-stratting and scouting department. So it's always a challenge to play against G2, but I think that we managed to play well. Let's see what's the next map is gonna be.
You got the anti-stratting ready for the pro?
I don't know. It's gonna be difficult because we didn't show that much on attack. So I think that they are not prepared. But I think it's a good map for both teams.
All right. Good luck.
All right, Leviathan managed to pick up a massive win, and they take out G2 on Ascent 13-7. Welcome back, everyone, as we look to break everything down. And I think it's safe to say that the story of that match, as we had set up previously, was about that aggression. It was Leviathan's ability, the individuals, the firepower that they all possess. How does G2 handle that? Turns out 13-7.
Yeah, it turns out not very well. G2 had a single round on the second half, and so much of it came down to the opening kills. Not a single player on G2 had 2 opening kills or more. They were completely shut out by Spike's early set pieces and Neon's off-raid.
They were 5 for 20 on those first kills throughout, and these are the rounds that really brought Lev online in that first half. When they started just going for these hyper-aggressive early round plays on defense, G2 just looked completely unprepared for it. And one thing about Lev is whenever they're the ones choosing when to fight, whenever they're the ones making that decision, they're one of the absolute hardest teams to shut down because of just how confident they are, full committing to these kind of plays.
Yeah, they just have the best team fighting in Americas right now, I feel. Whether it's that first play there that's a trap piece, whether it's that sprint down pinch play out of tiles, or on their attacking side, just running set execs. The way King likes to call his team back to group up deep into rounds and go for the hits was super effective.
Yeah, I think like the other big piece of this was, okay, G2's going for a crazy comp. We get to see this Yoru in play. Maybe there's going to be something interesting there. But I didn't feel like there was super high impact from the agent. There was 1 round with an ult where they got a side on attack. There was 2 rounds where he TP'd in on execs, which sure would be nice against a hard anchoring team. But this game was decided in the team fights, and I didn't feel like Jaw had very high impact in those moments.
No.
I don't think they lost because of this comp by any means, but I certainly didn't see the theory that was
they
like,
weren't helped
this is
by
why
it.
we have to play the Yoru.
it certainly, it didn't hinder, but it didn't help, you know? And I think the other part of it too is like when you're looking at rounds that are ending in like 10 seconds, you know, it's not the composition at that point, but it doesn't matter. You're just getting ran down, dog.
Yeah,
you know?
That's the thing. The game looked like a blowout in the first half because every round Lev was winning was a flawless round over in about 5 seconds.
And part of that, you know, of course, got to talk about Neon, right? Because this guy just every single time. Now, granted, this is the second half. On that first half, it was a bloodbath. They were all over them like white on rice. This time around, dominance.
But this was great to see him coming in the clutch, setting the tone in the second half with that pistol win. And then in a round that was looking really tough, it's again a situation where he has to come up clutch at the very end on this chamber. He stepped up in those moments, and that's the reason the second round was a blowout. If he doesn't have those 2 rounds, okay, this is a close game. Leviatan still win it, I bet, but Leon made this
Leon.
No, you're thinking of the main character of Final Fantasy VIII.
That's not who I was thinking. I was thinking of Neon. I just said it.
And he was great, let's be clear. Like, I think that for this as well, this game would have looked even more dominant if G2 didn't win that first pistol. As soon as we got into rifle rounds, they just barely won any this match. And shout out to Neon for being that guy to shut it down. You're looking at a match with 2 of the top 3 rated players out of the group stage. One is Baby Bay, one is Neon. And Neon was certainly the guy who you felt that same level of impact again in this game.
Call him Leon because he was looking professional out there.
Oh, I love it, love it. Let's hear what Coach Josh RT has to say as we get ready for map 2. Actually, you're fired.
What?
Sorry.
Get out of here.
Sorry about that.
I'm here with Josh RT ahead of the next map on Pearl. Just start off, what do you think was kind of keeping the team from getting going there in that second half?
I think a lack of poise and composure. We're not letting our utility cook. We know exactly how they're playing, but we didn't play our comp correctly, and I think we should have got more on attack. And on defense, like we're just being too active for no reason and not realizing like what the situation is. Not one time we played our setups, really. And they were able to just slow the game down, let us make mistakes, and we kept making those mistakes. I mean, I think it would be a different game if we won a clutch or 2, and even in those moments we're like playing too fast, like even though we knew where the last guy is. This is just an uncharacteristic game from us, and I think we'll do a good bounce back in this next one.
Awesome. What kind of importance were you putting on the timeouts? Because we saw those first 2 come in right in that first half.
Well, like I didn't like how we weren't like handling some of the problems that we were seeing on attack, and I wanted to give that one last timeout just to get one more attack round. And I felt like our defense would have been good, but unfortunately, you know, it is what it is. That's how it works out. But yeah, I thought it was a good risk to take 2 timeouts for the first half to get those rounds.
Awesome. Josh, thanks for the insight. All the best in map 2.
Yeah, I understand Josh going for the 2 timeouts on the attack side because usually defense is where G2 are at their strongest. But I think rightfully so. A lot of disappointment out of the coach there, talking about over-aggression.
And you saw it in the server. You saw the individuals trying to make those hero play moments, and it just wasn't working out. How many times someone flashed around a corner and ended up just getting bodied?
Yeah, because Leviatan were sitting there with like 3-4 people. The thing about how Leviatan play is if they're not running like a fast piece where they're hitting you, they're playing good anti and are prepared for any fight coming in. So G2 need to change that up.
Yeah, I absolutely agree. I think playing against Lev is truly a test of your fundamentals and your protocols. How do you reply when they start sprinting at you? How do you reply when they give you nothing on the defensive side? And I think there, in the team fighting, in the reactions, the things that G2 are generally excellent at, that's where they really failed in map 1 of this series. But it's a full reset. It's a Pearl that they've looked strong on, but that Lev is good at as well. So I think a big opportunity here for Lev, not just to go back-to-back in taking down G2, but to go to the finals, have the chance for this organization for the first time in so long to look to lift a trophy, and to get to do it with these 4 players who would be in that position for the very first time.
A lot riding on this map as well, because with Split being the 3rd map and G2, you heard the respect from the Lev camp saying they are so good at anteing. Split is an open book from Lev. I think they need to win here on Pearl if they want to have that straight shot to the final.
Leviathan have an opportunity to drop the 3-time America's champions here to the lower bracket, punch a ticket to the finals. Can they do it? Map 2 happens right after this.
In a recent interview with Hotspawn.gg, Babybay says, the last time we lost to Leviatan earlier this stage, we were experimenting. Well, we were goofing off. We were trying some new stuff. This time, there's no excuses. And now, they've lost their first map since G2 stopped experimenting, since they got off their harbor arc, since they went back to the well with what worked for them. So, in his words, no excuses. If this team fancies another America's title, it's time to step up on Pearl.
Not surprised with the comps that we're seeing here. Both of these teams in their last Pearl outing dominated the opposing team. G2, 13-4 win against Thieves. Lev, 13-1 win against FURIA.
Oh, that game was...
So, hopefully, we're in for a bit of a banger. If a very stern-sounding Josh RT can get his team back on the right path. Obviously, frustration with their approach to that map, feeling like they didn't stick to the game plan. They did not adapt to the patience of Lev, and were the team making mistakes that were being exploited, and that's also what resulted in Lev just getting an outrageous amount of first kills.
20-5 was the first kill, first death. That's kind of a huge amount. That is massive and very, very difficult for G2 to get started on that map in general.
I feel headed into the game today, maybe one of the applicable narratives is, hey, this Lev team, they have so much raw firepower. Will that be enough to overcome the G2 with the elite structure?
Yeah.
But that really wasn't the case on the first map. Obviously, the firepower was there for Lev, but you're not looking at that as the A story as to why Lev won that
And they were more aggressive on the defense side, using their double duelist comp for pops. On offense, they just sat, waited, and G2 fed them first kills almost every single round.
Now, can G2 bounce back? Can they show that resilience to get to another America's Stage final? Final that they are no stranger to attending and no stranger to winning. They do that with some outrageous consistency, the most winning team in VCT America's history.
That top seed advantage in a best of 5 is insanely helpful. It goes such a long way, especially with Ascent just coming sort of back into rotation. Map pool is going to be really important. Both these teams have their eye on that spot and a day off tomorrow.
I've got my eyes on this Babybay versus Neon matchup. Dre again on this Vice. Neon picking up the chamber where he just dropped 21 for 6. Had elite awareness, was killing everybody with the AWP. You're not really going to see Dre with those AWP opportunities on this map. Could he lock things down here like he couldn't on Ascent? Can he switch that up? Lev with a slow little contact take of a main. As they work into this pop, it's a passive G2 just positioning back towards Secret.
Okay, recon there towards the back of the site. Relay bot going to force the back. That is just ungodly from Spike. Stepped up, slapped Trent and Valyn both down.
Well, there should be your round done. Just the dart bolt slide, and the bolt didn't even connect. Not even necessary.
We've been talking about how Leviatan, when they get to call the pace, Wyatt, they are so dominant. They are so confident.
And look at Lev's maneuvering on the map right now. They've got multiple players set up towards Bard. It looks like they might want to send Spike on the rewrap through Flowers. And they've got a player to fight through main. All while the grab well just delays, but G2 with the openers.
Not bad. Scrappy in the post plant, but Sato steps up. They're going to find himself too. It's all on Jaw. Heard that many times before. Swing out here for King. Jaw ready for it, but now going a little bit low, hoping to sprint that corner.
And Spike was just slowly wrapping around the map. Jaw never expecting that positioning. Gets caught between the two and had no hope of getting that defuse. And G2 kind of make a nice go at it, getting the 2 kills to get back into the site, but ultimately that is just ridiculous.
That tells you everything you need to know. He can't believe it.
And that is a situation where the Lev firepower overcomes all because Spike is just too insane. That second layer of util to refight into Secret did not even connect.
It didn't matter.
It did not matter.
Owner sort of says he doesn't feel like Leviatan have shown much of their attack side on this map. Feels like G2 are still not going to know what to expect. And that round was a good example of this.
Wow, and there's Lev just exposing G2, set up with a gamble stack on a trap play over at B main. They put themselves in no position of real danger, even get a spam kill with blows on the retreat, and are now over to this free A site. They can throw Sato the spike, and he gets the orb. And if he just gets one more kill, run it back on the bonus round. It's just the Phoenix lifestyle. Yep. Endless ults.
Straight chilling. Blows in here, just waylaying G2 further with a couple of shock darts. Neon's here, headhunter through the smoke, yields a frag as well.
Able to get another blows in. I mean, we haven't haven't needed to see it from him today, but he's another guy on this team that we have witnessed his capability of being able to take over a game. Do you remember that stage game against Envy where it just drops 41 and 17 and absolutely flattened them? He has outrageous aim skill, just like everyone else.
Yep.
But listen, we live in a nerfed initiator world. It's not really his job to go that crazy all the time. And Sato jumps in there to get a kill or die. Doesn't matter. He just wants an orb, and he gets it.
Yeah, he is ready for a run it back or run it down. In his case, he will certainly be going for the throat against G2 now.
Yep, so Imagine King is just going to throw the Phantom over to him and base their game plan around that all.
Bingo. It's exactly the approach Leviatan are going to take up here. Spike's already looked devastating on this map. His 3 kills came from the pistol.
And on that Ascent attack side, I think Lev's only fast exec round was actually the bonus. Everything else was patience and exploiting G2 mistakes.
It's also abusing the op as well, with Neon getting one to hand pretty quickly, and he might be trying to do that too, because he's still sitting on a classic this round. Op rush for the chamber. Here's Spike turning up! And all of a sudden, G2 are on the ropes. Train here trying to play back towards that B side and hoping some of that stall is going to give him some space. Neon also triggers that sheer in towards mid connector and then is happy to play back in the plaza direction.
Yeah, and it looks like they want to just leave Spike as this B main insert while the rest of the team just watch across the map to see if there's any kind of overpush, collect another kill, and then get back. Lev have been able to consistently, across Ascent, now into Pearl, get early openings into the round, slow down the pace, and then capitalize off those early advantages into late round wins. Looks like G2, though, they have the right idea with keeping 2 players on B, thinking that there's going to be a re-hit of some kind. But, wow, Lev, like, even the next level of awareness, they just send out the drone in the fast lane, and now they're getting over towards this A side where there's only Valyn.
Yeah,
but Dre cross map can still use his util to support.
Leviatan correctly surmised there's
30 seconds
more
left.
than just the Vice over at B. They are really keeping their options open here, though.
Yeah, they are really trying to fool this G2 team, catch someone out in the open, but it's Trent who catches blows. The time is just so low.
Oh, King, that is brutal. 14 seconds in the round. Neither bomb side is safe right now, Wyatt.
Really struggling to find where they want to commit. Spike, Neon, the 2 highlight players of the team in this 2 versus 3 on a must-win anti-bonus for G2.
Neon's on the Headhunter as well. He's saving down for an op, so this is not a well-equipped Leviatan now, trying to win this round out. And looks like this bonus might have fallen apart. Leviatan getting a little bit too selective about which side to end up on, and eventually the thread pulls apart.
Yeah, it feels like they were trying to mind game G2 maybe a little bit too hard there. Never ultimately getting into a situation where they've got all 4 guys going to the same site, 3 guys going to the same site with 1 maybe trying to cut off rotates.
1 enemy remaining.
And G2 are able to slowly pick them apart with the better weaponry.
Oh my god.
Much needed round, they only lose 2.
Oh my god, I almost whiffed, bro.
Man, it still feels kind of like even in that statement, in the reaction, the look on Valyn's face, there's still some frustrations there.
It looks like it feels like they got off lucky in that round. And yeah, maybe if things had gone wrong in that smoke, it could have gotten ugly. Either way, the pressure clearly being felt by G2, but they've got that resilience. They've been here before.
And G2 know that this Neon op is coming. Matter of fact, this is something that last year G2 did a lot to start things off. A lot of Leaf chamber offing on attack, watching B led so fast into this link. Can it be the catch on Leaf? That is so sick from Spike. The way that Lev set this guy up to succeed, and he always knocks it down because the aim is just A1. It's ridiculous, man.
Leaf came into this round with his ultimate ready, and he brought down to 0. No chance to make use of any of those credits. And now this strong mid-control for Leviatan.
Such a crazy sequence of util to get him inserted so deep into the map to find that opener. And now if you're G2, you're desperate to find some information on where these left players could be posted up.
No way Valyn's going to check that. It's such a bizarre spot for Sato to be sitting.
Walks out and is exposed. He knows someone could be street, but there's 2 separate directions he's got to look in. Picks incorrectly.
But this is pretty similar to what NRG like to do as well. They set up in a part of the map, and then they reset the round. They just sit.
Yeah, there's a lot of silence in this meta right now. A lot of noise, and then Dead quiet. And in the dead quiet, Lev have been absolutely destroying G2 so far today. Execute now into the side. Baby Bay dealt with. Trent forced away, but at least gets the one.
Yeah, this is a tight little angle for Trent to find some shots through. Neon is down, but it's still going to be a safe plant and a fallback to be long for Leviathan. Favored by one now. We're going to have that runner back thrown in by Sato. He wants to get in here and snarl up any retake opportunity, but with Trent falling through mid, should be curtains for Jaw.
Trent just didn't know where to go, wanted to avoid the run it back, trying to get it into street, but King is ready. Lev in the mid-round, just exposing G2.
Yep.
A desperate for information G2 because they lost so much of the map from that early little set play that Lev activated that catches Leaf instantly.
And that's the dangerous part about Pearl. The rotations are so long. Any information you could kind of get for free is almost always worth it, unless you're like Valyn and you walk up into what was basically a crossfire.
I was really heading into this today expecting to see this dominant G2 just continuing the streak that they were on. Like, yes, Lev have looked good in their playoff run, but I think some people would argue too, they were kind of on the softer side of the upper bracket to get here. G2's the toughest team they're playing against, and yet so far feels like they're dominating them harder than they dominated FURIA in their victory over them, than they dominated MIBR in their victory over them. Those were 2-1s. Right now, it looks like they're on to just 2-0 G2. Obviously, it's early days here, but it feels like we've already seen these same flaws in G2 just rearing their head on this map.
And it seems like the frustrations that we heard from the coach Josh for G2 are still present. They don't really know how to respond to this, not pace from Leviathan, but the pace variation.
Lev with that deeper recon lineup are able to work themselves out B long. Pillar clear with that, little cubby cleared with that, and it's another orb for Sato, just going to try to build up his second running back of this half.
So here's the question. Who's going to push up for that info first for G2? How are Leviathan going to put them under that pressure? They are playing so quiet around the map. There's nervous jiggling here in mid from Trent, trying to see if there's pressure that comes down from Plaza. And it'll come, but belatedly. So much so that Trent turns back and is no longer in a position to watch that push.
Man, honestly, in the silence, I feel like I can hear so many comms from G2 right now on stage, even in a mid-round where effectively nothing is happening. Feels like for them, there is so much to be conscious of. Yeah. Now they have 3 players gathered up towards this A side where also the Vice utility is residing. So maybe this is finally a moment where these Thorns are going to be pivotal. 25 seconds left. Lev get the wall out, get the Thorns out, but they have to exec into a site. G2 are ready for this hit.
Lev don't quite have the info, and G2 haven't given themselves anything for free this round, but Aspas puts it out still. Running and jumping, gets the better of Baby Bay. You'd always imagine he was looking for more there. Leaf and Trent out of the picture now. It's on Jaw. Valyn very, very low tucked, and his position is noted. Here's that Cosmic Divide for G2, trying to complicate this further for Leviathan. And Blozine has to work this now. Neon tapped out there, was stunned up briefly, but look at him trying to play that wall with the shorty. Far from done. Jaw with a tap, and of course, his post-plant util starting to become useful. Trying to get through this wall of Leviathan, chomping in the bit. Jaw gets it a half now, and all alone, he'll eventually be overwhelmed.
Valyn on such low HP there. G2 have the read on the situation. They have all the players in the right spot on the map. They do it on a round where they don't have the best buy, which makes things tough, and unfortunately a kill that you have to feel should have gone Baby Bay's way. Somehow goes to Spike. Ridiculous movement on the Neon with the slide, with the spray. It's just crazy.
Yeah, exactly. I mean,
it's just crazy. And Josh has to get in the mix. I cannot imagine he is going to give any different reaction or different emotion than we saw from him in the interview with Riv before this game started. Again, it was, I would, obviously some level of frustration, but just like this stern nature to the way that he was talking. It's like also a level of disappointment with it and just expecting so much more from his team, which he should. They're G2, but
being in Josh's position, looking into this game, seeing some rounds, yes, where G2 maybe get nervous and they take risks for info that's punished. Fair enough. But a round like that, they're disciplined, they're trying to rotate in advance. Trent goes around towards that A site and is ready. And they just lose out from that individual ability from Leviatan to execute.
Yeah, I believe also in the midst of that, there was another G2 player wrapping back through Art who gets caught, and that's another point that we've seen on either side of Ascent. Like, people that are trying to flank on G2 are getting caught so consistently by Lev. They've got some serious awareness as far as that goes. Looks like they want to default over towards B into getting another orb for Sato here, while Neon watches, listens for any kind of action towards A. All right, here's a set piece from G2, running it all the way down mid, Jaw into the spawn, spots out Blazine.
A lot of pressure on Blazine. Also, he's bearing a spike right now, and he wins it out. That's a crucial fight to try and tamp this aggression from G2. But they've lost a lot of map control, and now BabyBay just fills that space that Jaw took.
Yeah, he could catch up. Beautiful timing, Valyn in the smoke.
Spraying for it here. Sato caught out, but there's still the little issue of Spike, who is at large, now out inside the site. Found by Valyn. And this util has done enough here to keep the rest of Leviatan at bay. Finally, something works out here for G2. And it's a hell of a leather push straight down mid.
Yep, set play out of the timeout. Jaw doesn't get the kill, but BabyBay is still just able to capitalize off of all of the info that Jaw kind of gained in that play by getting the push through, catching Neon. Huge in that A main. So 1v1 isolated situation. Also, finally around for G2 where that sheer wall is dividing a duelist from the pack on that attempt into the site. No, it's rough for G2. We haven't heard a hot dog yet.
That's true. That means they're not in a great place mentally, I feel. Might be a few rounds away from hot dog. Every time posted up here, well, damn, that's one way to deal with a Prowler. This kind of weaponry, no other choice. Haunt also dealt with.
They've discovered where the operator is.
Yes.
So that's crucial for G2, who so far have not really been feeling too much pressure from Neon. Not off to a hot start here on the second map.
The response, though, by G2 is just to pull straight off A main. No need.
Yeah, we have seen no desire from either team to go for the all-out A main brawl.
Yeah.
But it feels like in this meta with these comps, like how much do you want to commit to that fight, knowing that the other team could also full commit? It can get really awkward. Teams kind of trying to tease out util, things like that.
So this is the second time we've seen this happen. The sheer wall in Art is separating Leviatan, but G2 aren't in a position to actually do anything about this. It's just for information. Oh, I like this little trick up through connector here.
30 seconds
Leaf is just trying to chase them down, but he can't catch up. 25 seconds on the clock. Lev have been playing the clock down so low on these execs. Now trying to get into B. Thorns are popped.
Oh, he's in Hall. How is spiking in Hall?
Oh, it's just caught. There's nowhere for him to play.
There's nobody
Neon
going.
catches a rotate opposite side of the map.
And now you've got to work from the outside of this B site in. Down to 3 players at G2. This is such an important round, and they, frankly, have already let it slip. Valyn here and BabyBay together, I think, might need to try and salvage what they can. But in a 2 versus 5, playing from outside the site, with no real utility of consequence, they're going to walk away.
Yeah, at this point, only one option to survive and buy into this next round. This time playing down low on the time absolutely works out for Lev. That split back over towards the B side. They bait out the run it back from Leaf, completely avoid it, and then get into the split where they had one player all the way, or all the while rather, inserted down B main. Just playing to the space that that one solo guy has gotten on B. They can work right back into it, and you see the position that it put Jaw in. He's pinched.
He's forced
when that
out of
exec
Hall,
comes in. Yeah, he's forced out of halls because of util. And then he's just caught between 2 players.
And I saw some Vice util thrown up on that site to try and slow the push down on B. Didn't do anything.
Teleport's ready.
Like, Spike got into Hall so easily. And that's the frustrating part. I feel like when, like, you know, Josh said in the interview, we need to get our utility cook. Like, we need to actually be able to make use of this. Otherwise, why are we playing Vice instead of Chamber ourselves?
Really sees over top. Is going to get Jaw posted up. 1v1 against Neon. Does he walk into the crosshair? Oh my god. He takes the fight and wins it out, but fully blinded. He's just caught on the wall. So nice quick flash from Sato is going to even things up. Sato with the run it back, by the way, has been holding on to that since the last round.
This congregation, though, by Leviatan means there's a lot of map that they need to re-clear. And they're picking that plaza area because it could easily be a push-up from Art.
And last time it was leaving King as the insert towards B main and working back to him on the exec. This time, leaving him at A main and working back maybe into the exec on that site as they want to re-clear through Art. Trent taking contact so Leaf can throw out a little pop flash around this corner, try to catch someone in mid.
The timing's not going to be here.
But
Trent's
Trent
got off the line.
away, yeah.
This is dangerous. Leaf's going to have to win this out on his own, and it's just 1-for-1. That's not really enough. Trent might have been spotted there as he heads over towards the A side. He's the only player there. He's got to stand tall. Spike's brought down. Brazil wants to trade it, ignoring the Horde, and now gets Leviatan into A.
I respect that confidence from Trent, taking the fight to them, not trying to back up. Goes for his, and those were some crucial kills to keep G2 alive in this round. Working back into the 2-on-2.
These are the kind of clutches that Josh said they really needed to win a couple of more of on Ascent. Both Leviatan players out towards Art, and Valyn still standing means that there is some obscuring util, some controller util that can be thrown down.
At some point, G2 need to bait out some of this Astra util. You know there's going to be a grab well towards the spike. They want to clear out Church first. They know that that's safe.
Okay, Razorvine heard there. Valyn has to get off the spike here. Shock dart to combine it into the smoke. They go. It's Bozine able to get rid of Baby Bay. Valyn on his own. Captain's performance required here. But Bozine knows better than to give him a free kill. There's Valyn. Couldn't get it to half.
Just not time. They couldn't get it to half because of the grab well. Lev are nice on the moments where they choose to fight there. Baby Bay wants to make the play, get into the smoke, but he's caught by the duo. He can't get a single kill there. Hasn't really been his day. Respect to Trent for trying in the mid-round. He had some sick kills in that Art fight.
And it's just
not enough.
It's a grinding around. And fairness, Joel opens up by getting that first kill on Neon. It's traded. Basically, every kill that G2 find is traded out.
I mean, hell, that was a bold kill of Jaw to get as well. Neon has been playing there consistently with the AWP, and he just jiggle peeks, deletes him. If he gets out, totally different round, but here we got Lev. Right back to this early B main control. And often you're going to see a G2 that are afraid, kind of timid to re-clear into this space because Neon could be watching it with an AWP. On this round, he's got the Outlaw just due to the state of the economy from G2, but same difference, right? Oh, you want to get some of that space back? All right, well, there could be a scope just staring at you literally anywhere on the map. You don't know where he's going to be at.
That's what they fell into in a sense so often.
I mean, even though, as it stands, Lev have just very consistently in this half been playing the trio, B main, get the space, get Sato and Orb, Neon watch A, cool, but... And Thorns getting baited out by that drone, a 1-for-1 util exchange.
That's conditioned because the last time they tried this, it was an immediate fast lane and Spike ran into the side. It's one of those slow rounds we saw on Ascent.
Right here. Spike drop.
G2, though, they're not offering too much up here. They prowl it into Art just now, so they are still being able to use some of that util for info. And they just have to get rid of the anchor here. Here's the fast lane coming a little bit later than expected. And Spike is going to be in there. Straight away, still guard and pop. Sutter's going to go with it with the right clicks, and he might just have what it takes. Bozine's able to deal with Baby Bay. That's the Vice out of the picture now. So that center util is gone. And Neon's Outlaw brought into the round for just such a reason. Sings out. Time a little bit short here. Trent trying to be disruptive, but eventually will be stopped. Leviatan post 7. I've got an answer for every question.
Big set piece exec is more than enough against G2, lacking in the weaponry there. Steel Garden, not enough. I like the usage of it from Baby Bay. That gives them an opportunity when they have anchors on the site. That was a pretty big 1v1 for Sato to win on, please. Cut off by that wall. Able to deal with Valyn. Lever looking way too good. And again, last map, this was a question that Riv asked in the halftime interview about Josh using both timeouts in the first half. He's doing it again. He has to take a timeout here. The deficit is too great.
I mean, and then Josh just really has to hope that G2 can set the pace, win the pistol in the second half, and he has to take his hands off the wheel. Now, though, we've seen a couple of, honestly, different looks from Leviatan. G2 are being a little bit safer in terms of how they try and get that mid-round info, but it does mean they're getting executed on at a numbers disadvantage. They can't really stack sites. They can't really get advance notice on this stuff because they're afraid of the Outlaw or the Op picking them, punishing them for contacting up into these zones that they don't have info about.
Yeah, there's been less willingness for those like aggro pushes that we saw on Ascent, and it's one of the reasons that we're not seeing Neon getting as many kills right now. He's having less opportunities to just shoot players that are pushing onto him, less angles to easily pick off rotators compared to Ascent. But it's just his mere existence is still a massive factor in this game, and it is allowing Lev to be in these positions where they're getting big execs off against a couple anchoring players on these sites. And if you're in a situation where you're just like one of two or so anchors dealing with the Phoenix Neon comp, you're so fried.
Here's that defense side set up in A main to slow things down, but
sees Molly, but they can't even hold on to A main. Lev just go into this full re-clear of the space, so they try to push it into the exec as well. Yep, that's going to be the case. Leap up close, can he get anything done? He's stunned in the corner, pinged as well.
Not detected though, he's still able to win out against Sato. Trent as well, wallbang on towards Spike. Now can try to fall back with this Nightfall in play. That is another very important kill, and Trent now feels confident staying with the only player here. It's about trying to stall and be a real nuisance.
Yeah, the only player, but he's definitely been the most reliable for G2 so far. BabyBay able to win that 1v1 against Neon, and surely not for Blozine. Gets the first. Damaged up by Trent. And Jaw on that angle cleans things up. One of the only rounds where Lev work into just a fast, big hit straight off the jump, and G2 were able to stabilize off of it. Leaf with a highly important first blood. He's in the corner. He's pinged. He got hit by the relay bolt, and he still goes 1 for 1.
It's funny, it almost feels like G2 prefer this. They prefer to be run at as opposed to an ambiguous slow round from Leviatan that culminates in a set play.
Also, if there's anyone I'm not trying to fight,
just shift the momentum right now. We're winning.
It's Trent. He has been the player on G2 finding the impact kills. Libro just back to the fast A main take.
Not much to work with though.
Running it down again. They go past the shear wall into the Thorn. Spike is completely stalled out.
You'd be forgiving for not expecting him to do it twice, but this is Leviatan after all. Leaf gets some info. Sees on Spike, decayed down. Not the Spike carrier, so he'll just be sat there until Trent picks him off.
Yeah, takes spam down. Did G2 just try to flood into this? Now it's a fight from Lev. I like this aggression from Sato, but he's going to get caught with that util out.
Yeah, nice little fall back from G2 not to take the fight against the Phoenix. That was beautiful. Now it's on Neon. This is a low-bought round for Leviatan, and G2 may have found a foothold.
Yeah, I mean, there's still some rifles for Lev. They really just keep it simple again, and it's giving G2 an opening, I feel like, not just in terms of getting some rounds, but emotionally for the team. Remembering what it's like to actually win some rounds here. You can hear them getting more excited on the stage. Valyn trying to be a leader, not just in terms of the IGL, but an emotional leader for this team, get them excited. I feel like Lev have given them a bit of an opening here.
With a round like this, Leviatan obviously still trying to force the issue as we head into our last of the half. Look at this push up from G2. All right, giving Ascent to a degree, but Spike was ready for it now. Flash in for Leaf. He wants to keep refighting into this space, but the smoke's going to make that hard. Straight into that Vice util, and BabyBay collects 2.
G2 with a 4 fight in mid. Ready for Lev to be in that area of the map. Leaf fast on the trade.
G2 are not leaving.
Now, this has been decisive for G2 to make a statement at the end of this half that was completely out of control for Lev. And now they have a real chance in this game. If they can close this one out as well. Very weak King. Just 36 HP with that Stinger should realistically be a non-factor. You're looking at Neon, but yeah, when Dre gets the op in his hands, he is insane with it.
4 in the round. First one was Valyn getting them piped up. Now BabyBay with 4 kills to end the half. Now it cost them 7 rounds, 2 timeouts, and probably a large number of hair follicles. But G2 have been able to make this much more interesting affair. This is beautiful from BabyBay, just slapped them down and getting a reprise of the op roll at the end of the round 2.
Good to see it in his hands, because you don't see it a lot when he's playing this Vice. But he is fantastic with it, man.
We got more to come here on Pearl. 7-5, Leviatan lead by 2, but G2 have found a bit of spark. Let's see if they can carry it over.
Red Bull gives you wings.
I mean, yeah, when the guys are standing up on our side, on the G2 side, I'm standing up, Leaf standing up, even Bay. I mean, once you see Valyn standing up, that's when we know we're in flow state. You see all the young guns on left, they're all standing up after a nice shot. They're saying they're them, they're him, they're whatever the case is. I think we just gotta keep showing the energy back until somebody backs down.
The call came in from the captain. Valyn said, we need to shift the momentum right now. We are winning. Now, he didn't mean on the scoreboard, but in terms of the texture of the game, the flow of the rounds, he could tell that G2 was starting to turn the tide. And they didn't have a whole lot of rounds left in that first half, but they had enough to get to 5. And that keeps it nice and tight here. 2 rounds separate G2 and Leviatan, the latter, who are threatening to end this series in 2 maps and book their spot as top seed into our final.
Yeah, not only did G2 win those rounds, but we saw them begin to pounce on opportunity and get really proactive fighting against Lev in those rounds. It's not just winning them, it's how they did that I think can inspire some confidence here to keep the comeback going. Only a 2-round deficit as they attempt to win this pistol. Baby Bay just the loose end in mid as the rest of the team work their way into A.
Very familiar position here for Baby Bay. Saw that around 12.
You had both Lev duelists close up, but they can't go for any kind of flood. The rotates were not going to be there in time. They have to play this for a full retake.
Relay bot going to slow them up further. It's going to be traded though. Trent's able to fall back to Art here now.
And the spike is planted fully for Art. Crossfire in church, majority of G2 playing there, and Baby Bay trying to threaten that deep wrap, but it is spotted out, so he just has to group up with the rest of the team.
Oh, nice from Jaw, emerges at just the right time, looking for more, and yes, G2, it's hammer and anvil stuff as they collapse onto the side, but Blozine's already found himself too. Trent and Baby Bay can work in, but they got the smoke in their face, and King's down to 10.
The spam is good, and it might just also knock King over. He is way too low on HP. Baby Bay has to jump in there on account of the tap, and yeah, that 10 HP not going to be enough for King to survive. Again, it's kind of what I was just talking about. It wasn't just about G2 winning rounds, it was how they won them. We see that again here. Yeah, they have multiple players stacked up for Art. The spike is planted for them, but they still decide to take the aggressive line. When Jaw's in sight, he gets his 1. He's sliding around, he's distracting. They don't just try to buy their time, leave him in there to let's see what our Neon can do and play for spam. We've seen a lot of that from teams in this stage. No, they get out of the smoke. They fight together with Jaw to actually help trade him out, get more kills, and then they're able to win out that round.
Neon pushed up here. This is more than we saw from G2 on the defense side. He wants to post in A main. Maybe part of the plan just to make sure the right side is stacked. There'll be nothing to see here.
Full gamble doesn't work out. At least it gets Sato a spike. Other side of the map. Leaf is going to get the orb, of course, so that is orb for orb on either side. And G2 get this B site for free. And we'll just kind of see, honestly, if Leaf can stack up more kills, if Sato can try to get closer to his ult as well.
So how oppressive the Phoenix can really be on this map when he gets going. Sato here perched up. Brought down by Leaf, so notch another one up towards that next run it back. And here Leviatan probably just priced into perishing to the spike. Neon watching in case there's like a really bizarre wide flank.
I was waiting to see if Leaf was going to trade the gun with Dre, and that is the case. So he can just run in there with the ghost, and it doesn't matter if he dies. So at the very least, he's just going to try to get one more orb on the board. Haunt to supplement the attempt to get an orb as well.
Should we swing off this? But, oh, okay, G2 had an opportunity there to sort of stem the bleed, but Leaf and Jaw get themselves up, and that'll be that, folks. G2. Great pistol building into the second half of now evened up the game.
We'll see if G2 tried to do something proactive early to get the orb, but this is one of those situations that I was kind of talking about where it's like, all right, do you try to fight for the A main orb? The defenders know you might try to fight for the A main orb to get it early, so do they just have the play ready where they're going to dump all their util on you? Like, it can get a little bit sketchy.
But again, yeah, getting those runner backs coming thick and fast is also important. You've got to balance that risk. Leviatan here, of course, can finally buy properly. Reasonable bonus, though, from G2. And a pretty light presence in towards A main, so it'll be Lev trying to assert themselves there.
G2 also finally finding themselves in a situation where they don't have to worry about Neon having an AWP. Can't afford it, so he'll be on the rifle in A main. He can post up close. He can try to get his one and teleport away. Surely going to get flashed off this angle, though.
Yeah, flash and click the fingers. He'll head back to Kansas.
G2 want to accelerate. That's a great stun onto Neon. Is he going to get caught? Can he still get one?
Oh, he actually was switching weapons by the looks.
Jaw gets away. Spike couldn't get that trade.
Also, those relay bolts aren't going to cut the mustard for him. They don't set anything up. They will at least let Spike get a bit further forward, but now there's going to be a problem here over towards Flowers, and Jaw comes alive! King's able to shut him down, but the damage is already done. His first buy round for Leviatan has been shattered.
You can feel that G2 really have captured the momentum ever since that one-round win. Little speech from Valyn. They start playing more aggressively together. And right there, they just have the protocol for dealing with the chamber, pushed up solo A main. Okay, we know where he's teleporting back. He's getting stunned. We have like the ping on him as well. The haunt is going back there. And Neon is just caught. He can't do anything in that situation. G2 are given an opportunity to activate a little play like that. They take it with zero hesitation, and that puts them in position to win the round.
And it's just as well because their window to do that was pretty short. Spike was on his way there. He just couldn't make it in time.
And that gives them the opening, and then obviously on top of that, Jaw just goes crazy, close up. Gets the following 2 kills playing solo in Flowers, which is insane. Now, Jaw has definitely been under some scrutiny this stage for not putting up crazy numbers on the Duelist. He had an insane performance at Santiago. He's the 5th highest rated player there. And I'd never personally really buy into the Jaw is a problem during the stages. He's not putting up the numbers because has it ever been of consequence for G2 not making it to a global? No. And then at the global,
and then he gets to global?
Yes.
Yep.
So for me, it hasn't been a big deal. Like, that's something I'll worry about that if we see G2 not in a position to actually qualify. But that is not been the case since he has joined this roster.
In kickoff,
it's actually just nothing but net in Americas for G2, so.
No, they dropped that guy.
That's crazy.
G2 haven't shown a whole lot of leg this round. It's going to be jump peaks for King that will confirm they're heading over towards B. Have B on control now. Look at this, Leviatan, they're not convinced yet. Finally starting to see it rotate over by Spike. He's got the Phantom though. Dangerous weapons to walk in, and Spike is too slippery. Leak there though, it's a freebie. Spike taken very low after that encounter.
Even at that relief, he just does so much damage to one of the 2 rifles with the run it back and gets all the space. Hey, that works out. Has to swap it over to Neon, who would love to get involved in this game. He has not been a factor so far.
Pouring out of the side of Leviatan, they're trying to get past that Nova Pulse by the looks of here. They are trying to swing these corners, but G2 are ready for them, and there it is! Leak notches 2. And G2 have got themselves out to a reasonable lead all of a sudden.
Posted up deep in the site, players and halls, they're fighting together, they're swinging together. Now we're seeing that high level of fundamentals, even in these late round situations. No hesitation. I feel like you can, again, you're just seeing like a different disposition from the players when they're on the cams. It's just like slight little differences, but you can already see, I feel like, more confidence on Valyn's face.
I mean, he's not looking relieved when they win the round. So I think that tells you everything you need to know. Valyn also performing very well. 14 and 7 for the Astra. Okay, so we see a fast lane in towards mid. Very aggressive. Rotate here for Jaw. He will cause a lot of problems for Leviatan. They do not know if he could emerge via Flowers. Leaf might be trying to sell something here as well. He falls pretty quickly.
Jaw was able to pass by the trip that was over in street. So Lev, no idea that he is on this flank right now. And he could crack open this B site, allow the players from main to just run in for free.
Oh, these moments are so rare, but when they happen, they are back-breaking. Now, Jaw, under no threat here of any reprisal, took down the only player on that B side. The contact line for Neon was dismantled. Only 5 kills for him this map.
Trent still with his C's to play with when they try to get back into this side as well. Could be some valuable stall.
Sato's run it back, neutralized. Still a 4v4, but Leviatan are not in a good position. No map control, running now into these held lines.
And those are situations where G2 thrive. Just multiple players swinging together, the 3-2-1s, the countdown. They know someone is there, they have the sense. Blazin is dealt with, and then they wrap back to the site, deny every Lev player trying to get out from street. This is what, an 8-round run for G2, down 7-2. The game has not been close.
And honestly, it kind of changes the context of the 2 timeouts being taken on that first half of the map. I think Josh really wanted to make sure G2 had a foothold, some number of rounds to work with.
Yeah! Yeah!
And 5 was enough coming into the half. There's going to be a timeout for Leviatan here. Owner needs to get into the year.
Still don't think we've heard a hot dog.
No, still not. But they're not.
Maybe if they win the game.
Maybe
when they win the game. No,
yeah, they're not in
the
hot dog zone yet. That's more of like a we're pumping this fools, you know.
And we'll see if Owner can be the difference maker, as Lev have just been getting torched since round 10. The game has not been close whatsoever.
And Owner led this team in their VCT debut back in 2023. An ill-fated campaign, to say the least. There was blame being thrown around, a lot of people just wondering why this team, who looked like superstars, couldn't generate anything.
Yeah, they started super strong that year as well, and then Owner made some questionable comments about his approach to coaching that landed him under some serious scrutiny, but hey, he's worked his way back here, just grinding with the Leviatan Academy team, rejoining, bringing up Blows and Neon, and it has rejuvenated Lev, rejuvenated his career. We'll see if it'll be a factor for them as they try to get back into the game that they had full control of once upon a time. I mean, it feels like ages ago as we have watched G2 just crush them on every single round with some serious aggression and proactivity in every little chaotic moment. They are dictating the pace.
Neon here mindful that G2 have protocols to clear him from this position, and that he'd have to fall back in a hurry. So he's actually deepening his angle here, while still making sure he can get out of dodge. About to get it. Here's the Prowler, followed by the flash. This time, he couldn't get away.
Yeah, it takes a bit more of a risk, overstaying his welcome, hoping that on a low buy round, maybe he can find a kill, right? But that's not going to be the case. Recon gets some pings, but the Sheriff is not the ideal weapon to get a spray down kill.
Time for the Eco Cobra to strike.
Yeah, Neon went for the spot, but BabyBay was not seeing it, so he was getting some free kills.
Okay, Blowzine. Some sharp shooting there, but
one enemy remaining.
Still a virtually unwinnable scenario for him. And Elite will descend. G2. That's 11 rounds.
It just feels destined that we're going to map 3. Lev now on the full buy, though. This is the round that they were actually cooking up in the timeout. The owner's going to have some influence on. 6 shots from Blows in, but not enough here. BabyBay just
That was so good.
makes it easy on the flank. Finally, the proud father of the team after many stern talks and much frustration, a smile for Josh.
So let's see the fruits of that timeout. Did Leviatan go for an aggressive pop? Yeah, Neon posted pretty far forward here.
Yeah, but you're not going to get that shot off against a Neon on the opposite team, right? King in the smoke, that's nice.
Okay, King actually does get caught by that Nightfall. So has to fall back and he's decayed, so he just ends up dying to the Razorvine instead. Leaf is deep.
Yeah, look at this wrapping through the site. Spray down onto Spike, who was a little bit low on account of the thorns as well.
Honestly, they can do no wrong right now, G2. Perfect. Look at, they're going to leave the B site, but it was actually a pretty early push through the wall by Sato. And Leaf's been gobbled up.
In the midst of the chaos, Valyn is trying to expose a part of the map here towards Sewer. Here's the rotate. Is he going to get the catch?
No!
Oh my God!
That's 2 for Neon. Still a little bit of reluctance for Leviatan about hitting onto this A side of the map. They are going to hear, though, this is where Trent lands.
Now, Dre not the one getting the plant, so Steel Garden not immediately a factor in this post plant. Maybe if he gets a kill, there will be a timing for that to happen, where they're trying to get on the spike and they're going to be forced to be within the range of it. Trent looking like he's teasing a rewrap through Sewer. Is he committing to it? Yeah, it looks like he's going to.
I know that Leviatan had to spend util on clearing Secret. So they really don't know much of what's happening over towards A main, and yeah, this rewrap is sick.
With that plant there, they're going to imagine someone has to be an art, surely, right? But no, not the case at all. It's a rewrap.
He knows Neon, aware of it. Okay, Trent now's been detected as he pushes towards the side, but Sato! What? He gets the stick! A little bit of a misstep there for G2, just as they were poised to take this game away.
Yeah, they try to hit them with something unexpected, with Trent wrapping all the way around, not playing in art with the spike planted for art. So I'm not mad at the deception attempt, but it does result in Trent being unable to spam Sato in that position on the spike. And Dracon in main, yeah, he gets his one, but when he's forced to reload, the spike is just being stuck, and there's nothing they can do.
Bit of a bump in the road there for G2, but still, they are well armed, have important ultimates. But Leviatan have been given a sniff here, a chance to close the series still rests in their hands. Of course, Neon is going to look to be proactive, as humanly possible with this op. Obviously not posted up on that A main area where G2 can actually walk down with a bit more impunity.
Now G2 know there could be someone posted up in A main. There's potential for that. There's potential for someone to be boxed, but it's fully cleared out. And they do have a Steel Garden and the run it back to play with on this exec. Try and force everyone from Lev out of the site, maybe with that Phoenix ult. Save the Steel Garden for later. As Trent sends the Prowler into mid, trying to make it seem like maybe there's a reclear there. Maybe there's going to be an attempt to go for some kind of art split. Lev knowing that A main is just completely open for the taking, right? But that is not the case. Lev were in mid. They have a player up close on A main. Leaf trying to make his way through with the run it back. The spike is tucked in the corner, but he's spammed down by Jaw.
Yeah, Spot's notorious, and we've seen a lot of value gained there, but that's going to be sprayed in advance. Pulsar handles Jaw deftly. Doesn't want to push up here. Okay, Steel Garden makes this a little bit more complicated, but there's no escaping it right now. You've got to commit for Leviatan. And that's Sato's run it back. That'll be dispelled.
Yeah, can't get anything done. Just the classic. Baby exposing a little bit of an opening. Perfect timing on this for the easy double. Wow, Sato gets the one, but Leaf just as fast on the trade, so doesn't even matter.
It still cripples Leviatan. King has to try and fight his way back in here. The money, terrible. Leviatan are going to have to let this one go and hope that they can force overtime. But G2, that run, the 8-9 round run that we saw, starting at the end of that first half, have been juggernauts coming back into this game.
And we're seeing that individual confidence from G2 as well in a moment like that, with Baby just taking the timing, the space through Flowers, and gets the flank off.
Match point.
Moments like that, gaining further advantages for the team as well.
See how this went down, of course. Yeah, this is just being checked for. You cannot afford
that's smart.
to let that spot
that is historically the most deadly anchor spot on Pearl, I swear. And it's not even close.
Backstabber. The backstabber.
Yeah, well, he had a chance to double down on that little late rewrap. Ended up being a trade, but still more than enough. Timeout here. Obviously, all of G2's used in that first half to try and stabilize. Leviatan here, though, have almost run out of rope.
Look, we have definitely gotten a flip on the Sentinel success from map 1 to map 2. Baby has been on point here, and G2 have not been giving Neon those same openings when he had the operator, or hadn't given them the same openings rather. Most of that was on the first half. Neon a lot of attack hopping, and G2 were just not giving him the chance to get kills. They weren't playing into it, they weren't feeding into him. Wasn't able to catch rotators like he could on Ascent either, and it's resulted in him having pretty little impact overall outside of, maybe that one op round on defense, the one that they were able to get round 19. G2 are looking good to take this map 3 split. We've seen a lot of Lev there. They do look strong on the map, so despite G2 winning here, they're obviously not out of this just yet. The grand finals on the line. See if Lev can try to bring this back to OT, though. It'll require 4 in a row.
It has to start on a round that, frankly, isn't well bored, at least a tour de force for Neon. He's going to be holding this big long angle, but not exposing himself early, just a oh my goodness, a jump and peek, and there goes Leaf. Now he'll fall back off this, he is marked up, Prowler going to come in over the top, and Neon's fallen back to falls. Safe spot, surely, and once again the corner is checked, but Neon is dishing it out! 3 with that tour de force! Surely not more! The oil slick going to make it hard to close the gap on him, and Trent has to wrap to the site itself. Another one for Neon! Surely you're going to get them all! Sato chimes in! And in the most unlikely fashion, Leviatan stay in the game.
And man, in contrast to the attack side, when G2 are forced to go into this op at times, not knowing that it's going to be there, Neon is cooking. That is so sick. He has been the catalyst of the 2-round wins that Lev have gotten on this defense side. It has just been his op on both of them.
What? What was that?
Teleport's ready.
A slower start to this game. I think at one point Neon was 5 in 10, but he just saved Leviatan this map. 3 more.
Look at the state of G2's econ as well. It's really not good. They're walking into 3 Lev players here.
Damage on Jaw.
Back. Oh, Sato, he is just caught. Spike wants to help, but he cannot.
So coordinated from G2. Plenty of guns there to trade off Jaw. Neon going to be stuck here. Yeah, awkward. Probably going to take a bite, and he is barely alive. And this is all before G2 have committed to the site. Should be obvious that Neon is stuck in this corner.
Every
G2
player,
just slow it down.
Every player from Lev just here to greet them. So there's still a chance for the defenders. Oh my God!
Not again. I was thinking it would happen again. Blue Z for 2. And there's Valyn shutting it down. Could have gone either way that round, I'll be honest. But an important recovery midway through that first half from G2 sets them on track to take us to a decider.
That is resilience on display from the 3-time Americas champions in G2. There's a reason they have those accolades. It's because they can bounce back from dire situations. Down 7-2, Lev in complete control of the game. And then G2 made it feel like it was never even close in the first place.
I think it speaks volumes about how important mentality is in this sport. Obviously tough to deal with, yeah, stuff like this from Spike early on in the game, this raw aggression. And G2 still looked uncomfortable, didn't really know where to put themselves. But this recovery, Baby Bay 4K towards the end of that first half, and then all of a sudden, all smiles for G2 on their map pick. It really makes the conclusion of this series quite compelling. We're going to be heading over to Split, but before we get there, we're going to hear from our desk, break down what we've seen, and what we should be expecting.
vida y aún no puede ser posible, pero King podría llevarse la victoria.
Players jumping towards him, lining up. Leave! That is unreal!
Let's go, boys. I'm telling you, just shift the momentum right now. We're winning. Let's go.
Welcome back, everyone, to VCT Americas as we break down this Map 2 victory from G2 Esports. Valyn really never gave up, letting his team know that they were still in this. They still had the capability to be able to pick up the dub. That's exactly what they did, Mimi. They get that win, 13-9.
They were getting ran down by Spike. 7-2, the score against them at that point in the game. But from there, it was this complete turnaround. They win 9 rounds in a row on Pearl, bring that momentum back, and dominantly send us to a third.
And none of it could have been done without Valyn to win those 3 at the end. His whole team's negative in the first half. He's sitting at 11 kills to 4 deaths. That set up for the takeoff in the second half where they went out in that early pistol. Again, some clutch moments there, and G2 just took it all.
For me, the story of map 1 and for the start of this map as well was G2 failing at the team fighting compared to their opponent, getting ran down by these fast plays. You saw in this one, they were just getting a neon sliding on them literally every single round from Spike getting openers. But once they took that pause, they slowed their game down a little bit. They did a much better job of swinging off each other, actually being in positions to punish Lev playing this fast style, and completely shunted the momentum.
And I think ultimately it was still G2's defense that was struggling. That wasn't a huge turnaround for them coming out of Josh's disappointment. It was the second half where the bonus round is won. Look at Jogamo here, falling off his own stun, but then this seize comes down from Trent as well, just completely bullying Neon. And that was the signature in this half, was stopping Leviathan dominating in the early picks. And then here on 1 HP, 2 extra kills with the Stinger. Back on Ascent, Leviathan were running G2 over in terms of those opening engagements, but when G2 moved to their attack, their utility was on point, and Jogamo was 4 for 1, doing great at the start.
Yeah, they end up getting the majority of the opening kills in this map. Such a stark change from that one. And I think this is where the series really gets scary for Leviathan, because they had a utter surprise in Ascent. G2 hadn't played that. They came out swinging. They go into a Pearl where they've won this twice before. They're good at Pearl. And now they have to go to a split where they've had very high exposure. They've shown this map a lot. They've looked predictable on this map so far. And G2 knew this map was coming in the pool and will have had a lot of time to prep it.
Yeah, 2 things that just stuck out to me is that, honestly, a lesser team would have struggled in those moments at the tail end of the game. Going down to the degree that G2 was down in map 2 and then coming back the way that they did, I don't think a lot of teams have the ability to be able to dig themselves out. But what's even more important is how they're doing it, because they weren't just doing it with like great execs or whatever. They were like actually trying to punch him in the face. And that's what they needed to do, because Leviathan, we always know they're going to go for the left and the right hooks all the time.
Well, I think the big thing is why a lot of teams can't do it is because they don't have an IGL. They can just frag his team out of a hole. That's true. Right? And then also motivate them to get that ball rolling into the second half. Valyn's one of the only guys that can do that.
And I think if you look at the early failings this stage for G2, it was when Valyn was on hardware every map, where he didn't have that agency to be the individual
Poor
talent.
guy's throwing up a wall. He's like, where's my team at? They're already dead.
He's back on the comfort now, and he's been playing to his standard as an individual. And his standard is so much higher than most other IGLs, except maybe someone like King, who's on the other side of the server.
Well, let's look forward. As we saw before, we're going to have Split coming up next. This will be the decider here, folks. So we've seen teams, time and time again, pick into Split against this Leviathan team, thinking that they have the reads, and it turns out, again, the left and the right hooks come on in, and Leviathan get the dub.
The thing is, Leviathan, they go into the left hook almost always on this map.
The same exact hook.
The B main opens every single round. And to be fair, I think their exec on the B side is really gnarly, but they love to sort of threaten this space up here to bait out utility, to the point where Artson wasn't even putting down his wall at the start of rounds, just anticipating that Leviathan take it a lot slower in these rounds. They'll play for that early space, then move back into mid, then regroup, hit this B site more often than not, Mimi.
I think fundamentally, though, FURIA actually had good ideas, as did MIBR when they played against this team, of how to shut them down. Rewalking players into mid to punish the re-clear, having refight ideas to flush them out of main when they go for this open, or hard aggressing on the other extremity towards A. Where those 2 teams failed was in the execution, getting cut down in the mid 3v3s, losing 2 players A main to King on that solo lurk. I think that there's already a blueprint of how to beat Lev when they play this exact same style, it has to come down to a G2 playing the kind of execution they had on map 2 of this series instead of the execution they had on map 1.
Yeah, you mentioned it there, how good King's A-side control is, because he's not often aggressively lurking, but if you try and do anything aggressive as the defense on that side of the map, he's always getting the 2 kills. So I want G2 to be focusing way more on the refight into mid. Leviathan, they open B main, then they move back into the mid space. I think fighting around smoke drop timings in that space is absolutely critical.
I just want to see them work
take
the
down
map.
Lev.
I just want to see them work the map. I want them, G2, to work Lev around the map, and I want to see Lev really force G2 to make mistakes. That's going to be the thing that stands out here, and if Leviathan can do it, that'd be huge. They win this.
Yeah, I am interested if Leviathan are going to think about this split and think that, hey, we want to change something, show different defaults early on,
would you
move
change
away
it?
from that 4-1. I think that there's a case for it, but I'm thinking, yes, I want to see more variety from them, but they're still winning despite playing the same default at the start of every round in every game that they've played so far on Split.
Yeah,
so,
they haven't been punished for it yet, even to the point where, like, they did start changing the pace in terms of running, like, instant B-exec in that matchup against
that
FURIA.
was what they did at the very end of that half to close
Exactly,
it out.
right? And so they have other ideas. I'm wondering, have they showed absolutely everything, or have they been keeping stuff in reserve because that default has just been very effective so far?
Great points across the board, folks. This is going to be a good one. Map 3 coming up next. And earlier on, we had an opportunity to catch up with Giacomo about what makes this Leviathan team so formidable. Check it out.
I would definitely say, yes, they have a lot of firepower, but that doesn't mean they can't change like their macro flow, obviously. I think we have definitely a better picture of what we want to do in the map. I just think they take their timings a little bit better. They have more set plays. They're doing stuff that's unorthodox, and because of that, I think that catches us off guard a little bit. But we're gonna treat them like PRX, figure out how to beat them, fast, slow, whatever the case is.
Forced to sit out of a Masters in his own home country, King and the rest of the Leviatan have certainly flipped the script on their performance coming into this stage. And now, of course, with their presence secured in London, it's about getting to the top of the hill. It's about proving to themselves they can do it against the team who, honestly, they had to face off against in many of these late-stage games of consequence in the past. These two teams are 4-4 historically. King and Valyn have tangled so many times before. And now it's time to find out who wins the war of ideas as Split is on the docket.
The last time this Lev team got a trophy was against G2 in the 2024 Americas Stage 2 Grand Final. A 3-1 victory for King, for Lev. Since then, this league has been G2's domain. They have ruled over us for over a year. They didn't get first at kickoff. Obviously, the system a little bit different, but they want to bounce right back and get this stage trophy. Something that Des kind of talked about. Dre wants to lift it with the team this time as a player, playing with them during the stage, but not during the playoffs because Leaf came back. This is his opportunity to make it to the finals, playing with the team and lifting the trophy himself, right? Contributing in that way. He has been so good for this team this year. It's outrageous. I mean, his whole story, obviously, from pro on FaZe Clan to caster for the league to back to playing with G2 as a sub to playing with them for real, and for my money, being their best player this stage and the best vice in the league.
Yeah, last year he carried that trophy, the Stage 2 trophy with him. He came out with us, he ate cereal out of it, he took photos with it. This time around, he's going to really feel like he truly owned it if he can hoist it.
It feels like there's a chip on his shoulder, too, with having a lackluster performance at his first global in Santiago after a phenomenal kickoff. But now I think they've got him at his best, locked into this Sentinel role. He's playing Vice pretty much everywhere. Chamber on one map where he gets to op. Last time on Split, he dropped 27 for 14 against Cloud9. He is so good on this map, and it might be an opportunity for him to show it straight away as Lever heading towards this A side where he's anchoring an elbow.
And as the wall comes down, they'll take some pot shots. As Leaf already knocked to half. Horn just to check these close corners, and on the site we go for Leviatan. Leaf to re-emerge. Was able to find Pulsar. Is there more though where that came from? babybay a little caught here as deep in the elbow goes Spike.
Yeah, just a slow wrap from Spike, silently getting into elbow after making a lot of noise exploding onto the site. G2 are going to be wrapping through main, one player through screens, and eventually going to need to deal with King, who is posted up in heaven. Spike not planted exactly for him though, so could be a situation where it's hard for him to get involved.
Might catch the cross though, at the very least. Valyn trying to amble his way out onto A. Neon reveals himself there, baited out by Trent. Can he trade in the end? King does get active and involved from heaven in the end.
Yeah, he finds his moment earlier in the round when he needed to take it, knowing that he can't really be some kind of weird late round factor with the Spike not planted for him, right? So he gets that moment to set up the cross from heaven, 2 free kills into main.
Oh, this takes a nice timing here. Off contact from Neon in main.
Yeah, credit to Spike, who got that really crucial second kill onto Dre to fully open up the site. Just switching up the pacing with the walk through elbow. G2 set up for the big B main fight. A counter to Lev's tendency to go into this B main default frequently on this eco. They just want to go all out on this thing. We'll see if it ends up working out for them.
Okay, Paint Shell Tear's going to punish Spike. He's got nowhere to go. Caught out by that Seize. And Joel's going to be able to deal with him. Wants a bit of the orb, knocks himself sideward with that satchel. The rest of Leviatan aren't really trying to get too much more involved here. G2 able to really just hold this B main control now.
They're hoping that there would be a G2 over push. Maybe an attempt to recover the gun, but it's just a stinger, so I don't think they need to go too crazy on that.
The Arcros at their backs. We might see a multi-swing on this corner. Oh, it's a disaster! Sato gobbles them down. That's the player, by the way, with the ultimate you want to get lots of, so
yeah.
Worst case for G2.
We have seen at least 2 other Sato bonus round run it backs, if not 3, but definitely 2.
About as good as he gets for Lev. My God.
Yep, and well, Jaw got a couple orbs, but now he's 30 HP on the run back. I mean, there's been much discussion on this split map, courtesy of TMV in a great video that he made, going into some pretty extreme detail about how Lev have been playing this attack side, how they've been running this split default where they're posted up in B main to try to get the voice wall out on 24 of 36 attack rounds that they've played. And sort of the surprise at no team being able to directly counter it, right? They've still been winning. They're they're 3-0 on this map. And even within those rounds, they won was 17 of 24. So the success rate is crazy. G2 tried to set up a counter there, and I mean, it was working out, but it was a round where they had 5 classics.
And they eventually had to push up.
First, so yeah. It's a start, but they couldn't close the round out due to the economy.
Here it is, with the quickness into B main. Smoke to that default position, Prowler through. All according to the playbook for Leviatan. Look how deep it's almost gone. This smoke, they're not ready for it! One of many, you'd imagine, contingencies for G2 to slow Leviatan down. Joel goes for the showstopper and has his life cut short, but damage has well and truly been done.
Now Valyn going to get some support backside as Leaf makes his way towards Rafters to take contact if Lev have intentions of trying to get themselves back into that B side. But first they want to go for a mid re-clear. Blozin still has 1 Prowler to play with and is going to be waiting for that Haunt refresh as well.
Here's the pivot for Leviatan into mid. It's going to be backed off from by G2. They know they've got good coverage here. A player in Rafters who can chime in for babybay.
Yeah, look at this little setup. It's just the Arcros, but you have babybay jump spotting. He's going to see someone he can flash, and then Leaf could try to swing on them if they want.
Leaf, yep,
there it is.
Exactly that. Arcros setup is perfect. Simple stuff for G2 in the 1s and 2s. Now they can fall back. Valyn knows he might find a timing, at least get info about how far up heaven Leviatan are, as babybay's fallen back to a very passive angle.
1 enemy remaining.
Can't answer much more than that. Can you? It's Leaf for 3.
Beautiful on the trades. And I mean, yeah, you mentioned the simple stuff, and that is just what G2 are flawless with. All of the ABCs of Valorant. It's like when we listen into their comms in the mid-rounds, everything is just a 3-2-1. Everything is a multi-swing. They are flawless at that aspect of the game. And it's probably the main factor that has allowed them to have such a high level of consistency. That was something that Trent was actually talking about in an interview this last week as well. Still waiting for a hot dog, by the way. I don't think we've heard one yet.
Still
but
not there.
that was something he was talking about, like the level of consistency that they have, being down 0-2 then going 5-0. He feels that they really have something special there.
Those fundamentals are important for G2, but will they answer this early round stuff from Leviatan? Now, many teams have tried and failed.
This King caught straight away, but it's that 3-2-1 into the smoke that deals with him as the sight hit is on it B.
Sato, an unlikely kill to find there, but still he converts now. Even in numbers, Blozine really had to give a account of himself there because he was essentially isolated. Neon's able to get up here. Prowler can't confirm his location. He can win out against Baby Bay. Fake TP to boot. He's able to get out of the seas.
Half on HP, still a Prowler to work with for Trent.
Can he isolate this?
G2 don't want to immediately go for double hold, try to take the fight. And he's scared about even a repush potentially or something along those lines. But G2 are just going to stay doubled up, and now they have the line on the spike.
Yeah, it'll be telling. I think when
they see that it's still down on the ground.
And that should tell them everything they need to know. They split this double face up, though, just in case there's been a roast play up into heaven. And there's Trent, ready for it. And he delivers.
That closes things out. He has been as reliable as it gets today, even when things on Pearl were completely out of control for G2, when they were being dominated by Lev. The one guy getting them a couple rounds on the board, it was Trent. He has been in form today, regardless of what has been happening to the rest of the team. Crucial impact kills are consistent with him. Now Leviatan forced onto the bad buy. A few stingers, and these are the kind of rounds where with the double duels, you can imagine there will be a big pace increase towards this A side, just trying to close the distance.
These are the rounds that G2, though, look really good at, typically. Oh, they got info now. They do see the peak about the wall. It's going to be a TP up there for Neon.
Wow, that is snappy from Jaw.
Sharp with it. 3 already for Jaw, and you know he's asking where the rest of these Leviatan players are. Was in caught out by the paint shell. Give him a number. King shuts him down, but still, I think his point has well and truly been made.
He was trying to ask his teammates if he could get that last kill as well, but sadly cannot. All good. That's still an insane round from Jaw. Always nice to see him back on the Rays. Played so much of it when he won Champions with EG. It's like flashbacks of him on Fracture, just satcheling around when they could never lose on that map, could do no wrong. He doesn't play it too much anymore, but when he does, it's always a fun watch.
And obviously that first showstopper of the game for him was a little ill-fated, but this next one is just about to hit his inventory again.
Yeah, as is the potential for Leap to get a Viper's Pit. This is a crazy push down mid.
What?
Oh my god, the recall star, that is so sick.
Spike's loose as well. Valyn tried to get a little cheeky over on the B side for that info.
Oh, in the meantime, that's a great little lurk kill from King. He picks off Jaw on that A side to even things up.
Just doesn't look like G2 might run away with this round off the back of that early push down mid.
And we're going to get a bit of a reset here. Lev are fully divided, watching all 3 lanes on the map. And they've got the intention of just gathering back up with King to get into this A side exec. Maybe if King gets the spike down, they can have a pit for the post plant to play around as well.
Currently, Neon with it.
All right, Trent on that reclear. The Prowler might give a little bit of false info. It doesn't go to the range where it can actually connect onto King and chase him.
King was really deep there in A main, so now they can make their way back in. It's impossible for Trent to watch all these lines.
He is committing to the anchor, though. If he hears some noise, maybe they can give him that cross-map thorns.
There's some noise.
Yep, he's calling for that now.
Okay, that's bought some time. Look at the map. Leviatan are stuck.
Yep, sees as well, knows that no one actually got out just yet. The haunt is good. This util sequence is great from Trent as the rotates are coming in for G2. I think he's going to get some help in time.
Yeah, they're going to have Heaven presence now. There are smokes there, but he might not need it. Single-handedly. Trent stops Leviatan in their tracks, and Leaf puts them to the sword.
Just a few pieces of util give the perfect amount of delay. Safety for Trent to get the numbers there in time. It began with this really cool play down mid, though. Leaf walks all the way down next to his wall. When he can't go any further, Valyn drops him the recall star to walk in and get the peek. That's so cool.
Great cross-map comms there for G2. Trent was completely alone there. Until he wasn't. The big main push here for Leviatan, though. Again, look at this aggression now from G2. They want to fight for it. Spike, though, a little better on the trigger this time around.
This is G2 again, just trying to find ways to deal with the Lev B main default. But it results in Jaw going down. Showstopper not going to be a factor in this round now either.
Leaf, obviously, that solo A player for the time being. Maybe Vesa was some util to work with here. It's going to be hard for Leviatan to get straight up the middle of the map.
And this is the situation where majority of the rounds, Lev do just double back into the B exec after the mid work.
Quite often it's through into B heaven. There might be a different tact here.
Yeah, King just needs to go back and watch Sewer just in case someone was following him up when he gave up that space towards A main.
And now we get going.
G2 are ready to receive this hit. 3 players on B, most likely the outcome they go there, and they've still just got Leaf over on the A side jiggling for info just in case.
Neon can also ult for info if he should choose. Spike gonna drop down now, overdrive at the ready, and Baby just completely overwhelmed in a second. That info was huge! Massive horns from Blozine! And Spike knew exactly where to put himself. It's all of a sudden
Look at
just
the
Leaf.
health, though, on the Lev players. There is a chance. There is a way for Leaf back to get into this.
All of his targets are very split. King's going to be jiggling in this and see it coming now. This is info for the rest of Leviatan. King brought down by the snake bite. That's the first. Time, though, of course, as always, is of the essence. So much to look at. And Neon spent most of his time chilling in B main that round, finally emerges.
Even though G2 have the right idea with 3 players on B, ultimately they have no defensive util to work with. It's just straight up gun duels, and they have to go up against Spike running around with the Neon ult. In combination with that, the Haunt that you called out got big value, so still a really tough anchoring situation for G2 despite having a good amount of numbers on the right side.
Some big ultimates here now for Leviatan. Nightfall and run it back chiefly. What do we get here from Leviatan? So early pit on the G2 side, reasonable, but it's this mid presence.
Wants to simplify the round with that.
Well,
oh my god.
So much for that. Easy come, easy go. That's a Viper's pit now down.
And the Vice wall out of the mix right away. Lev really are good at just getting these Vice util pieces off the map early.
Still no inclination to go in that A direction despite Leaf being picked off. It's really dragged Trent to heaven.
These are the situations that we've seen across this series so far, and just a lot of Lev games in general, that they'll find the openings, but they don't over push. They don't rush things. They try to use every second that they've got in the round to a lot of success back on Ascent. And a lot of success early on Pearl until G2 ran it all the way back.
Valyn is second guessing whether he wants to be in this heaven position, even with that full mid control. It's time to go run it back and be popped straight away, and this Saturday util might look to slow things down. Nightfall's in place. Sato downed in his ultimate, but Spike is pretty deep into the site. I don't know if Trent's going to be ready for this. The Prowler hits him at just the right time, and he's going to give up that space entirely. Spike is low, doesn't matter, still wins it out. And now Valyn gets his first frag, but again, it's really just a footnote on a round that Leviatan so far have dominated.
Yeah, already down a number. G2 want to play to the win con of anchoring the site, and they need to just get the kills to win it out at that point. They can't be playing for a retake. It's never going to work, right? But that's going to make things extremely difficult. It's a tough situation to win out no matter what when Sato's going to be hitting you with the run it back. They have all the util for the full exec, so G2 do what they can, but Lev finding that early kill, King finding it in the pit in the Viper 1v1. That is crazy from him.
Yeah, a bit more of an unlikely scenario than you'd expect. Nightfall also was, of course, committed. So G2 here, after obviously a slower start, do get to post those 4 rounds in a row. The money was in such a good spot. I think Baby Bay at one point at like 6.5. That is mostly dwindled here. Coffer's getting a little bit dry. So Leviatan have evened us up on their attack side.
Yeah, they can definitely try to, I think they can try to force something into this round though, considering they still have this showstopper as well. They've got the off.
Your fear.
Huge credits pay. That's an insane kill to find.
Spike was ready to fight just as that Prowler hit. That timed out so nicely.
Come on, bro. All right. There we go. It took a second.
He is
but all good.
King has seen something he doesn't like. Clearly not feeling that confident. Here's that B main control once more for the attackers. Plenty of jumping. Jorgamo here trying to punish that, but the smoke is an issue.
A lot of spam, just in case someone was playing close up there.
This is the classic Leviatan look on his attack side.
Here they come. Jaw on the open, gets a showstopper off. Can he actually find a kill with it? Yeah, that's going to be one.
Is there more where that came from, though? Hit up in the midair. Sato's doing some serious work.
God.
And that's Neon getting a taste of his own medicine. The flick on the angle was nice, but Blozine chimes in. Now the Raze is out of the picture. Spike pretty deep into the B side, but Baby is fighting on the ground. Blozine notches up 3, showing that level of class that often he doesn't need to dig for.
But G2 throw everything at Lev to stop that, execute the Steel Guard, and had at least a one good connection. The movement from Jaw was crazy, and that is why you have to watch the Jaw raise. He is just ridiculous with that. The repick with the off is crazy. Then he tries to go for more with the shorty, hoping the rest of the team can flood out off of it. And it kind of could. The Steel Guardian goes off, but listen, the round is never done against Blozine because he is just capable of snapping to every head on the other team.
And so this idea that G2, you know, have tried to test in order to stop this Leviatan B-side push has been mixed results. And it's always been Jorgamo trying to do something unexpected, trying to be disruptive.
Yeah.
Like, it doesn't really seem much deeper than that. G2 are not respecting Leviatan, they're trying to push into B main or, you know, pop a showstopper around like that. But I wouldn't say it's been successful with consistency. Leviatan are still ahead.
Been the story with this, and that's why it was you know, so baffling and getting so much discussion, is that the teams know it's happening, but they still can't actually beat Lev when they're on attack side.
Because behind that, you've got someone like Blozine who just drops 3 kills to win you the round. You've got that individual caliber, this elite gun skill from Leviatan that means even if you have a good idea, in theory, of a way to shut them down on this push, it's never guaranteed.
Well, they're not going to be going for it on this round. It is different from Lev here. Getting Spike up close mid with Blozine. Going to apply some pressure with this fade util early on in mid. They definitely have to be apprehensive about the walk down from Leaf or maybe even multiple players on a round like this when the wall is up.
Yeah, that same B setup is being conditioned, right? There's a retake wall here for Valyn, though. Astra's going to be pretty instrumental for G2 in this round.
Oh my god, bro! Oh my god! All right, all good.
He was in an awkward spot. Had to get off that line. I get it. Prowler's going to clear Mail and Heaven entirely here.
Yeah, so Lev trying to make it seem like they were going to just do the same thing in B. You had the same wall coming up from Sato, and then they go for the all-out mid aggro. Doesn't result in any kills, and at least in the health exchange, it's worse for Leviatan.
It's just as well Blozine is alive. He's still sitting on so much of this util that in the mid round is going to be crucial.
A lot of noise towards Vent.
They don't seem to care that they heralded their own arrival.
Yeah, they draw out a little bit of util. Lev at this point, they're still so spread across the map. They can decide to end anywhere virtually. They have B main, they have A main.
Okay, here's the cell.
Oh yeah, that's the cell, and it works out perfectly. Jaw is caught.
Hook, line, and sinker. Straight down in the drop. Here's Neon as well, asserting himself in heaven. Leaf now, hitherto undiscovered, but gives himself up just for 1 kill on a very low health player. That's Neon notching 3 for the round. Less room for skill expression on the Omen, as we've seen already in this series, but still.
Look, one of the layers there is that Lev making all of that sound in Vent makes it seem like it is going to be the cell to go back to B. So when the fast lane goes up, when there's Blozine util towards B heaven, it seems really realistic that that was the play, but that is the additional layer where, no, in reality, they're going back to A, and it does bait Jorgamo out of his position. He does fall for it.
And it's reminiscent of the first map in this series. There's a genuine discomfort from G2. You know, they can't really anticipate Leviatan's moves. Lev are really cleverly faking, selling things, working the map, pulling Jaw into rope.
Just so much more dynamic on attack sides. Going back and thinking about where this team was at in kickoff, it really does feel like night and day. Yeah, they were a respectable team in kickoff. They were decent, but this is a totally different level. They have made so much progress, I think, specifically on this attack side, and also getting a lot more out of Neon, having him be this more dynamic flex player that still has a lot of opportunities to op.
Heading into our 11th round now. Token presence towards mid here for Lev. It's just Neon, whereas G2 are on the walk. Now, do you get caught up in this? Dangerous. Primary controller here, need that util. Oh no, here we go. I mean, this is G2 giving up so much of the map here that let Lev get a free post plant.
Yeah, the thing is though, look at G2's position on the map compared to Lev's. If they try to flood this, there are 2 Lev players in the attacker spawn right now.
Yeah, this pit pretty important though, I think now, as Lev is still trying to get a couple of players in position.
I mean, speed could create a 5v3 in this situation for G2.
It's not fast enough. Nightfall also to dissuade any push onto the side for G2. There's enough time for Leviatan to get their ducks in a row, and they're pinging this out. There's a cross. Trent is aware of it now, especially having heard that run and back come through, and Sato's already down Valyn. Flash, refight. He will be claimed by Baby. Still a second bite at the apple as Spike gets involved. G2 are starting to run out of options, running out of players. Time not on their side either now is Leaf, with 1 health decayed down. Has to go for it.
It's a great simple response from Leviatan. Pressure down mid. Neon just plays to live. Understands that there are going to be multiple players there behind just the one he saw in Jaw. Calls out for the rest of the team to accelerate. Just some good communication and understanding of the situation from Neon allows the team this free A site. And yeah, there's a window of opportunity for G2 to go fast, but there's no reason for them to think that that's a situation. They didn't have the info on, towards B necessarily, that there were 2 players so far away. So Lev are able to get away with it. Do they want to just end this half with a fast A hit? These are the kind of rounds that they brought out on Pearl that were going G2's way at the end of that half, when they started to simplify things and just go quickly into sites. But hey, it might work out when Neon gets you the opener on the Viper.
Yeah, Leak just hoping to see that cross punish for it in the end. Baby Bay in trouble, but he has the right weapon for the job. Now though, making a change. That very, very important for Baby Bay to play off. He's given so much support from Chen.
Look at this. Oh, timing for Jaw is pretty solid. Baby Bay still just tuck back elbow. No one can deal with him.
Nowhere to go either. Yeah, balance.
Steel Garden as well. It's cooked. Basically, exactly what we were saying on Pearl, right? Just before the round started. As soon as Lev kind of simplify things and go for a fast exec, they're just swatted down. They even get the first kill and it doesn't matter. The anchoring from Baby Bay is phenomenal, and he gets great utility support. That haunt sets up the spam through the smoke, thinking someone who's going to be in that position. He's right.
I mean, if there's anything that G2 are good at is dealing with these fast plays. They didn't get the better of Nongshim Red Force in Santiago, but they definitely got reps against that style. Leviatan spun around a little bit towards the end of that first half, but in general, 7 rounds to the good. As we head into our last half of this series, that top spot, top seed in the finals hangs in the balance. I hate to do this, but I'm calling back to the predictions from our America's Talent coming into this series. And unanimously, we expected G2 to be dominant in this game, ultimately win the series. Now, Pearl, they did manage to recover, but man, it took some serious work. It took that, I don't know, level of grit, determination, and pedigree from Valyn that we rarely see from other teams around the world to get them there. Okay, I'm going to come into this second half on split behind. They've tried a couple of ways to disrupt Leviatan, but now they get to go on the attack side. Wyatt, G2 get to set the rules of engagement, set the pace now.
And it looks like the pace will be pretty quick towards this A side. Noise made early. Jaw taking a lot of spam. Oh my god, the damage is crazy coming out from blows with that Sheriff. Jaw at 16. Dre was lit up a little bit as well. I mean, more than a little bit. A little bit is in 96 damage.
Yeah. Pretty devastating, especially when push comes to shove and Leviatan actually go for this fight. He'll have no idea what he's done until the end of the round. Blows. See a wall, spike. Isolated and still wins the fight. Yep, that's your boy.
Jaw on the rewrap gets caught. The paranoia was good to get in. Leaf is up close. There's some disconnection from these G2 players that's being exploited by Leviatan.
Valyn!
One enemy remaining.
Oh my god.
He's found 4. That is ridiculous and it's still not enough. Bro just got 66% of his kills for the game. That's ridiculous. Even King's got to respect it.
Yeah, he's got to respect it, but he stood up for that one. Still talking some trash. That's the rivalry that we talk about, these teams being 4-4 against each other. Lev have gone through a lot more significant roster changes, different iterations than this G2 team, but the one common denominator of Leviatan has been King. And he's gone up against G2 8 times, this being the 9th, on the cusp of taking the lead there and getting into another America's final.
And it's not been since 2024 since this team has really pushed G2, so they've really challenged them. They won 3-1 in that Stage 2 final in 2024.
Last year, well, it was all struggles for Lev. King couldn't find his fitting. There were awkward role swaps. G2 were the dominant force of Americas, insurmountable. And now they need to go for a forced buy to try and recover in this game. It's a big risk. They're going right back into this fast A-site exec. Jaw gets the space. Not a lot of damage from anyone on defense this time, not like the last round. And it's more proactivity from G2. They want to get all the way up into screens.
King wary of this star just ahead of him and how it could disrupt his ability to punish a push. He can clear that close right side corner.
There are going to be a couple judges on this retake for Lev. That could get awkward.
There's a snake bite. Leaf extract himself. He sort of can, but Sada's already found Joy. To the side we go! That is disgusting from Spike! Again, the kind of filth that he produces with uncanny frequency. And he'll snatch the round up for Lev.
Relay bolt is perfectly placed, but man, what was going on in screens? Jaw tried to peek out to help, but he gets caught by Sato. And then Leaf, who was in the corner, took a little bit of damage from that snake bite, dealt with by King, who was very patient and found the exact right timing to win that 1v1 while the rest of the team just flooded into sight. G2 not getting significant positioning around the map. They're not able to do anything towards ramp whatsoever. That's where Lev come flooding back into the site from the little hold in screens. Not enough. King is aware. He's got them pinned in that corner. G2 just don't get the map control. They're all congested on that site.
Jumping into a tech pause here briefly, as our chairs are being reclined. Looks like it might be a minor issue, if at all. Some conversation on the G2 side of the stage. Mouse issue is being cited, so it shouldn't be too long. Usually it's just a charge issue with those. But again, G2, they know they still have to deal with this unrelenting pressure from Leviatan. Even though they're on the attack side, those retakes still give Lev an opportunity to pop onto those sites, to make use of Spike's ability just to run straight through them. It's really hard to hold your ground. You saw what Spike did, slid past 2 players, blew them both up with the judge.
Yeah, look, G2 might be getting some PTSD. You mentioned Nongshim.
Yep.
Damn, he was doing some filthy things to this team with the judge on split. And now Spike is just running around cooking them with it too.
And I don't think there are many teams in Americas that can handle that aggression as well as G2 can, but every round is just not something you can count on. Here we go, up to the B side. Jaw takes a minor amount of damage on the push. Now the isolation though with the molly. Sato helping out from heaven. Yeah, chalk this one up, folks. It is pretty cooked.
Yeah, low buy for G2. They are destroyed. Trying to close the distance on Neon. He's so good with this Omen util. Connects that paranoia, and then he just has the haunt coming straight through. The molly onto main. Sato's flashing out to help him. Right there to pick up that crossfire angle.
An important timeout called there, or rather we just come out of a tech pause here, so G2 haven't really had a chance to chat so much. Last map, Josh had to use his timeouts in that first half and it paid off. Really gave them a staging ground to work with. There's a question of how you'd want to make use of them here now, as G2 are going to be chasing A 5-round lead.
On attack side split, no less.
30 seconds left.
Against a team that have been having an incredible stage, have sick aimers, have tons of confidence. Can G2 bounce back on a second map in this series?
The dangerous waters.
We know they have the resiliency. We have seen G2 make
over and
countless
over and over
comebacks over the last couple years. Can they do it again?
This team feels like it's much harder for them to read. Look at this stall, the delay with the molly. Sato is picture perfect in that moment.
So easy for Neon to hold there. Most of the players on G2 just with the Sheriffs as well. No ults here for Leviathan into this round. G2 could play around the Cosmic Divide from Valyn, perhaps. Maybe a clash in B main, depending on how aggro Lev want to get with this. But perhaps just going to be some kind of trap play. Flash will slide out, but the haunt is nice.
Do they try and refight in this space to take care of Spike? No, G2 don't care that much for B main. They realize now that this leaves mid a little bit lighter. That's a little bit of damage there from King. It's an interesting round to bring the Outlaw into.
Only one player with the light armor is Valyn, but still, you'll take that 140 damage hit.
They're swarming over them. They're everywhere.
Awkward as it gets in that 1v1. Leaf needed that.
That's the G2 lurk now dealt with. Leviatan aggressive in B main, pivoting back to mid, and now G2 might have gotten ahead of this.
Yeah, and they're running the bait, not the Sky. No heal for Jaw. He's getting in with 10 HP trying to entry into this site.
Neon knows he's in. He knows full well he's going to have to deal with that spike. With the flash of Sato, gets into the site, and now he's in the perfect spot for this judge.
Ouch. G2 trying to get out of B main. Again, just getting collapsed on by Lev. The util coming in, and then all of the players right behind it. No fear, and just stuffing them in that choke point, giving them no room to breathe.
You're kicking yourself into a lead.
Yeah, that 1v1 was pretty unfortunate to lose. Pretty unfortunate. Neon is doing such a great job as well of just living on this site. He's not going down. He's not feeling a ton of pressure.
Now we have the D2 timeout.
Yeah, and you're going to want to get that off when we're at 11, and you've got 5 rounds on the board.
Is it too late? G2 come into this next round, and they're not going to be flush with the state-of-the-art tech that Leviatan have been abusing. They're not going to have a decent buy at all.
Now, given what they just went up against last round, there's reason to believe there could be an outlaw as well that they're going to have to deal with on this buy. Look, the G2 team, they came into this series being the massive favorite. Everyone predicted them to win. The fan poll was like 80% G2. They have been on a 5-match win streak since switching away from their off-meta look. They were on a 10-map win streak within that. They were flawless. It felt like, oh, G2 are just back to being G2. They're right on the comfort rolls. Valyn is back in form because he's right back on Astra. Leaf is back on Viper, one of the best Vipers globally. And that might not be enough against Leviatan today, who are just surging to the top of the scene in this stage. So much progress from kickoff till now, and they're just a couple rounds away from closing it out against G2 for a second time.
G2 here really have to throw what they can at the ball and see what sticks in a round like this. It's Stingers and a Sheriff. That's about it.
It was on this second time, like you mentioned, Baby Bay said there are no excuses for G2. They are on their comfort rolls. They are at their best. And Lev are dominating them. Run it back from Sato into heaven. G2 are on the retreat, forced away.
Knows he's got to refight this. Make use of the run it back. It is shut down, and he spends his flashes pretty heavily there too.
It's a good amount of info on the G2 positions. No one in B main right now, no one in A main for the attackers. They need to go for an entire reclear of this area on the map.
I don't hate the insert here in male because Leviatan tended to just put all 3 players either in mid or in B main. They just switch them back and forth.
And also, look at the little arc rows that Baby Bay has given Leaf, so he can pop that and he can try to swing out into heaven while this action goes down in main. It's raw contact, and because of that, King takes a lot of damage holding the cross.
Thought he might be isolated, but Neil's able to fight for him at the very least. It's Leaf, though, in the mix with the Stinger. Sato always dangerous from this spot, and I don't think this is going to be enough from Valyn. He's able to bring Sato down at least. Low as he is, Spike v Trent. No Spike plant. All still in play, and you don't want to be on the rope at a time like this. Spike puts him to bed, and G2's aspirations of the #1 seed might be about to follow.
It's all out of sorts in that clutch. The Cosmic Divide just creating such a chaotic situation. Trent didn't know where to look. The play from G2 was so nice. Leaf gets that timing into heaven. I believe there was a smoke for him to work through, or maybe it was just off that flash, but regardless, he's able to get in, get the double backstab while G2 are coming out of main. It was another great set strat that Josh gives them out of that timeout. Even on the low buy, it was realistic to win. But now it's going to require 7 in a row, and Lev, pure confidence. Immediate swing to get the advantage.
They just got everything there. They got 3 players revealed, got a kill off the swing. Neon's still alive. Sitting over this B side with the op. Chilling now, and we take mid. Leviatan move as a death ball. And they make G2 in every single impasse. There's a dive there for Spike.
He's really trying to close it out, but the rest of the team are there to do it regardless. Sato, man, lights them up.
It must have stung to go to Santiago, his home country, home city, and watch the other teams play Valorant. He was there as an invited guest, someone who could tell everybody where to go and visit, what the tourist spots were, but he couldn't play the game he loves. King had that fire in his belly to come into this stage and say, the next global that comes around, we will leave our mark. We will stamp our authority. First, it had to be on the competition here in Americas. Coming up against a team on a 10-map winning streak. G2 were expected to win this one handily. It was not to be today. A dominant split showing from these young bloods who barely sat in their seats.
Doesn't matter how much footage is out on this Leviatan split. They are dominating everybody on that map. Absolutely flawless record there. This team are the real deal. We spoke, obviously, had to, about them beating G2 back in week 2 when G2 were playing the off-meta stuff. This time, no, they're on the comfort rolls. This is classic G2. And on Ascent, on split, it wasn't even close. Control of the game in the hands of Lev the entire time. Neon showing out in those 2 victory maps as well. The dominance on Chamber, on Ascent, and now flexing over to the smokes roll in this stage. Played such an intelligent, sound game on defense there. Was pivotal in keeping this B site locked down. And then we just watched the pace from Lev, the confidence that they have playing together, always supporting their site anchors, the floods, the stall util, so good. G2, no room to breathe on that attack side. It's a redemption for Owner after some years away from the league. Comes back with this new team, rejoined with King, brings up his players from the Leviatan Academy, and they are in the first stage grand finals for this org since 2024.
That's not over for G2. But a series like this, a result like this, is going to shake your confidence. All of a sudden, you're starting to feel a little brittle. Cold wind blowing through. You know you have to take on some of the very best of Americas still in your campaign. Yeah, you've made Masters, right? That's fantastic. But you've got to come into a final potentially if you win tomorrow with a map disadvantage in a best of 5. That is a brutal disadvantage to have to overcome. And here is what, to some degree, maybe some of the weaknesses, not in their map pool necessarily, but in how they respond to a team like Leviatan, have been exposed. We're going to head down to Riv on the stage where Verizon post-match interview with King and Owner.
Welcome back, everybody, to the stage. I am with King and Owner. A victory over G2, heading to the grand finals now. I'm going to start in the pistol round of second half, though. When Valyn seemed to be taking down the whole team, you were finally able to shut him down, but you had hand on head. Talk to me about what you were thinking when you stood up, just in the moment in that play.
I was just thinking that he fried my team. So I'm going to be honest, whenever I swung, I'm like, I think he's gonna one-tap my ass. So I just swung and kill him. I'm like, thank God, like they should have never won that round, but it felt like it should after his 3K.
Yeah. Well, you made it happen. The king gets the crown on that round. Owner, Lev was able to find success in 2024. Unfortunately, you weren't with Lev, but now you are, as they're finding more success going global. What's it going to mean to go global with Lev, to show everybody what this team is about?
I think it's like very special for us because this team particularly started a long time ago. Neon is with us, with Lev, since he was like 14, you know? And the core of Neon and Blow started in Lev Academy 1 year before the VCT. I started a long time ago with Kim in 2022. So I think it's very, very special for me. I am enjoying every match, every minute with this team, and I think it's only the beginning.
It looks like it. Congratulations on the success so far. King, earlier we talked about you saying firepower was a big thing about this team that's coming into the 2026 season. What does that allow you as an IGL to do with so much firepower on the team?
I mean, me as an IGL, I'm just doing my job, you know. Everyone's doing their job. But thanks to this firepower, honestly, I have to give the props to Honor. Like, all the fundamentals are on point. All our maps are just incredible. So he makes my job so easy. So the firepower is one part of everything. But yeah.
An Owner, that sets you up. Final question for you here is before I let you guys go and get ready for that grand finals. You came in with a plan, and obviously the results proved themselves so far. Where are you in your eyes in that plan? Have you kind of reached success there, or are you still ready to grow more and show the world what you can do?
When I think about this team, I think about a team that is gonna be playing together for a very long time, maybe 3 years, maybe 5 years. So in those terms, I think we are only starting, you know. We know that we have the potential to be one of the best team in the world, but that's only an idea. On the practice, we go match every match, thinking only about the next game. So only the future will tell.
All right, awesome, gentlemen. Thank you so much for the insight. Let's hear it one more time for Leviathan as they make their way to the grand finals.
Thank you, everyone.
Amazing stuff. Don't go anywhere. We still got 100 Thieves versus NRG elimination match on the line when we come back.
When you've played FPS as much as we have,
you have tried every mouse, every shape.
And we know shape matters.
Shape is key. This one has both our experience,
our family name,
the next piece of our legacy.
Built for the big stage,
for the biggest moments. The Untold Brothers mouse.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secretlab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
They're going to try to push this, and they are just running through the site. A slide onto Mazzino. Kills into heaven. Timo was a hype.
Going up against 100 Thieves, I get the feeling like they're the underdog team. No one really thought they were going to make it this far in playoffs. And so I got nothing but respect for them. I'm not going to underestimate them. I think that they've improved a lot. Bang, I think he's had a great playoff so far.
Bang slowly creeps it in. Bang finishes it up.
He's really stepped up for the team, so I would say if we keep Bang not performing as he has before, I think we'll be in a great spot.
Yeah, I've heard people saying the NRG are in champions form. They have, I think, probably one of the best rosters in Americas. All their players have potential to pop off and win them the match. This team, like, even their support players are players that could just pop off and carry them. So it's going to be exciting to play against like so many X Factor players. Me and Brock kind of go way back, and I think what he's doing nowadays is just Odin spamming everyone in matches is low-key kind of cringe.
The spam to see this round through for NRG. He has a problem now with Ethan charging in. It's an ace for Brock out of nowhere.
I'd definitely be down to shut the Odin down. If you lose, you don't make London. If you win, you make London. So it is the highest stakes match.
Welcome back to Stage 1's playoffs and our second match of the day. It's 100 Thieves versus NRG. Of course, I'm Golden Boy, Mimi, and Ender as we break it all down. And, well, this is going to be a good one because this is it, folks. Right here, this is the match that will determine the final spot of Masters London. And, of course, the loser will be going home. The winner will be able to punch their ticket to go see, what is it called, Big Ben? Something like that. Have some bangers and mash. You know, see the London Eye.
They're going to play against a G2 in the lower final tomorrow.
Oh, they qualified. It's true too. It's true too, right? They, of course, because there's still going to be a lot left to play here, right? You still have your upper bracket finals as well as the grand finals. But look at this here, 100 Thieves. This is a team that for the longest time, Mimi, has struggled to be able to get to those big moments, and it shows in these results.
Yeah, look at the last two times they made it to global events. The first one, Ethan's on the team.
Ethan wearing the jersey.
Frost is coaching back then, and then the second time that they make it is still all the way back in 2024. That was Zabusio rendition of this team. 100 Thieves has always been a team with such high expectations in Americas that has always been so close to making it to these global events, but it's honestly been so rare that they can actually deliver in these critical games and make it there.
Yeah, it's been a huge drought for 100 Thieves, right? The outlier was Stage 1 2 years ago when they won the whole thing kind of out of nowhere, right? You remember how insane the 100 Thieves bind was back in the day, but since then, 714 days since they've qualified for a global event, and yet they're coming off a pretty impressive match, taking down an MIBR where Austin is absolutely frying. Like, the one guy that has been with this team since the very beginning, he's been the lightning rod for community criticism for forever. Now with Zeppa stepping away from C9, he's like the only OG left with his original team in the entire scene.
And when you look at the X factors that brought them to Shanghai, and one of the ones in these playoffs as well, I looked at Cryo too. He was the only other player that was on that roster that went to China 2 years ago, and he's been excellent in these playoffs as well. The Cypher that he was playing on Fracture that they won in their last series was excellent. When he's playing the Chamber, he's been on point as well. But certainly the standout is Asuna, the franchise player, and his last match was just ridiculous. What really got me was the amount of ultimates he was getting online in pretty much this entire series. He had one round 3 at the very start, and then kept recycling, be it the Phoenix or the Rays, with those high impact ults.
Yeah, I mean, it's certainly easy to get those ults online. We're getting 29 kills on the Rays, right? I think that the double duelist, double entry comp from 100 Thieves absolutely set him up. And, you know, it's been an agent he's been playing for literally forever. He was absolutely locked into that series where there's Aspas and Zekin on the other side of the server, and he's out here dipping them even after it's his, what is it, 2059th day playing in the league. It's just absurd.
Yeah, no, Asuna, not just, you know, because he's been a part of the team for such a long time, but it has been impressive to see him just continue to try and find ways to keep himself very much up to stuff with the rest of the pack here, because honestly, like this league just continues. The players just continue to get better and better year over year, but yet Asuna still is involved in the conversation.
And what's so interesting is the amount of different metas and styles that he's had to play within, and
Yeah.
roles as well. Now he's basically full-time as a secondary duelist alongside Timotino. But you even just look back to kickoff where they were playing these double Senti looks. Now they're pretty much always playing the double duelist with the Phoenix, with the Neon, those ideas on the majority of those maps. This team has had to adapt through a lot, but Asuna has been one of the top performers in all these metas on all these different roles, and in this one has just been so good alongside Timotino.
Yeah, it's one of those things where at the start of every year whoever's in charge of like 100 Thieves general management like has to say something, because people are like, wait, Asuna's sticking around here? People are always throwing the questions, and always the answer is, no, this guy is so consistent. He brings so much to the team outside of the server, and last week we saw it in this.
And of course, you know, that experience has to help out, you know, some of the players on the team, like Vora, for example, younger player coming into squad, IGL. And speaking of, as a matter of fact, we had Riv had a chance to catch up with both of the IGLs, right? Because you got a world champion on one side, and then of course, Vora going up against one of the best. Let's see how this one stacks up. Let's hear them.
I'm joined by NRG's Ethan and 100 Thieves Vora before their match today. I got a few questions. The lower bracket run is you're both looking to continue strong. What becomes kind of the highest pressure point of leading your team through a lower bracket run?
Honestly, I don't really think of like a high pressure point. I think you take it one game at a time, and these are the games that you're kind of here for, you know, like high pressure games, high stakes games, you know. That's what really makes and breaks a team, and yeah, it's a pretty big point for my team.
Almost the same. Feeling no pressure?
Yeah, same thing.
I like it. I like it. So my second question, I'll start with you. Looking at being an IGL, what is your main focus in the game? What do you like to know that's happening or being confident when it is happening?
Biggest thing for me is just giving my players confidence, and then just doing cool plays. I think in a server in a big game is the best feeling.
I like that. I like that. Vora, same question. What are you feeling when you're IGL in a game for your team?
Just knowing the ideas are free-flowing, everyone's building off each other's ideas, and things are bouncing around, you know, keeping the comms flowing, everyone's doing their part, everyone's doing their jobs, and that's the best thing I can do for my team.
Love it. Gentlemen, thank you for the insight. Good luck today.
Am I the only one watching that thinking Ethan's acting so nonchalant just to try and like get in this guy's head on the other side?
That's how I felt.
Yeah, you know, I feel good.
We're just gonna do cool plays.
I'm also thinking the real experience gap is that Ethan's been around long enough to know how to dodge interviews as much as possible. Bro thought he was out of there after the first
Good job,
question.
Rib. Good job, Rib.
It is crazy that out of all the 4 teams that are still left in the tournament, you have like 3 legendary long-term IGL. Like you've got Ethan, you've got Valyn, you've got King, and then it's Vora on the other side having to face off against a championship roster.
Yeah, and you know what, man? Look, the kid's here, top 4, that's impressive. So if anything, you show that you deserve to be here, but you're still going to be going up against one of the tyrants of this region, because NRG, excuse me.
They've never won this region. How are they going to be a tyrant?
I mean, they're still nasty. They're still a disgusting team.
Look, they own Paris, okay? We'll see if they own London.
Still a
if they have
nasty team. Regardless, you can never count them out. It's still NRG. They still manage to pick up crazy wins, even when you think that they might not be able to do so. It still is impressive regardless.
Yeah, it is wild. The way that they've ramped into playoffs has been really incredible for me. I think that the starring thing for NRG is how good their fundamentals are.
Oh,
they
no,
are.
sorry, my mistake.
That's one of them. That's one of them. But I
That
think
is
they have
one.
the best team fighting micro of really any team out there. And I'm not talking about the super fast-paced double dive rounds that you know someone like 100 Thieves for. NRG are able to make a map like Breeze, make a comp where their opponent's running double duelists, and make that seem controlled. They know how to react to your utility, wait it out, and still reply in a manner that is structured and is controlled, and that is so hard to execute on when the game has the pace that it currently does.
Yeah, and I think you primarily end up seeing that on NRG's defensive side of the map, right? Where they dominate control on their maps like you're saying, but then they give you almost no chances to take like 50-50 fights or unfair fights. This is a team that is great at giving up, conceding space when necessary, and then coming back to play together with numbers and to never really throw away rounds where they're up a man.
But Chrissy, you mentioned they haven't won a trophy in Americas. We have all the winners of this league laid out behind me. And look who's over here. 100 Thieves has won before in Americas, but our world champions haven't picked up that same accolade. So I think it does mean something big for them.
First strike. It's like the same thing as winning champs last year.
Yeah, you're so right. You're so right. Not just of making it to London today, but staying in the running to compete. And I have to work so hard to move past where
you really are, yeah.
But to stay in the running to actually lift a trophy in Americas, which they haven't had that chance to do.
The first strike, they struck first, Mimi.
Yeah, I remember that. I lived it. I
casted
it.
Champions for like 3 months.
You know what though? Something though to kind of refocus the conversation on Masters London, right? Because look, there is going to be a player that's going to fight for an opportunity to maybe play in front of his home crowd. It's a big opportunity for Kiko here to be able to do this and to be able to do it with the world champions, to go and represent his own country. You know, even though he's playing for Americas, it's still cool and it's still something you want to achieve.
Yeah, and I think there was a big spotlight put on him coming in this year to NRG.
100%.
It's an NRG that just come off winning champions.
Who's replacing Som.
And Som's gone now. You got to step into those shoes. And obviously he was a prodigy back in the day in EMEA, but I think especially stepping up, not just from playing like the smokes role from NRG, but playing double duelist on some certain maps. I think that Kiko has come into form, especially here on the Phoenix.
His stats have been incredible
Jet,
in the playoffs. Yeah, the Jet and the Phoenix, though, they've both been awesome. We're pretty likely to get to see the Breeze today. That's where he has just wowed me when he's playing that role. I think it adds so much to get to see him on that duelist. He's very aggressive. His op is incredible. It makes me feel like I am watching like old days EMEA when he's there. But he's been impressive on the Phoenix as well, on the Omen, anything.
Yeah.
He's just so flexible. He's slotted in absolutely perfectly to everything this team needs.
When you look back to 2023, when he was trying to come through Ascension in EMEA with Apex, he was the prodigy back then. And then failed to, ascend with that team, played over in EMEA still. Now he has a chance to go back and play a global event there. That's a whole different ball game. That is sort of him coming full circle if he's able to qualify.
Yeah, and he's going to be doing that potentially with, the world champs. It's a massive achievement for him if he's able to do so. But let's not forget though, right, on the other side, you have 100 Thieves. They're also game for this. I mean, I really don't know where this one goes, but I feel like NRG, coming into this one, you got to lean with the experience, but 100 Thieves are hungry.
You got to give NRG the experience. And I'd say it's similar to our first match, where it's like, if you're leaning on like history, NRG, just like G2, it should be an easy win. But there's something about the young guns this year.
There's something
with
in the air.
Winning back in kickoff, Leviathan earlier today. I don't know.
There's something in the air, guys. I don't know what it is. Could be upset territory. We don't know. We don't know, folks. But for now, let's send it down to the stage. Bring out our squads. Let's get this show on the road.
Riot Games Arena, it's time for a do-or-die matchup with Masters London on the line. Taking to the stage first, your 2025 champions, NRG!
NRG with a big opportunity here to punch their ticket to Masters London. And as we talked about before, Kiko getting that chance of playing in front of his home crowd. But more importantly for this team, it is an opportunity for them to just run back-to-back at global events. They have the opportunity here, Mimi.
Yeah, they could not pick up a trophy in Santiago. They want another chance to defend globally. It's clearly this team's aspirations after not even lifting an Americas trophy in the past to make their first accolade as an upgraded squad, going to Paris, getting the biggest prize. This should just be another step along the road, but they still have had to do it the long way, do it all the way through this lower bracket with only one chance.
And now, let's bring out their opponents. It's their NA rivals. Make some noise for 100 Thieves!
And for 100 Thieves, I mean, look, this is what's really interesting about this, Ender, is that you got 100 Thieves team that's come in. This organization's already won themselves an America's trophy. But this is a much different team from the squad that won that trophy.
Yeah.
And I would even go as far as say, I'm liking what this team has been putting together in this playoff run.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, they're just coming off a huge win, dominating up against MIBR on the other side. That was a team that was looking absolutely
That's a super team.
Electric. Yeah, and we talked so much about Asuna in that series. We forgot about Timotino. This guy was absolutely carving.
I mean, it's that duo. Those two diving together is so tough to shut down.
Exactly, and especially if we end up getting fractured into the pool. I'm loving what we saw from 100 Thieves rocking out on that map. I think that this is a team where you have a lot of scary individual talents that maybe you slept on earlier in the stage, but they've been heating up as of late.
You said before, similarly to what happened in the G2 Leviathan game, you got a lot of individuals that could pop off on 100 Thieves. Cryo, Timotino, Asuna, Bang, right? I mean, that's just just the 4. And then, of course, Vora has his moments too. Lots to play here. Lots at stake. And, of course, here's your series layout. You got Fracture and Breeze. And I didn't see the last one if necessary, but hey, can we get there? Let's see. That's going to be the question on our mind, right?
Pearl.
Pearl. That's right. Everyone's favorite. So now, yeah, with this series layout, who are we feeling here?
I mean, my brain is telling me NRG, right? That's the sensible thing to do. But also, we're starting on Fracture. NRG choosing to go into that one.
That's interesting to me.
100 Thieves just lit up MIBR a week ago.
Yeah, I actually have really liked both of these teams' approach to this map. NRG in particular, staying with that waylay when every other team has written her off on pretty much every map, I think is really interesting. But I love the way they play, especially their attack side on that map. I think they do a great job of actually playing the control, faking properly. I think they're the best attack-sided macro team in Americas here on Fracture. But it's very different. It's much slower than that exec style that was amazing from 100 Thieves.
I would say NRG is also scary on defense too. They throw a lot of these smokes just in the middle of sight to break up different sight lines. It really can make things more confusing. So the test here with NRG on defense will be avoid those early engagements that 100 Thieves can run you over with and make things chaotic on site. That is where they thrive.
What this NRG team has done in the past that is so effective is they're really great at knowing the amount of space they need to give to not get caught out by double duelist teams. I'd argue they've looked the best of any Americas squads at avoiding getting ran over by fast hits and being able to control the tempo. But 100 Thieves, it's a new test. They're excellent with that exec style.
The last spot at Masters London is on the line. The loser goes home empty-handed. So let's go ahead, jump into map 1, send it over to your casters. Here's Bren and Sideshow.
Yeah, I couldn't have said it better myself here. Between these two teams, there is so much on the line outside of the fact that, listen, you can look at its elimination. If you lose this one, you're completely out of the tournament. But the bigger picture thing is that Masters London spot, the last spot that's left to play for Masters London, the last spot to represent Americas overall. And you have two teams here that are differing sides of the same story, kind of similarly. NRG, they've attended, they've lifted a trophy before, but they want to round out that cabinet, and they want the chance to do that by attending as many globals as possible. And for 100 Thieves, it's been over 700 days since they've last attended one themselves. It's a team that is hungry for the chance to even compete on that global stage once again.
Yeah, you have a team that's looking to build a legacy, and you can't build a legacy unless you go to these global events. And then on the other side, you got 100 Thieves, who I think are trying to replicate a little bit of what NRG did last year. Get that new blood into the team, have a bit of a rebuild, and find a form. And I think they've done a great job already. They have looked dangerous in kickoff and even more dangerous right here. One match away from making it to a global. And how did they get it done on Fracture last time? Win the pistol, charge up the showstopper, and create a snowball on their attack side that MIBR could not handle. Ascent is making his way over towards that ult orb, clearing out Dish to begin with, but hard to tell if this is going to be a commitment.
Yeah, well, Scuba is alone sitting onto that site. We'll see if 100 Thieves choose to commit, but no. Quick break of the cam.
And on the way back.
Backing away. Yeah, why not? Just pick up a couple of orbs. Why?
Yeah.
All you can.
Pay attention to those orbs. Who gets the plant? Who gets the diffuse?
Look at NRG.
Trying to follow the noise, but it's difficult because 100 Thieves are just going to kind of roam around here. There are 4 ult orbs to play for on Fracture attack.
100 Thieves might be playing for the long con here, but slow and steady. Underneath the tunnel here, NRG will be ready to respond to whatever happens. That's why they've got that pack of players sitting in their own spawn.
And Mudder's Saturate looks really important here if 100 Thieves do try to up the tempo, but they are going on an adventure.
I mean, exploring every single nook and cranny, walking the entire way. They're like tourists right now.
Yeah, and eventually going to reconnect with Ascent, who's kept that position at Dish.
Only got 30 seconds left, though. You've got to get a bit of a move on. That's what the Stimmy's for, though. It's going to speed things up dramatically. Timatino leads a charge. Look to clear the way, mostly. Now NRG just waiting in the wings to respond. That sees and forwards again. Scuba now can just capitalize the rest of his team. Played him perfectly. And all that waiting around just spells doom and defeat for the pistol. 100 Thieves did not stand a chance.
That's the kind of beginning you need against 100 Thieves on this map. It, more than any other map, I think, is prone to these ultimate snowball cycles that we see. And 100 Thieves right now are the cleanest team at being able to generate those ults, make sure that they have exceptional precision in terms of who gets each ult point as they go forwards. NRG have just deleted them.
Oh my god, he's running around.
100 Thieves had a 60% win rate on those pistols heading into today. And NRG with a crucial first step to denying them that win condition.
It is going to be massive for Fracture. 100 Thieves. Very similar look as well to that pistol here. Seeing how much space they can really get away with. And Brooks is going to be posted up there nice and early. So Timotino dropped off.
A bit of a freebie there, actually.
Yep.
With both of the ciphers on this map, got to expect a lot of trap plays too. So if 100 Thieves are going to play slow and contacty, like we saw on the pistol, look for Scuba's cam and where that's going to be taking contact. This time, though, more of a defensive setup, just looking for information towards Arcade.
Kiko's going to be posted, judge in hand. Won't be able to stray too far away from tower. This is unbelievable. I mean, what is this, the third orb? The 100 Thieves have just grabbed now, roaming around the map. This is the game plan, though. I mean, listen. Round win, looking out of sight, but they'll just take it. I mean, what is Ascent up to? He's 2 away.
He's 2 away from a Raze ultimate into round 3 when they did not win pistol.
Oh, it's just ridiculous.
It really is, and that's why it's so important to actually get the pistol wins against these guys. They min-max these kind of ult orbs more than any other team. I think you can see the impact of the coaching staff change for 100 Thieves.
Yeah. I mean, you're seeing a lot of validation, I think, for 100 Thieves at the beginning of the season. A lot of umming and ahhing in terms of decision-making, but clashing together the old core of 100 Thieves, Cryo, Asanabang, with this tier 2 package, essentially, MBS, Vora, Timotino. It's been dramatic, I would say.
Yeah. Now, what is Asana going to do here, though? Because, I mean, you could try to play for the tree orb, get the plant, speed up a little bit. If I'm NRG. NRG look to deny the one over towards Halls by the look of this.
Yeah, a bit of a fight towards it.
But no one is going to contest Asana to pick up this one at tree. NRG might end up wishing that they had played this round a little more aggressively.
It's super passive in terms of allowing a lot of space, but critically the trip doesn't get broken.
Yeah, the thing is, you know where Asana is around the map because you just hold tab and you see his ult points go up and up and up.
Stacking up, but NRG are not holding aggressive map control really anywhere, with the exception of being at Halls.
It's full armor on everybody into Mada's Outlaw.
And here he is. Posted up, it's going to have to be straight to the dome, but it's Timotino. A little bit quicker. Onto the mark, Prowler as well. Sets a bit of pace forwards now, with about a minute on the mark. The smokes lay it down. It's just one obstacle that's going to be in their face, and it does call for the pause for 100 Thieves.
Yeah, the molly is good from Brock.
Hold on, it's a head poking right towards the top. Aston's going to be dropped out, now taken out of the fight in through the smoke. Timotino trying to weave within the connected passage, and he's found his way into spawn, but nobody's home. These players have just missed each other, and with it, Vora, he pays for it with his life. Timotino has to pay off now. There was an inclination, I think, as Brock was turning around. He could have some backs towards him, but we'll see if they even note it. Ethan's going to be finished off towards it. 25 seconds left. Spike has to be picked up and planted. Scuba tackles Timotino, takes him out. It leaves Cryo into a 1v2. Scuba and Kiko. Kiko would love to have a bit of a better gun.
He's going to find an upgrade in sand.
There it is, Bulldog. Phantom in hand for Scuba and Kiko. See Cryo now, wall. To make things tricky.
Tiny gap.
Tiny, potentially a window to play around. He just spots it, signs of life. Brings it to that 1v1, cage down! And Kiko, oblivious. But for Cryo, it's absolutely everything.
He is the savior that 100 Thieves need in that final moment. Kiko doesn't quite realize that his wall has left a fraction of a gap. Barely any gap at all. It all depended on how exactly the flames were wavering. But in the dying embers of that round, 100 Thieves snatch victory from the jaws of defeat. That would have been a catastrophic round to lose. 100 Thieves' economy would have been in a bad spot. And all of that good work of charging up the showstopper for naught. Now, though, they get to put the pressure back onto NRG. Equalizing the scoreline here would put NRG's economy in a bad position.
What is that? Just hearing it. I mean, a couple of sound cues perhaps behind that cage.
But also walking, spray going everywhere, and you've taken down Asana, the player with the showstopper. Couldn't be a better beginning.
Now, critical kill to be claimed for sure. Timotino now walking all the way up, a bit of spam as well into that smoke. Ethan calls for the reaction play, but he got to win this fight out to try and dominate Hall's control. Mada, he's gone. Inflicted in a moment's notice. Kiko as well, not long for the world. This is a complete takeover towards the spawn, and Scuba, hold on, he's going to be hearing this now. Signs of life, but they're skirting straight past him. Might be looking to try and find a timing here. If they don't anticipate this, Jenny positions forwards again, but spotted out. A lot of damage done. Spraying him down, a cage to give him a bit of safety. Timotino happy to just tuck towards Jenny. They can play these crossfire setups now with a plant going down.
Planted.
Not the best position in the world. But a spike to be sent down and around. Ethan. Gonna get spotted out here by the Prowler. And now, yeah, head clean off, cleaved off. Scribber's got to do it all from a spot like this, but as soon as Martino goes down, you're going to see it. The swing comes through. 100 Thieves, a second one on the board. You can hear across the stage how much it means to them.
A lot of the coaches at the moment are talking about how this meta is a matter of timings. And this round just shows it perfectly. This one was ridiculous, but the pushes through the smokes afterwards from 100 Thieves, they walked into Sands pretty quietly and then found timings through that heaven smoke to be able to catch Kiko, I think it was, in spawn.
Yeah.
And suddenly the whole map is exploded, and those B-side anchors like Scuba, I mean, he had to get that kill onto Timotino immediately, and it's so tough to do with that Neon. Bouncing around all over the place. It's another round. It's not an Asuna takeover game, despite the game plan of 100 Thieves, but by hook or by crook, they've knocked down NRG's economy and got themselves straight back into this attack side of Fracture.
It's a very slow, deliberate game for 100 Thieves that are playing. They themselves looking to take no risks.
It's really quite risky, though, contacting around the map like this.
Contact is king right now with the metagame.
But I think, especially into NRG's composition, you are expecting to run into cam contact and then Kiko flashes you or Mada hits you with some kind of saturate. The NRG composition, you can cook up a lot of tactics on defense. For both teams, actually, we'll be watching out for that.
Yeah, definitely. A lot of noise being made. They're going to throw out the Prowler, looking to see if they can post Timotino deep. This Outlaw as well could really find some value. I think the power just sticking out. Warning shot popped off.
Only one player seen that.
Yeah, not too much in terms of signs of life. That Wall's going to be whipping its way across here. Walking up, flash through, hoping that they could collect a player that might have just been left as a straggler. But now, quick pivot, maneuver over towards the A site. It is vacant. And not a showstopper even being committed against the eco. I mean, why not? Just trying to use everything at their disposal to secure it, but maybe a little bit overzealous.
Yeah, I think so. They didn't have that information. The full stack was over towards B. Felt the time pressure get to them. I think NRG will be quite happy with that.
NRG stacked up, dropping down, now flooding through into Sand. Molly doesn't stop even in his tracks here. Even more ultimates being committed while they're at it. Okay, 100 Thieves are really feeling the heat and pressure despite that weaker weaponry. Honestly, NRG, you're counting your wins already at this point.
These are all silver linings.
Yeah.
It will be 100 Thieves taking the lead here. But you were really worried as NRG in this situation that they were going to come out into the next round with an almost impossibly large amount of ultimates. And instead, that momentum has swung the other direction. It's a big win for 100 Thieves, but it was expensive. And they really lack any ultimate to build a game plan around. The showstopper, the Nightfall, even the Orbital Strike, actually. These are big ults that you can work attacking rounds with.
One enemy remains.
But now it's back in NRG's favor. And they now have Mana with an Operator, which was a key part of NRG's game plan when they played against Sentinels, for example, most recently.
Yeah. I remember the last time I saw Fracture being played so slowly.
Yeah.
It's been insanely cautious.
Yeah. So Trip to cover Mada's back as he takes a passive line over towards B. Early dish pressure has been the name of the game for 100 Thieves early on.
Yeah.
Especially when Asuna doesn't have this showstopper. They are just funneling ult orbs into the guy.
It looks like a similar game plan again. I mean, NRG, they're not really prone. I mean, from we've seen them play Fracture to pushing out areas of the map, they do it occasionally.
Well, it's really hard to refight over towards dish as well.
Yeah.
If you see Timotino inserted here, think about it from the defense side. How do you get this guy out of here? You've got to jump up to fight him. Using the flex in order to go for that jiggle peek. Doesn't show as much of your shoulder. Crazy tech.
That was crazy tech. C's for a C is going to be used to lock down 100 Thieves in through halls. Walls popped out. Timotino taken out immediately in a blink of an eye. Kiko looking to lock it all the way down. Asuna immediately taken out, and the Operator gets active. Mada shuts it down on the other side of the map, giving no pivot options now for 100 Thieves. They're forced to brute force, burst their way into this A site, but reinforcements have arrived, and NRG really bunkering down at this point. Bit of spam though into the wall, that'll do the trick. Brings it into potentially a winnable scenario. Kiko though still stands his ground with the final shot. Just flexes on him.
Absolutely vile there at the end from Kiko. Asked to do a lot with Brog being punished in that position at top site. Kiko, one of the players that I've got my eye on, of course. NRG are currently on a lower bracket run, which is ridiculous, man.
They started at the beginning of it.
Yeah, it's crazy. And the other British hero headed to Masters London, Benji Fishy, he completed the whole of the lower bracket as well over in EMEA. Ended up winning the entire thing. NRG, of course, they'd love to have an America's trophy, but that is not the story today.
Nope.
They have got to just be focused on putting one foot in front of the other. Both teams want to get to London.
3-3. I've seen a heavy group of 100 Thieves. This is 4 players content to leave Cryo to control the entirety of the northern section of the map.
Yeah, Under Threes are going under tunnel here, maybe trying to get a wraparound onto Mada, but Mada's positioning is very safe.
Yeah.
He is being covered by a cam. Even if the cam gets broken, trip to stop anybody coming into heaven behind him.
And it's pure contact.
Whoa,
plays
he's
across the board.
going for a peek.
Yeah, well, he might be gearing up for it now. Forwards, just potentially signs of life. That's going to be convergent pass, offloaded. Hearing the scurrying of these footsteps, a couple of shots being rattled away here. And Kiko activating now, run it back. He's just trying to run straight through them. Already that damage done to Matino. Making sure to get involved. Forwards now, though, but in a 3v3. Deep smokes. Lay it down. You've got to keep your watchful eye on it, just in case NRG decide to see if they can try and peek their way through. Molly sent flying forwards. Ethan in that main angle, looking to activate now as that smoke dissipates.
Tight timing there for Bang.
Yeah, barely gets out of the way of it, just out of dodge. Timotino with that operator picked up and now thriving. As soon as the smokes dissipate as well. Not much of a chance for them. Timotino, one more, and he's gunning for that ace. One more bullet left to do so, but Kiko already running away, trying to make it hard for him. Time ticking. 100 Thieves quite content to just really sit back and play for this round. They got the win.
And Kiko wants his rifle. Only
Yeah.
400 credits in the bank there. And a disastrous round for NRG to lose. It was one of those trap plays that I was talking about, Bren. They had Cam to contact over towards Arcade, and Mada was making his way over because he's got that Waylay ult. And even after investing both Duelist ultimates in as a trap in Arcade, Timotino shreds them. What a round for the rookie star. Plays inside of these smokes. These smokes are weird, by the way.
Oh, yeah.
Brock uses very strange defense side smokes.
I'm letting everybody go through smokes and kill my teammates nowadays. So shameless.
I mean, you're allowed to bet on Duelist if you get 4 kills in the round and win it yourself. There have been some very good baiting Duelists in Americas.
Yeah. He says with a smirk.
Naming no names. We will name no names.
Deep peek, though. That's a punish onto Timotino.
Great punish.
Might be able to take that up straight back here. Now, listen, Refractor's going to be running out the Prowler. Hold on, how the hell did he sidestep this one? Ascent, flick of the wrist and trying to adjust for it all, but Ethan, he just leads a charge, taking a fight forwards anyway. 100 Thieves look to respond. Deep peek as well to jumping around the corner. It's even like a salmon upstream. Sets his team up beautifully for success here, Cryo. Left us that last one remaining.
They are all squatting on the spike like a mother hen. You are never getting this back from NRG.
Yeah, this is a tall order for Cryo.
I mean, even if Cryo had an Omen ult, he might not be able to get this one back. NRG with a high, mid, low setup.
How do you even win this? Cage out, swing out.
Bro, keep theorizing all you like. NRG have locked this one up.
Yeah, it's a triple high low. Hold on, here's the cage. Here's the second one. Now you just need to swing.
Yes.
Uh-huh. And, well, maybe not. Okay. 4-4, though.
That's such a cool round from NRG. They do this slow squeeze onto the south side. You were talking about how we haven't seen such a slow game of Fracture being played until this meta, really. But this round, NRG do actually have quite a lot of pressure coming down into that south side spawn, but it's a slow squeeze.
Yeah.
They're not util dumping and running at the attackers. They get that pick onto Timotino early and then
Crunchy, boys.
keep walking out through tree, keep crunching. And Mada gets the operator back in his hands, takes it out of Timotino's. Cold dead grasp.
Now you're definitely seeing that slow squeeze.
Launching smoke.
Deep smoke. This is the one that got Timotino into a deep position prior. It's not just Brock who's doing the conventional smokes. Not that one is too unconventional. And there is no pushback from these orbs being vacuumed up.
It's more of the micro objective play for 100 Thieves.
push Mada back a little bit, but he is brave. He's very confident getting back on that line. And that tells NRG to stay on B.
Probably gets acknowledged from, but it might be spoiling a bit of the vision here. 100 Thieves. 4 players up towards Arcade, looking to see if they can take it one step further forwards. The wall in their faces. NRG, again, content to just give up access to the side. I know they're working against the eco. Bit of spam. Doesn't find the mark. Spikes down. 100 Thieves. Find themselves into a bit of a post mine. They do have ults to work with. Ascent with 1 kill will get the showstopper.
It's a bit weird now. NRG would love to smoke to go for the retake, but 100 Thieves were playing inside of them last time.
Yeah, look at this. Squaring up now for the fight to be taken. Mada picks off Cryo, and that was the straggler found. Flash in your face. Ascent blindly firing, looking for it. Kiko, though, steps forwards anyway. Pivotal player for this squad. Timatino can't adjust it in time. Bang. Last one left. The fuse already being stuck, though, and guarded heavily. NRG put a stop to it.
Great recovery from NRG ever since they had that eco round where they forced those big ults out of 100 Thieves. And now ult economy starts swinging in the way of the attackers once more. The lead being fought over tooth and nail, but attack timeout being used just as NBS and Doombros get an opportunity to work with some real heavy weaponry here. Asuna and Bang, with Showstopper and Orbital Strike, could cook up a variety of different attacking rounds. It is going to be really tough for Bonkar to figure out what exactly they want to do with these ults.
And you see some evidence as well. We were talking about the coaching staff of 100 Thieves, how good they've been, NBS and Doombros, and the anti-stratting doesn't really stop in a prior series. I mean, you're already seeing examples of it where they're negating the deep Cypher cam that NRG are relying to keep the tower players safe on B. Just with that one smoke in Arcade, walking up behind it.
Yeah, I think also just the smokes that Brock likes to use on their B retake or B flood defense. 100 Thieves playing inside of them. That's what they did against MIBR as well. If you are looking to play a retake style on B, 100 Thieves have already got that anti-downloaded. They are super fine at becoming the smoke criminals and playing inside that. Bonkar's got to try to get proactive here, get one step ahead of the European coaches on the other side of things.
That's so difficult. A map like Fracture, 4 avenues for the attackers to choose. This is a nice spot. And plenty of ults as well to supplement, so.
Well, Bonkar's chosen to go for a pretty heavy stack over towards the A side. Scuba laying down those trips early and then rotating with barely any util left to go and help Ethan on this side on B.
Alone over towards B. Trying to fake like it's a bigger push.
Well, 100 Thieves are going to start with that dish pressure again. Here. They could easily accelerate once they've taken it or back up. And it's that variety that makes things difficult to read. But Mada is here with the big boomstick.
Not just that, Ethan is going to be... What is that? Okay, Nightfall, stop down. That is good. Patience by Mada. Just stop a refract dodge, but Kiko is going to go down anyway regardless. Dropping down, Asuna surely going to be punished. Not quite. So the bailout fun, and it's arrived in the hands of Cryo Searles himself. Firm position now. Getting into the post plan here, but it's fast and loose gameplay. NRG, big disadvantage. The one player is going to try and turn the tide any way he possibly can. Smokes to try and cut them off. What a shot by Ethan, and still squares up even more. This is the IGL. Matters into his own hands.
11 and 5.
How the hell has he done this? Suddenly, it's 100 Thieves. Backs against the wall. 2v3. Neurofeft sent flying out, reveals the position, and that 3-2-1 swing forwards. Cryo that can't really stand up to any of it.
A smirk on Ethan's face as they close out the round. He's jump peeking at the end there, and he's hit some blinders early on.
And not just that, I mean, at the beginning of this round, solo pushing deep down out of tree.
Yeah, that's crazy.
All the way. Nightfall to get the acknowledgement that nobody was lurking, so he could sprint all the way to catch up the rest of his team.
Yeah, legitimately bonkers play coming out from Bonkar and Ethan there. But it works for NRG. I don't think 100 Thieves were anticipating Mada being on top of that box, taking contact towards Dish either. NBS is not happy about how that round has worked. He just took attack timeout to try to fix things. He had a massive opportunity to snowball with these ults. Squandered.
A lot of these players, though, this operator is feasting in the hands of Mada. Fast lane, propped up. Scuba trying to weave in and out of all of this here. This Utah going to be going back and forth along with the Prowlers. Asuna just swings wildly out of it, and it looks like dominating towards the spawn. Might be the goal, Mada! Just quick scoping through it, but Chaos has been thrown into the mix. Bang now, not long for the word. Look at that from behind. Don't ask me what happened to Asuna.
Yeah, he's been fried halfway through that round. NRG got up to 7, and Mada looks unstoppable. He's at the top of the scoreboard for his team, 13-7. Since he got the op into his hands, every peak is finding value.
That's
that
crazy.
one, just a prediction shot and then into a quick scope. Nasty.
That's difficult. Smokes on the side, making it really awkward in terms of the angles to hold.
Even Brock doesn't know how he killed Asner at the end. What's happened there? Brock now has his ultimate to work with. Things do not get any easier here for 100 Thieves.
And 100 Thieves still at that 4-1 split, but this time, hold on, the Prowler sees it. That's a seize that's going to be connecting onto 2!
Beautiful!
And there it is! Fried in the blink of an eye.
Another one of those trap plays, cam contact. The Cypher is getting so much value, even though Scuba himself is not getting the kills. And what a nightmare for 100 Thieves.
Yeah.
They were the ones trying to get the big value out of these ultimates, and NRG have stolen it right back away from them.
Very passive positions, but Brock, he was, I'm not going to say overextending, but just taking the fight up. Timotino, it's a good pick-off.
He's been a hero once for them before.
They need more, though. Last lane, double trips up. It's going to be slowing Cryo down, breaking both. Timotino definitely squaring up here. Open sidelines again, and it needs to be offered up. Clean shooting for Kiko. Dismisses. Nightfall's going to be scattering out. Vora's going to get that delay, at least for a few critical moments, but NRG happy to wait this one out forwards though. Timotino! What is that? Slides forward, the unexpected play potentially pays off 2v2. As NRG slowly maneuvering their way forwards, flash, dodge, flick of the wrist, Vora is doing it all now. It's one of that where the remaining player is. Timotino though, taken out, 1v1, and Scuba swings and delivers a death blow.
100 Thieves must have thought that Timotino was going to save him again. And yet Scuba tucks himself into Jenny. I think he thought he'd got the kill at the end. He pulled his knife back out.
I don't know what was going on.
I mean, when you're that confident in your aim, I guess it's okay. What a set play to open. What a way to close. NRG with 5 in a row to end this half. Nothing the coaches could even do from 100 Thieves to get back into this one. And a half that could have been a nightmare, that could have snowballed away from them. NRG come out very confidently in the lead.
Red Bull gives you wings.
So far in this stage, and they're going to need one, I think, to stay alive in Fracture, because NRG have really ran away with that first half, 8-4, and that was with some pretty good ideas, I would say, from 100 Thieves in terms of how to counteract a lot of the setups. MBS trying to get some hype into the team, inject that energy up, because this is a match that matters.
Yeah, Bonkar with a bit of a smile on the other side, not going for his trademark wahoo. Instead, it is NBS who's drilling things in. There's a little look of desperation on his face as well. They do need this pistol.
Yeah.
They've won 6 out of 8 pistols in their last 2 matches, and then converted 4 out of 6 of the bonuses.
Timotino, brave angle to be played on. Pixel Angle has already shown that presence. One shot, somehow not taking any damage. Quick disengage. Hearing that scurry of the footsteps here. Scuba This is the presence. The cam's going to confirm it, but Timotino's finished anyway. Taken out. Deep Horn's going to be broken. Flash forwards, though. NRG are not slowing down whatsoever. Deep going to be that tuck corner. Bang! Second guessing. That's Mada onto that clearance, and a smoke to play with himself. Be able to at least get his team into the fight here. Flooding forwards as well to deny absolutely everything into sight. 100 Thieves. Full control over towards A. They call for the pivot. NRG are moving around because Scuba, look at this deep insert.
Does Cryo think about it?
Cryo. It's a slight off angle from Scuba. It's devious work.
Cryo's definitely considering it, though.
Yeah, thinking about it, but just spotted out there. Scuba's giving that signs of life and acknowledgement now forwards. Ascent is way ahead of the curve and the rest of his team, yet still matters not. He's able to take out Brock, following through. Team at his back, and now 1v3. Just have to minimize the mistakes in the micro. Ascent with a stick. Wanted this defuse, just covered by his teammates. Twirling around, getting the acknowledgement. Shots through the box, not enough to take out the opposition. A pissed around is what 100 Thieves needed, and that's what they got.
We know how good they are in terms of maximizing all of that value if they can win the pistol round to begin with. It's a lifeline for 100 Thieves. On a map that's extremely winnable for them. Listen, NRG have decided to pick into Fracture, but all of the maps here, I think, are great ones for this series, where you can see both teams really get tested. Full buy up from 100 Thieves. No quarter given. A lot of respect, though, shown. Making sure that they convert this.
Timotino, give it a chance, give it an angle here. Moving a little bit further forwards. Hold on, not even thinking about the other player, because Kiko's there. Classic in hand. Asno's ready with the trade. An attempt to pick up that gun. Did they get it? Yes, they did. Outlaw in the hands of Mada, but we'll see if it matters.
Scuba not realizing that 100 Thieves had 3 players over here towards B. Hoping that it was just Asno and Timotino. Walks into his demise.
Smoke. And Nate is pretty perfect on the timing. Asuna, get away from that orb. He's like, I've been farming those the entire game.
I'm not letting you pick one up this time. Mada got the Outlaw into his hand, but he doesn't really have any targets to be able to look at. No. 3 players still with full armor. Even if an Outlaw does go the way of the opposition, making sure that there's no danger.
Walk up through Vora. Yeah, just a bit of movement there. Making himself a difficult target to take down. So 8-6.
And now Asuna becomes the key player to watch, in my opinion. You have a bonus round here. 100 Thieves coaching staff have been so good at coming up with cool ideas for these bonuses. I expect it's going to be a trap play in some area around the map, but he could easily use it, instead of it being a trap, to just flood out, try to take out NRG as they go for an exec. It does look, based on where these players are positioned early doors, that they might be on opposite sides of the map to each other. So Asuna may have a bit of footwork to do in order to get to where the action is. Cam broken instantly, could still be part of it.
Slow and steady in the shot. Does get the connection, but Mada with that full armor lives another day. Not just that, he's doing damage here with Timotino taking out. Showstopper's going to be used. This is crazy early. Just try and squeeze this outside player, Cryo, just with the Spectre. And that fuse is running dry, and Albert Scuba will be obliterated regardless. And it has flipped the side ever so slightly. Still Kiko running forwards, setting the pace for the rest of the team. It leaves it just into the hands of Vora. Really, IGL.
Really strong wraparound there from Brock. Credit to him. Goes underneath tunnel and deals with Asuna. A chance for 100 Thieves to get straight back into the game. But Vora with a tall task in a 1v3. Not even sure about the post-plan positioning of these players.
He's only got the Bulldog. He's poking, prodding, hoping to see if he can scout out an isolated player, but it's a pretty perfect post-plan. Slight jiggle at the off angle and a crossfire setup that is played for here. So Kiko gets himself 3. Pivotal player for NRG. A lot is being demanded of this guy in terms of the roles. He's having to play a lot across their entire map pool. And we've been talking about it. This match means an awful lot.
Yeah, it really does. He'll be going back home if he ends up being able to win this one. But yeah, playing Duelist on both of these first 2 maps, and then swapping over to Killjoy, map 3.
Yeah.
So if he's having a crazy game across Fracture and Breeze, he then has to take a back seat and trust his team to be able to convert things.
Complete change of tempo. It's always impressive when you see players capable of that. Deep Haunt. It's not broken. NRG think that it's clear, but this is 100 Thieves actually gearing up for a bit of a refight. They've got two players, Ascent and Timotino, close forwards now. A slide and a glide forwards now. We see it. Matter's going to be gone, taken out. The nade rebounds and a flash is perfect. And Kiko, he's not done, not finished whatsoever. Wants to put the squeeze onto all of them. Vora single-handedly pushing back the opposition.
Vora has just been amazing in A main. Those 2 kills have taken all of the sting out of NRG's rounds. Kiko and Brock have actually worked their way back into things here.
Yeah, Kiko though, taken out, rattled with that hail of lead, and Brock is just limping into this fight. So 1v3, weak as anything. Doesn't even feel comfortable to get that spike down. He's hoping that one player will potentially overextend, but possible scenario for this guy, despite how well he's been playing in this stage. Tap to see if he can drag and draw some of these players out, but 100 Thieves not convinced. Play with discipline, bide their time, second one.
30 seconds
This time the full stick, and now potentially the go button hit. Players activating across the board, and they swarm him on the site.
100 Thieves players taking it in turns here to have some major impact in the rounds. Vora, what a player. With the Vandal, completely caught Scuba off guard. Scuba's got an Outlaw in hand and can't do anything about it. But then he deleted the trade player too. And that's what makes all the difference. IGL v IGL. He popped Ethan's head. Almost a pre-fire, I think. There's no way he's reacted that quickly. Nightmarishly good.
Yeah, but a necessary round here for 100 Thieves to try and drag it back to even. 9-7. Starting to build up to a couple of big ultimates. The economy also taking a knock here on NRG's side.
It's a great chance for 100 Thieves to get straight back into the game. I love this position on top of Jenny that Asna's posted up on. Even if NRG go for an arcade push, a lot of the time, you're not going to clear this properly. If Cryo distracts, Asna might be able to pop some heads.
Cam broken. See if they anticipate it. Spot like this. Smoke's going to be dropped, and oh my! The spray just gets a little bit too messy. Slows down Kiko. He returns the favor. All the way up into tower. Cryo is definitely being pressured forwards, but what a hell of a timing to take. Moving forwards, this guy is a one-man army! He can't get control of the rifle for the third, but he might have just done enough damage.
Mata picks up the Vandal too. NRG in a 3v3 where they can start to slow things down.
They have a minute.
The big problem is Brock.
Spike isolated, still they've slowed it down, and Mata! The punish! The contact reclear of 100 Thieves is swatted straight down to earth. Mata's not done at all. This guy's locked onto the angles, looking for signs of life. Bang. Having an absolute mare of a game. 4-13.
This could be his time, though.
It could be.
They know there's a threat here, but this is a weird position.
It's all on his shoulders. It is weird. Scuba just pushes forward, surely going to see signs of life, but he's tucked tightly. The cage might even helping him out. Smokes, drop down, lay it down, plant going down. There's no defense in order, Brock! What is that?
There are some moments in this round where the NRG players have pulled out some nonsense, man. Kiko with the only hero rifle in the round barreled through arcade and deleted Asuna. I like the position that Asuna's playing from, but look at this. Wow. Too many targets and he couldn't select it. And Mata, of course, this 2K is so clean. It completely changes the round in his favor.
Adam just aimbotting them.
Yeah, dude, he is at the beginning of the rounds as well. He's 7-2 right now in first kills to first deaths.
That's ridiculous.
That's astonishing stuff. Most of those happening on the defense side with the op.
Mata gone one step further, 17-11. And 100 Thieves. Once more, drop down to just the pistols and a bucky. Important has to be sidestep the spam into the box though. Risky business for Cryo, but he's looking to see if he can make a play. Double dash, flick towards the side. Good reactions. Kiko is there straight away. Plays the rest of his team and he might go down here for Brock. His auto sign, surely now, but already target selection as well. Not quite realizing where to aim for. Nightfall's going to be used now to get the map back in order here for NRG.
All three found.
Yep. And that's the acknowledgement they were looking for. Immediate repositions, you're seeing it. Ethan sprints towards tunnel, ensures that they're not taking up residency there. Scuba very much alone. His fast line is going to be causing issues. Overdrive into Timotino's hands, and he's looking on a scouting mission. Boombot finds him first. There's Asuna filling up the feed. And what a win for 100 Thieves. They had barely anything to work with. Scraps, odds, and ends.
Back-to-back thrifties. Neither team really had money in these last couple of rounds, but they come away with the victory anyway. Absolutely overwhelming Brock. He has to be the pillar here. Atlas holding up the post-plant positioning for NRG. And he just couldn't hold on. Timotino's movement is great. The air jiggle peek into Asuna swinging, and then he just sends it with the ultimate.
Yeah.
Showcasing that, listen, slightly overtuned look of Neon at the moment, but making it work really nice.
Not for long in NRG. They call for the pause. They want to kill this momentum that 100 Thieves are starting to build up, because on this defense half so far, it's been, you know, here and there so far, but you don't want to let this team run away with things, especially when you have the lead currently.
Yeah. Brent, I'm talking about first kill to first death, right? And how good Mada has been, generally speaking. He went down in that round to begin with, and they ended up trading out things a little bit. Aside from that round...
You've got the voice on that you're about to tell me a ridiculous stat.
Yeah, 100 Thieves have only won 4 other first duels. And they're 8-10 currently.
What?
Every round that they've been able to win, basically, has been them kind of like struggling back into things in some kind of 4v5.
Okay.
NRG are dominating the first kill to first death, and they are still, you know, squeaking through. Now, part of that is we've had a bit of nonsense here just towards the end. But yeah, only 5 first kills in the whole map so far for 100 Thieves. And they're still making it very competitive.
Very competitive. Just a 2-round difference. The map that could be incredibly pivotal. Yet to be seen in this match that is not just elimination, but to book that ticket to Masters London. Timotino with the operator. He doesn't take an aggressive line. Holds the ground that he stands on now with that operator well trained onto the corner and anticipating it, and that is a double face and a quick punish at that. Sharp shooting. Prowler though, it's going to get a connection all the way forwards now. We see an orbital strike being used. 100 Thieves looking to completely stunt and shut out NRG.
They've donated the spike as well, just fully onto the B site.
It's middle of nowhere. The explosive play of NRG is immediately anticipated, reacted towards, and can do all the unconventional smokes you want, really, Brock, but in a spot like this, tough going. Really tough going.
Oh, attempting at the final moment to deny Asuna and Altor, but
he got the kill anyway.
I mean, any fight that happens over an Altor, Asuna gets a +2 to his to his A. NRG got destroyed by that orbital strike as well. Hey, Timotino gets the first kill and gets away. That's, again, the power of the Neon Op.
Yeah.
It's so good. But then just tucks inside a smoke and gets delivered a second kill by Bang's ult.
The tide has changed ever since 100 Thieves got to this defense side. I mean, NRG struggling for answers.
Absolutely.
Now I know what the last is. Brock. He needs to keep this gun, I'm pretty sure. Ethan and Mada are pulled down to 0, so it's important that he holds on to it.
It really is. Yeah, you can see Asuna looking around over towards Halls, but I don't think anyone's going to be able to run this out of his hands. This is tough now. This is really difficult. If 100 Thieves start having some good early round ideas and start getting those first bloods, it is going to be more and more difficult for NRG to come back into this game. They were the ones in the first half winning those big ult skirmish rounds. And if that's not the case...
Last player standing.
Wow, that guy's bad at the game.
That's a tough one.
That's a player who lifted the Champions Trophy. Crazy.
But that's the mindset you got to bring, I think, if you're going to take him down.
Yeah. Listen, the evidence of our eyes and ears. We saw the fight. NRG are on such an upward climb here, but they're actually going for a half buy. It's still a pretty dangerous half buy.
Yeah. Got some bite to it.
And the Vandal in Kiko's hands was so good last time they went for this exploration in Arcade.
He's got that ult in his back pocket. It's the player you want with that rifle. And leaving him, I was wondering, as a bit of a solo insert towards that tunnel angle, but...
Well, if Cryo and Bang go for this walkout tree, they were thinking about going for an exploration there, down the stairs, and they would have ended up walking straight into Scuba.
Timotino's going walkabouts at Dish.
But this angle is so good to op on.
Go, go, go.
It's an insane amount of information he's going to be able to offer up, so surely 100 Thieves realize, it's got to be ending over towards B. Asuna Waiting in spawn, he's got that ultimate to respond towards that noise, and he hears it. Run it back for what? That is ridiculous! It's just Kiko. An ult for an ult. But you know who the winner is now. Bang. Let's to see if he can stop it all. Up onto the ropes, taking another swing of things with a volley at his feet over the strike. Pick your poison. You can't escape. They absolutely destroy him. Timotino, though, he's not finished. Not content to just leave it. Standing back. Trying to assert himself up onto that arcade angle, but the damage, I'm afraid, might already be done. Vora trying to move forwards now in the 2v4. Realizing, how the hell do you even play for this? Timotino's trying to make a lot of noise. Pop up the feathers, try and fake like it could be a little bit more than that, but this is NRG on top of it all.
Vora had a huge round earlier on, but he is not going to get this one done. It's just impossible. The time isn't there. The positioning of the NRG player is too strong. It's another round, Brent, where they come in with... It's a half buy. They have some stuff to work with, 2 Guardians and Kiko on a Vandal. But this shot...
Oh my god, it's Kiko.
It's otherworldly. This is
ridiculous.
This raw aim is why he was brought into NRG after he had a stonker of a year with Team Liquid.
I hate visiting.
And he just gets unleashed in rounds like this where they slow take arcade.
Yep.
It seems to put him in some phenomenal positions.
That was the round where the money was a little bit weaker. NRG, they didn't fully invest into this one, and now the pressure fully on 100 Thieves, calling for the pause once more. Tactical timeout again to correct the course, because it's an important one. This opening map, it's a nail biter, and it could be the deciding element.
Yeah, this round that we just watched, round 20, so similar to round 6, I think it was in the first half, where 100 Thieves have massive ultimates and can win a decisive round, but NRG steal it away. They upset the rhythm of things, fight back against the momentum, and suddenly they're in the driving seat. I think we may have just had a similar moment again. 100 Thieves are looking like the better team on this half of the map. But with a 2-round lead and NRG now with a little bit of an economic cushion to work with, they might not catch up in time.
No.
NRG are just occasionally putting another round on the board. And a lot of it coming off the back of Kiko, to be honest.
NRG, they're such a difficult team to just keep down as well. That's even if you can get them at a deficit. I mean, Doombros was talking, I think, to Pedro Romero about it, and talking about the experience difference, right? Because it's a 100 Thieves squad. They are 0-3 this year against NRG. And he was pinning it mainly down to the experience difference. NRG, they make every single round difficult, an arduous struggle.
Well, this may be another one. This one is absolutely critical. There's dribs and drabs of money to work with. But you need this to be able to either close out 100 Thieves or to get back in the game, depending on whose perspective you're looking from. NRG were getting so much success with that arcade default. And instead now they've gone to the south side of the map to work towards Tree. They haven't done much exploration over here.
Very cautious. Seeing if they can post up matter, but smoke's going to be used early to cut off those sight lines. Deep cam, it's not going to be broken, so it gives a bit of peace of mind, but with the amount of contact plays that have been going from both of these teams, you can never be certain of anything.
They're also not focused on picking up the ult orbs.
Prowler. No one takes space off of it, trying to fake like it could be just that fake pressure, but now the Phoenix wall. After the cross. Oh, and Timotino! That's instinctual. Here's a lot of it. Cam needs to be broken. Armada tagged up, retreating. 30 seconds remaining.
Late round exec into a spot where there's a kill trip.
Swap of the guns. Mada's going to be the one leading the charge now with that double dash forwards. They take the fight into Canteen. The flash. It's a beautiful idea, but how the hell do NRG carve a path onto the side? Because Cryo trying to stand his ground down. Refracted absolutely everything being thrown at this guy. The kitchen sink while you're at it, but NRG still carving and pathing towards this one entirely. Ethan with the plan down. There's no real pushback, but the nade will claim him anyway. It leaves it down into the hands of Ascent. 1v2. Oh, what is that? Plugs Brock out of the picture. Jump around the corner, and Kiko pushed to the extremities now. Ascent left guessing where he could be. Many angles, but patience is being played by Kiko in a spot like this. In a 1v1, the time pressure will start to mount. Ascent guessing, hoping for signs of life just to see if he can make his life a little bit easier.
Kiko's so far away.
He's so far away. He's getting a sprint on now, and he's made all the noise now with the jump spot. Gets the acknowledgement. Knows Ascent is not sticking. Flash forward's not dodged. And now it's really, really getting away from him. Ascent Not enough time to work with, and it's NRG up to 12.
Beautifully, beautifully played there by Kiko. I was worried when he was that far away and the tap comes through. It looks like he's opened the door for Asuna. And instead, the jump peak was immaculate. Exactly predicting the angle that Asuna would try to fight on. A great attempt by Asuna as well, honestly. Yeah. But Kiko plays every part of that perfectly. And he's 22-12 with another Phoenix ult to work around. Ethan's slow at calling. It's put them in some funky spots, but NRG good enough to run out. 3 opportunities to close on their map pick.
Kiko will look to, again, set the pace towards this A side. He's got the run it back. Ready and primed. He's been taking over this entire map, determined to see if he can get one step closer to Masters London. Flash forwards into spawn, and there's the connection he was looking for. Bang! Taken out. Free reign given up here, out towards our Hall's angle. 100 Thieves. We're going to see if they can batter away forwards. It's just Vora left alone, but being quickly assailed. Scuba taking him out. Cryo. Door pops open, making him really cautious here, but NRG, they got that plant down. That's the important point and factor. Brock pressured, damage done, 2v2 now, with a stun connecting. The tap is needed to see if they can pull these players way out into the open. NRG sitting tight for now. A tap to see if they can force out the fights once more. Left guessing towards it, but Mada potentially playing it. Picture perfect stuff. A 3-piece to finish towards Fracture. It's NRG one step ahead.
Crucial, critical rounds won there by NRG. And the micro, the details towards the end in these post-plant scenarios, so good. So good. Edging it out in a battle of the small differences there on Fracture. 100 Thieves definitely had their chances. I mean, considering how much the first kills were going in favor of NRG throughout that map, I think massive credit to 100 Thieves for making a struggle out of it, but Kiko, bro, he wants to go to London.
He does. He's determined. It's a man on a mission. See if he can play in front of his hometown. For 100 Thieves, they're going to have to dig deep here. We're going to be going to Breeze, and what we've seen so far is a real battle of the minds. The preparation has gone into this matchup because it is all on the line, not just elimination. That Masters London ticket ready and waiting on the other side and the end of this series.
XL2566X Plus, which uses the newly developed Fast TN panel and upgraded Diac 2 technology, provide clearer and sharper images, helping you focus and avoid the distraction of unwanted after images caused by rapid motion. Zowie.
Want to find your fastest server every time? Express like a pro and optimize your connection in one tap. Express and game without ISP throttling. Express and shield yourself from DDoS attacks. Express and choose the VPN trusted by gamers everywhere. ExpressVPN. Experience gaming the Express way. Fast, stable, competitive. Outplay the world. It's time to Express. Unlock free cosmetics, including Lightning Kicks Buddy and more. Scan to subscribe.
Brock is there behind the stun. Perfect setup.
One shot, two shot. A final shot from the ITL, and Vora locks it down.
I am here with Bonkar ahead of map 2. An awesome map for the viewers to watch for sure. My default tight on the side of NRG, but looking at Breeze now, going into a comfortable map for 100 Thieves. How are you feeling now that you have the momentum?
Breeze, it's going to be fun to play against them. They play a very unique comp. I think we're going to do good. It's more about us as usual. It was the same thing on Fracture. I think we had a couple of rounds slipping away from us. It should have been a little bit more one-sided, but a win is a win, and we move forward.
All right, best of luck on Breeze.
You got to appreciate when they say, listen, we just wanted a one-sided win. That's all we wanted. We didn't get it. Unbelievable.
The rounds weren't stompy enough for our liking.
The disappointment on his face was really telling. No, but seriously, a great game, though, from both squads. River's right. What a treat. And we got to see some really great moments there. But let's go ahead and talk about what happened on Fracture and how NRG really were just controlling the pace of the game. Like, it just felt like they had some good moments where they weren't really... I was wondering if they were just going to be a little rattled by some of the things 100 Thieves are going to do. But no, NRG, they just don't get rattled.
And that was really the story of the second half. But the first half for me was NRG having great answers to 100 Thieves style when they were playing a lot of these slower contacting rounds. In particular, it was Mada's op finding really high impact, and also a lot of the trap plays that they had set up off the Cypher camp. The round they're getting 2 with a Brim ult and a Seize combo, the rounds where they're just ripping that Waylay ult to refight into Arcade as well. They had great answers for 100 Thieves trying to take space with little utility and having the right reactions for it.
On a map where most teams on defense are essentially calling like coin flip rounds on defense, where it's like, all right, start of round, we're going to instantly be satcheling forward, sprinting at you, diving you. NRG were doing a lot more of those trap ideas and having unlimited amount of plans in terms of refighting into the space the 100 Thieves had, and I think that was a very good look from them, and I think their duelists absolutely stepped up to the plate.
They absolutely found the rhythm, right, toward that, I would say like at the midpoint of the game, and then they just kind of kept going from there. It was a close game, right, through and through. I mean, it just goes to show you how tough this 100 Thieves team really is, and they're taking the task to NRG.
Yeah, I think if the first half was about that control and those great answers from them, the second to me was just about Kiko and how ridiculously good he was. He's stepping up big time. In the game, that just has to mean so much for him with qualification for that tournament on the line.
Oh, yeah. I mean, he definitely is feeling it on that stage, but he's performing incredibly well. And on top of that, too, sets us up for map 2, right? Let's go ahead and get ready for this one. Where are we going next? We heard it before in the comms or in that interview with Riv. We're going to Breeze. And according to Coach Bonkar, Ender, you know, they're just going to play their game, do their thing. You know, the same answer we get from coaches every week.
I mean, the thing is, the game of NRG has been so effective, especially on the defensive side of things. I think it is very hard to actually break NRG's stronghold on the map, and I think it has to come down with finding answers into breaching into the mid space.
Yeah, now Mimi, I know that you had something you wanted to break down with the telly. What do you got?
I do. Yeah, I want to talk about exactly what you're bringing up and how good they are at dominating mid control. So this is from the game against Crew. This is round 4 for NRG, and I want to talk about NRG's overall approach. They're a team that loves holding space in mid and playing retakes from it, and that's because Harbor utility from this area is just so strong, being able to wall across towards A, have different variations over towards B, sometimes they'll even throw retake walls to spawn, whatever you may want to do. But that often hinges on them having this space. And a lot of the times, they're gonna get it for free. Mada's just gonna walk down bottom mid, but sometimes they have to contest it. And I wanna look at the rounds where they're getting aggressive to punish lurkers in this space. In this one, you notice Crew is playing super far back, but NRG posts for a mid-round re-clear idea where they are setting up with Kiko on the operator here, and they have three different people ready to set him up and fight through. One that KO for that flash, the Sova for the dart, and then also having Mada there on the Harbor to be able to throw out his utility as well. And here comes that pop flash, immediate swing. It's actually Mada to get the kill in this round. But what I love from this one is that once they back away, they stay active. Look at Kiko there, going back into fight, dashing into that protective cove, and then they're re-pushing elsewhere. Immediately when they get this kill, they're staying active on the map. NRG is so good at constantly giving you problems. Here they're re-pushing elbow, they're re-droning into A main, and Crew has absolutely nothing. Their entire team is just sitting back in spawn. Really quickly, I want to show you another round. This is a variant where they have that operator up now that I was mentioning. And it's a super similar idea, right? They're off of a bit of a timing, about 5-10 seconds into the round. They let this lurker get into the corner, and then they flash, go for the refight off of that harbor stun as well, and punish there. And again in this round, you'll notice that Kiko is still trying to swing back in, still testing this space. Even once they go for a set play, they still have other ideas to hold on to that area of the map. And for a team like 100 Thieves that has a very exec-heavy comp, plays a unique approach to this Breeze, I want to look to see their ideas to shut down NRG's mid-control. That's on the questions ahead of Coach NBS as we check in with him ahead of Breeze.
Yeah, I'm here with NBS before the next matchup. It's going to Breeze, but you're facing elimination now, but also the chance to carry this series onto a third map. Why is Breeze so comfortable for 100 Thieves, and how can it be that map you need to get back in the series?
Our guys just feel comfortable on the map, whichever comp we play, doesn't really matter. It was always in the very start. It was really tough to lose against NRG the last time when we lost with like almost 0-13. But since then we changed the comp and it feels just like fresh, and the good parts up from the old comp kind of carried over. So yeah, like we're very comfortable, confident, and hopefully we can make it to map 3.
All the best in bringing it to 3.
We're in that do-or-die territory for 100 Thieves, a team that hasn't really seen the light of a global stage in over 700 days. And unfortunately for them, they've got to do it against the reigning world champions. They're already up one map currently. NRG definitely in that driving seat and looking to put a stop to these upstarts that are across the stage from them now.
Yeah, 100 Thieves have been our dark horse team this year, putting people on notice during kickoff, and now I think even more so in this stage. One of the big reasons has been this composition you're staring at on your screens right now.
It's unusual.
No one else plays this. 100 Thieves, this is a completely unique territory, and they're so good with it. They're so creative with it. They have lots of good ideas that we'll walk you through as the map goes on. NRG, though, choosing to go on the attack side to begin with, which is the opposite of what Mimi was showing you. Mimi was showing you their defense side and how good they were against crew with those flash peaks. They have clearly noticed something about the way that 100 Thieves want to play the defense that makes NRG confident that they can call this attack side and get out to a good start here and cement a position where they're in the driving seat headed towards London.
Yeah.
One map away.
Might see some of those elements. I mean, Josh, you were talking about it. Bang has, he's left anchoring over towards the A side pretty frequently.
Oh, I think there's lots of things that you can dig into here, but I do think that that is one of the main ones that NRG might have an idea for. If you can increase the tempo and get Kiko entering into Bang, I think that could be a win condition on the attack side.
We've got to see a big performance out of Bang. Hit a rough start in that first map, but we know what he's capable of all year long. He's been dominating, genuinely. A variety of stats, leading in some of them. Tested once again. We'll see how it goes, though. Got to imagine NRG with some tricks up their sleeves, some intention.
Yeah, I think the KO is such an interesting twist.
It is, isn't it?
Not many teams leaning into the KO very much. I was wondering today if we might see NRG or 100 Thieves even play on Ascent, where we might have been able to see it as well. But Ethan's KO is world class. One of a kind, honestly. His KO is best in world level. And it's going to be difficult for 100 Thieves to get past it, but on the attack side, you're looking towards how he's setting up Kiko. I think we were talking all about Kiko in the second half of Fracture, and we're going to be talking about him again here on Breeze. That Jet
has played the Jet.
Phenomenal.
Yeah. Might be sharing the duelist role, of course, but it's a very different play style compared to the Phoenix, so he's been able to do it all. Putting a lot of weight on this guy's shoulders to see if he can get it across the line here. For NRG, they're on the precipice. One more map is all that is needed. And we get started here into the pistol round.
100 Thieves starting with 3 players in spawn, ready to rotate off the noise. Early 0 point over towards A main, but Asuna He jiggle peeks and realizes it's not real pressure heading towards him. So these 3 players in spawn start headed B instead, assuming it's a fake. But Ethan is calling a very slow round here, poking and prodding. Both areas of the map, Spike uncommitted in spawn. And 100 Thieves go for an info push in elbow.
Okay. Could be punishment on either side here. Steadily walking up. MIBR just opened up onto the sightline and he angled. It's Cryo. Picks him off. Takes him out of the picture. Jump spot as well. But Kiko has found himself that slider. So pockets. There's the punish. Activating. Off onto the flank. And they don't bite off more than they can chew. 100 Thieves immediately getting back while Kiko looking for a little bit more. He's trying to answer back from these earlier kills. And he's just found the right timing. Patience played all the way through. And it's a risky game that this guy is playing currently. Game of timings, none the wiser. That is absurd, man. Cryo's head clean off. Deep spawn control already going to be obtained. And that B site now with the plant down. Another angle. Ethan! No clearance whatsoever. It's the IGL with 2 trophies under his belt. Just giving 100 Thieves the absolute business. Ascent twisting and turning. See if he can see and wrangle away in through this round.
He's been given the slimmest chance.
But this is pure discipline on display by NRG. A tap, Ethan gets the acknowledgement. He knows that it is that fake pressure once more, realizing that it's not quite there. Ding through the wall, Ethan lowers anything, but that time pressure mounting now, ticking away, and Ethan, he's happy to just put his body on the line. It's a 4-piece for him in a pistol. He's happy with it.
It's a ludicrous pistol as well. There were 4 kills that happened with no 100 Thieves player seeing an NRG player that killed them. Look at this one. Cryo backs up. The highlight reel is Kiko and Ethan staring at the side of the 100 Thieves players' heads.
That composure from Ethan.
I genuinely can't believe that Vora didn't clear that in elbow, though. I mean, you've got 3 players there. That is such a mistake. It was a weird round. There were gaps, there were timings to be taken.
That's what makes NRG a tough team. One little mistake. They'll be so quick to capitalize. It's coves on coves here. 100 Thieves were looking to see if they can get access to the orb, and now potentially fighting through, but that shock tide is going to be softening them all up. They're on the eco. Looking to just see if they can generate a couple of ults for the next few rounds. Ascent is already halfway to it.
You'll see 100 Thieves doing this on their attack side as well, utilizing the cove as a progression smoke to go around the map and take small slices of map control away and play for the ult orbs as they do it. NRG heard a lot of footsteps there. I think 3 players jumped out through the cove to try to follow up on the flash and dodge the shock dart. But Ethan didn't call anything quick off the back of it.
And just leaving Kiko posted here. He's got a Marshall. Flash forwards again, going for the no-scopes, and he was quick with the reaction times. Managed to dodge that first flash and went forwards.
Did Ascent blind himself as well? He didn't
Not
follow
too
up.
sure. He's so ready for the repush.
I feel like he must have done, because otherwise he's got to follow up with Timotino.
Snake bite layer down. This is NRG looking to see if they can take control now over towards this A site. No real chances with the weaponry at hand. Bang is going to be doing some risky business.
30 seconds
Here's the
left.
footsteps, looking to see if he can take a timing forwards. Again onto the angle. Not quite spotted. Now barely there. An adjustment. Brock is missing a couple of those stray shots. Going down, almost punished for it. Long range of the pistols. It's not ideal. Scuba with that rifle. Trying to put a stop to it. Nasty work. Cryo. Deep peek. Danger player removed, but the rifle remains.
They can afford to have a few deaths here. It's a very greedy buy that NRG have gone for.
2 pistols on the Marshall.
Enemy remaining.
But coming to complete fruition, really. It's just Vora left alive, so NRG look to be sailing ahead.
And with all of these multi-kills happening in the rounds, Ethan 2 away from a null command, and Kiko pretty close to his Blade Storm as well. No massive snowball generated just yet, but a very good start for NRG. 100 Thieves beginning on the back foot. Unusual territory for them. They've been so good on these pistols.
Key win condition for them. Being able to set the pace early, get the economy underneath them, but we'll see how 100 Thieves respond when the pressure is fully on them now.
I want to see as well in this round, what is the theory? I feel like round 3, round 5 is where you tend to see the most clear anti-stratting from the teams. And I'm wondering if it comes down to that contact walk that we saw into B. You see where he's running the trips at the moment. None of these trips are actually for information. They might just try to walk in for free here. I guess they've got one trip actually stopping Kiko from going for that pathing towards backside like he was doing before.
Thieves need it. Oh,
whoa!
Bit of a blunder! Ethan! He's put in the blender. Lucky to be alive there.
Yeah, that deep A-main control he was trying to counter.
Way up.
But he's
around
also,
every corner.
He's trying to fake it too. The drone spots it out. FURIA realizing that that pressure from Ethan is not real.
Completely vacates.
Deep cam as well from Cryo.
That's not broken just yet.
It's a nice adjustment based on what NRG were doing on the pistol. Again, just trying to contact.
He's going walkabouts here. Brock. Pixel angle. Spots a contact. At least a play being made. Bang! It's a bullet to the dome. Luckily, the box in the way. Still alive, but barely. Now calling for the pivot. NRG, they don't have space towards A. They're fully grouping up here. Guessing, umming and ahhing as to what they want to do. It's a sound bait.
But there was no one there to hear it, was there?
No,
I mean, 100
no,
Thieves are going exploring,
they're
though.
assuming it now, yeah. 100 Thieves with the contact re-clear. This time, not punished. Hold on, Vora. Vora isolated. Clearance into the corner and accounted for. Vora activating when they needed it. It's 3 kills before he's finally brought down. And surely the damage done. 100 Thieves. A desperately needed round for them. They put it on the board and make a statement with it.
Dangerous stuff there from 100 Thieves, going for that information peak, similarly to what they did on the pistol round where they went for the elbow push. When Asuna swings in, or maybe it was Timo going for the juggle, they spotted 5 players out in cannon. And Vora, putting himself in a multi-kill spot, comes up with the goods.
You had it coming.
Great way of turning that around. Ethan's calling is putting the squeeze on 100 Thieves. They are having to get proactive and find this information.
A lot of guesswork.
I think they're a bit more comfortable in these team fight scrap scenarios.
Well, he's going to be ran past, but second guessing it, that has done a lot of damage to Brock. Still caught into the corner. Asuna is in a troubling spot. The wall. See if he can get out of dodge. Thrown up towards the top. That's a big tag, but it's going to be broken, and the high tide had to be used early. It's a big one.
I think these are the kind of rounds that the 100 Thieves are happy with. Big scraps over A main. The Phoenix gets so much value, but they've bled every piece of util here out of Asuna.
Same could be said as well for Bang. Solo Harbor in this composition, it is a bit of a weak point now. You're seeing it. It's going to see that no command emanates out. Ethan moving forwards now, trying to lead the rest of his team all the way through into this side, using walls on walls, dropping down with a curtain. Fights to be taken here. It comes down to that game of timings, but NRG, they slipped the net straight through to the back of the site and accounted for. It's Kiko and Ethan doing the most. Not a plan to be going down, and a watchful eye for that game of timings. 3 rounds now for NRG.
Great beginning from Kiko. Again, stamping his authority upon the game. 6 and 2, wraps around the back as the rest of his team's taking this scrap. Looked like it was going either way. You couldn't really tell which team was having an advantage there up until Kiko and Ethan finally wrapped around their pyramids and were able to backstab those 100 Thieves defenders. Guys happy with that. If they can scrap things out against 100 Thieves, that's one of the best win cons. This is the final round that 100 Thieves will be able to buy in if they keep losing.
That's scrappy stuff, though.
Has to be a win for them.
4 players on the half armor, and Scuba's the one with the outlaw in hand. And you're right, it has to be a win for 100 Thieves. They've been starting at the back foot.
Yeah, much more pressure on them. And this slower calling style from Ethan, we've seen it from lots of teams.
Yeah.
But I think NRG and Leviatan being the 2 that you have at top of mind right now based on what we've just seen. The love to put the tension in the air, put the pressure on the defenders, force mistakes out.
Priority on that slow squeeze, and now just minute mark hit. Bit of util, making it really antsy stuff. The shot just going wide there, but the operator could have been a big chance for Timotino. And Mata, let's loose with a high tide nice and early. It makes it feel like it could be an A hit, or at least a split into the site, but NRG have different ideas.
Timotino's been fooled by this, I think. Going deep into the A side to try to reinforce. It's going to weaken B. Ethan's got a timing to hit.
Yep.
Cryo's got to be good for this one.
Mata all the way up through mid here. Waiting for the noise pressure from the rest of his team through B main now to see if he can get a bit of a timing and activate.
Trip stay up.
Trip stay up indeed. Kiko Updraft and a dash forwards. It's a big tag onto the two players. Gives him the timing forwards, but that flash does connect. Ascent, though, he's isolated now on an island. Run it back. That is risky stuff. He's going to get pressured from multiple avenues.
Oh, it's so
They
rough.
bide their time. They wait it out. Ethan finishes the fight. Forwards with the defense. And FURIA, he's punished for it. Trying to defend his comrade. NRG steamroll all over them.
It's another example of that perfect slow calling from Ethan. The B fake, Mada's wall, sells a ruse over to 100 Thieves.
Yeah.
And he can see the pressure that 100 Thieves are under here. I mean, Ascent is ulting and can't do a thing with it. He just has to hover in place, desperately defending his own respawning body and then calling for reinforcements.
Come on, Ethan! Come on, Arnold!
He won it.
Yeah. I mean, there is energy in the NRG camp right now. 100 Thieves struggling. Onto a low buy. The previous round had to be the one to save them and keep their economy running. The early A main control isn't really useful. It just bleeds utility out of Ascent too early. NRG just sit there and wait out the molly, slow re-clear A main. So the big thing that 100 Thieves were working on, they now have to take a step back. Throw a one-way and try to refight, but they don't catch it.
No, it's so passive. Look at it from NRG, just absorbing the refight. Say, no, it's coming.
It's even slower than 100 Thieves are expecting.
Yeah.
They know they're not going to fight early, but they're thinking, surely by a minute 15.
NRG reading 100 Thieves' minds, and it's going to take sharp shooting on display, quick reaction times. The drone spoils the surprise, though. Ascent are going to get a little bit more with that one. Molly lay it down at the feet.
This is fairly nice, though. 45 seconds.
Yeah.
4 defenders.
Trying to make their way through. We'll see if these shots in the dark can land. NRG are doing a bit of a scramble. Hold on.
They do not have a lurker to go back to.
No, they do not.
They have no idea what the rest of the map looks like.
Question marks across the board here, and NRG, well, instead of going for the full B pivot, it looks like just going to maneuver into the A split. They've realized that they don't have the time to work with Ascent now forwards. The Hunter's Fury, this is pure chaos now. And we've seen about 100 Thieves, they're throwing everything in the water to see what sticks. Cryo forwards again, Cove planted in the face of all of them. There's only 15 seconds left. This is brute force, NRG leaping through it all. 100 Thieves though, the crossfire setup, rifles, not even necessary, it's just the pistols at play. But time fully against them, 100 Thieves. They turn it around.
A great adjustment from 100 Thieves, honestly. And they take risks because that is a thrifty. That's the first thing to say. They're not going to huge gamble stack on the A site on a rifle round, probably. But I love the adjustment coming out of Ascent. He decides to refight in and then save the molly for as long as he possibly can. And that delays so much time and buys so much time for the rest of his team to come in and help him on A.
Yeah.
Nice,
Despite
good
the
round.
fact,
Come on, let's make this half good.
Despite the fact he's at the bottom of the scoreboard here, 2 and 5, it's the way that he adjusts playing that A main defense that helps 100 Thieves get a brutally important thrifty.
Commitment from NRG here, though. Looking to speed things up. We're going to see it now. Reckoning rolling forwards. Hunter's Fury as well onto the side. 100 Thieves looking to see if they can answer straight back, but it's already Brock claiming that first kill. Highlights there. NRG, we'll see how they deal with all of this now.
Everyone freeze. Chill. Fuck. Running high.
All half full, boys. All half full.
I'm gonna ping one. Get ready to spam, guys. Get ready to spam.
Minus 50 on 2. Cypher and Harbor.
Is it all of them?
Yeah, bingo. It was bingo.
Bingo half full.
Yeah, they're gonna flank probably, guys.
I'm gonna hold it.
Guys,
I'm gonna wait for Cove. I'm gonna plant. Yeah.
Care flashes, boys.
They're gonna hardball as well.
We have Viper wall.
No one make noise.
Yeah, I'm
No
gonna
one make noise. No one make noise, please.
Can you wall up?
No.
Wall up.
Brock's blind. Needs help. Pushing.
Right side, nose.
They know.
Down B. Backside and nose 3 quad.
Enemy remaining.
Now we see it left into that 1v2 for Cryo. To pick up the pieces was a pretty stellar spot, but he's left guessing as to where they could be, and it's Mada. 3 kills in a round for him. NRG, they steadily assert this lead.
I think usually when we listen to the NRG comms, it is clinical. They are normally very, very clean. That one was quite messy. There were multiple different ideas there about how they wanted to play the post plant. Mada begging people not to make noise. Ethan overriding him with a call, telling him desperately to go and help Brock. They clean stuff up, though. There's pressure out there, even for the more experienced team. But 100 Thieves lose another devastating rifle v rifle round.
Yeah.
And they are straight back down on an eco.
It's putting it lightly. You're winning a thrifty here and there. Cryo. Spam down to the brink. 100 Thieves need more than just close rounds, really. They got to put something on the board. It's probably not going to be this round.
Some of the most important rounds, they've been heading towards Cryo. That feels like one of the big areas of the anti-strat coming into this. They want to try to put pressure onto the B site.
Yeah.
Kiko holds this passive line on A, waiting to see if somebody like Asuna would peek his head out. Instead, Vora's swapped over, playing here with Bang.
Let's see what the protocols are. NRG, they ran out of time last time they were against the Eco.
Yeah.
Abundance of caution can be bad sometimes.
Well, especially if they get slowed down when they try to take A main
Yeah.
here. If they can't take A main cleanly, they are going to be in a world of trouble again.
It's Bang. It's waiting in the sidelines to swing off Vora's contact forwards. Now he's got that cove, but he placed down. As soon as they hear that one with the drone, game of timings forwards again. It's Vora, boundless energy, but he only gets the one for the troubles. Molly, slow them all down. Ethan, offset now. Pops the ultimate, 20 seconds remaining. 2 players to be cleaned up towards the back of the site. I know it's the danger players. Asuna, Timotino, what can I do from the spot like this? Not a lot. Against the rifles. Swept away.
It's the Untold that makes that so difficult, and Ethan just turns it all off. No opportunity for a stun or a flash to come through and create a scenario where 100 Thieves, even with the lighter weaponry, can come out on top. It looked crazy for a moment with Vora dipping inside of that cove, but NRG managed to deal with it in the end. It's expensive. They do use the null command. That'll be a silver line in a small breath of relief for 100 Thieves, but this half is slipping away from them.
Yeah.
Their attack side is good on this map, but I'd like to see them get at least 4 and look to be able to pick up the other pistol. I think 5 would be what they're aiming for more so.
Slowly, this is NRG putting the squeeze on this 100 Thieves team. 100 Thieves not able to take a win against this squad this year. NRG firmly set in their ways right now. The goal set in Masters London as well to join the other greats.
Last time we saw 100 Thieves play on this map, they had a lot of nice trap setups with Asuna's Phoenix ultimate. You put the cam somewhere to take contact, let's say, towards tunnel on B. And if they go up mid, Asuna pops the Phoenix ult towards them. Could be a nice usage of that. Throw something different in there to try to catch off NRG. Timotino's going to pick up the op again, though. And he might have a fight first.
Yeah, potentially. We'll see it. NRG, though, they're squaring up now for a bit of a scrap towards that B angle. Cryo, and accounted for. Snaps up towards the side. That's Kiko plucked out of the picture immediately. Cryo!
How's he done that?
Cryo!
Recon!
Look and weave! An ace! From the bloody brink! He'll pull his team straight back in it.
Bonkar's told his team, go and abuse Cryo in these important rounds.
He's had enough!
Almost every single round.
Oh,
Cryo has been tested, and here, I mean, the assist from Vora is outrageous.
Oh my god.
That was such clean anchoring. Great prediction onto the first one. Kiko plucked out of the air. And the next 2 taken down easily. Ethan straight back at it, though. The game plan was hammer B in these important rounds, and he is not letting up. Cryo does it once.
Hold on.
Fair enough. Cryo does it again. Okay, then you've got a problem.
Absolutely. See if the game plan is foiled once more. Cryo adjusts the position again, flash in his face with a dash forwards and a counter forward. Stunned up though. Dangerous business, but he's got his team to help out. Timotino! Timotino! Absolutely flawless stuff. And at this point, if you're NRG, yeah, maybe consider a different site.
Yeah, I think the game plan's got to be adjusted now. That's 2 back-to-back brilliant rounds from 100 Thieves. Cryo this time did get flashed. He got caught dead to rights. And then again, his team comes in. Timo, how's he skewered 2 of them there? Insane stuff.
It's an injection of energy that 100 Thieves desperately needed. And it's called once more for the pause.
Yeah, well,
timeout.
Here's Bonkar taking the timeout because, again, I think part of the big part of the anti-strat was, let's go B in these important rounds, and we'll try to overwhelm the defensive setup. And now when it fails twice in a row, Bonkar's got to come in with an adjustment.
Yeah.
This is the first timeout either team have used here. We were watching the previous G2 versus Lev game. The coach is burning through them in the first half.
Yeah.
Here being a little more cautious, but this is a good time to go for it, I think.
Because you were talking about how important these rounds are for 100 Thieves. They have a good attack side on Breeze.
Yeah, they do. Really nice.
Getting 4 rounds already.
But I think their attack side on Breeze is going to run into problems with the KO.
Sure.
The KO knife to turn off the first wave of the push, and suddenly you've wasted a Harbor wall, or you've wasted a Phoenix wall, or, you know, something like that. I think 100 Thieves might struggle with it. So getting at least 5 here on the defense side, I think is going to be necessary. You are up against the defending world champions in a qualification game to get to Globals, with a roster that's been injected with some new blood and now new energy after round 9 and 10. Look at this again, though, bro.
No.
Cryo is alone on the B site because surely Bonkar wouldn't take a tag timeout to go and pressure B. But they're going and making at least some noise in this direction.
Faking the pressure.
Wait, no, not faking it. Kiko's in.
Well, hold on. Yeah, Kiko is all the way in. The Zelda's faking, already claiming kills because of it. An abundance of rotations and a punish across the board.
That pathing is so cool. Straight into the cove, over towards tunnel.
Cryo now. Left to see if he can pivot and hold them back once more. Game of timings. Straight past it, but it's accounted for. Mada shuts it down. Understands the angles well for 100 Thieves.
Oh, the left
energy
relay
just dissipates.
Yeah. Floods out of you here. Sometimes these spots are brutal as well. The quiet moments in disadvantaged positions. You're playing a 2v5.
Yeah.
Very little energy in spots like these. The adrenaline, the air can get sucked out of the room.
2v5.
That's
Bang!
amazing, though.
Bang! Good adjustment. Good transfer. Peek out on a swing. That is that blind. Getting off. Hold on, Brock. Shuts it down and bides his time, peeling all the way back.
Hell of a try from Bang.
Definitely so.
But that opener, what a way for Bonkar to be able to show his value instantly in the coach v coach matchup. Gives them a set idea where Kiko's pathing is very different and super hard to punish. It would be almost impossible for Cryo to pluck Kiko out of midair there.
I mean,
and it's all, it's a fake that you can always go back to. It's a brilliant round
as well. I mean, it's the added element of just punishing the mid players with that dart off the rip.
Yeah.
We saw in the replay.
Really sick.
A lot of layers to it.
They've got money, though, in this final round. 100 Thieves really want this last round.
NRG, though, they are sprinting full lead towards this A site now with the setup being maneuvered. All the way around. Flash dodge, I believe, for a degree. Asada has to get away with that. He's back to life straight away.
The fight's behind him.
Behind, they're looking to put the pinch on. And with Shorty in hand, Rifle as that secondary option. Timotino lighting them on fire.
The two duelists of 100 Thieves have ripped through NRG in this final round. Looking to increase the pace and the tempo. Brock left in a 1v4. I think 100 Thieves will be very happy about the way that this round has ended up.
5th round they were hunting for. A solid half, all things considered. Brock's going to do his best to see if he can play spoiler, but too much to deal with. Timotino posted. And as I was saying, 100 Thieves to drag it back to 5 rounds despite losing the pistol. Nothing short of amazing.
Anytime they can get some big team fight brawl, anytime that the pace is increased, I think 100 Thieves are so happy about that. Yeah. Astra and Latino seem to thrive in these situations. They were struggling early on with the slow, criminal pace that Ethan was playing at. Almost torture for the 100 Thieves players that just want to get in there and scrap. They got their 5, even with NRG winning the pistol. This next one could be everything for them.
Not much longer now, and I will also take to the skies.
Me too.
You? No, you will always be a worm.
Just wait and see.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Well, as we get our second half underway, make sure to hit up expressvpn.com/VCT for those in-game rewards with the advanced and pro plans right now. But in a match like this, everything to play for. For 100 Thieves, they found that lifeline, a chance really to fight back against NRG, who are a team that feel so damn oppressive to go up against. This is a team with countless amounts of experience, dead set on attending another global event themselves to see if they get a chance to put a flag on some legacy and join some of the other greats that we have in the scene. For 100 Thieves, though, they are not done yet.
They've still got fight in them. You could see that towards the end of the first half here on Breeze. Timatino up out of his chair. They want this, and their attack side often looks good. You saw how impressive Ethan's flashes were in mid in the previous game. 100 Thieves do not normally path mid super heavy at the start of the rounds, but they're going to do it here on the pistol.
And slipping through the cove, looking for exploration, seeing if there's a straggler left alone. And now getting a move on. A lot of bullets being flying forwards alongside Timatino. He's setting that pace single-handedly. Flash forwards, good blind, good connection. Greater shot from Brock. Ethan, he's straight there. Weaving in and out past that high tide. A punish being placed onto these anchor players. But for 100 Thieves, everything lies in Cryo and Vora's hands. A 2v3. Earn themselves a bit of respite onto the site, but how do you batty away through this one? Cryo hunting for the timings. There's a tap to see if you can pull some of the sight lines. NRG players out into the open again. Twisting and turning around the pyramids. Cryo, right time to strike. Could be now! He's found it with Kiko gone. Flipping the map entirely around the site. Ring around the Rosies. More damage done. The reload committed. Surely not. Cryo trying to find it now with the pressure mounting. This guy has got it all contained. And now twisting and turning. There is no hope for Ethan. A pistol round that has eluded 100 Thieves for so damn long in this series. Finally theirs.
Second half pistols. 100 Thieves have got him. What a performance from Cryo this is. It was a game of timings, but the way that he plays around this, isolating the ones, is genuinely superb. On their attack sides, Cryo's normally the player off on an island, alone, often throwing out his cam towards elbow, taking areas of the map that the rest of his team is stacked up somewhere else alone. He'll be controlling the pushes if NRG go for an aggressive defense side. Here, picking a very defensive position.
Yeah.
Doesn't want anything to do with elbow.
Nope.
Get me out of there.
There's danger lurking all around the map, even against the weaker buy.
Yeah, these kind of smokes are the ones that Bang throws out. This time, using it as a fake. Often 100 Thieves will be behind these coves. 0 point reveals that NRG have got the wrong read of things. 5 players stacked up to try to punish non-existent B pressure.
Wow, my eyes are down.
And this is a chance for 100 Thieves to start some kind of ult snowball.
Should drag them even, assuming nothing goes awry.
Well, for NRG, I think you just want to die to Spike here.
Yeah.
You do not want to give Asna or Bang, literally anybody, a chance to build up to some kind of orb. So now, this is hide and seek. We had Ring Around a Rosie in the previous round, and now we've got hide and seek. Every young British nursery rhyme as we go towards Masters London.
Yeah, just seeing if they can stay out of those sight lines, maybe run into the spike in the final moments. Asana, he knows what's up. He's making a lot of noise in the process as well, not scared to hide. His intent all the way forwards, trying to transfer it down with a Spectre. Couldn't play that second one, but still it's good enough for him.
Yeah, it's not bad.
Hold on.
It's not bad.
Brock.
Whoa.
He was picking up the Spectre and now he's missed the spike.
Now that is not what you want to see.
Well.
That's a punish for over-optimizing. And I think 100 Thieves will be really happy about that. They're one away from getting us an assault online. If Bang throws down a cove over towards B main, for example, or they look to try to cove off or cage off A, they can secure an ult orb. NRG, do they have some kind of play? Has Bonka drawn something up to try to deny it? Or are they just going to let that one go for free?
We see Util being primed at the ready. In terms of plays to deny, the cove is already up in their faces, and
No, he's going to want that orb.
Slight peek. It's acknowledgement there, Kiko. Any understanding? That was the order, shot dart and a snake bite.
It's such a nice idea.
Ooh.
Asuna takes about 90 damage from it.
Healed up from the wall.
And you know what? He did not take the orb either. So, actually kind of a success for NRG, but they lost Mada in the mix.
Drone to clear most of the way. That's going to be heard by 100 Thieves. They don't decide to go back into the B site. This time getting a bit of a move on. Sprinting over towards A, that deep cam in A main.
Yeah, like I said, Cryo just controls the opposite side of the map for 100 Thieves on these Breeze attack defaults. And he's going to come to them. Ethan, no 0 point available. We can go for this exec. Full util. Asna with an ult orb as well if he even needed to use it.
It'll be difficult to get through if you are NRG. The deep dart thrown towards the back here. Runner back. Asna, there is a flank activating. It's NRG. What they're banking on. No kills to be claimed from Asna.
Trip broken.
Yeah, clears the way. Now with a trip broken, we'll see what the reaction is from 100 Thieves, because they do need to deal with this one. NRG might have going down. Probably one of the worst players forward when you're trying to play the retake on A, because you don't have any smokes to get in. Ethan having to use the util, see if they can carve a path in through A main. A lot of noise being made. Hoping to buy a bit of space for the rest of the team to activate again. It's Brock and Scuba trying to play off this game's timings, but it's all being delayed and bled out. 100 Thieves are penned in for now, but the time is ticking, and NRG not getting a move on. They are content to play for the exits. See if they can contain them.
They're playing a save in a 4v4 retake.
Yeah.
In a spot like this, I mean, the time just got away from them, but that's a bonus round that they're giving away to 100 Thieves. They take the money. Listen, you've got the guns to still be able to work with, so it's not as economically crushing as it would otherwise be. But that's a really clean round there from 100 Thieves.
Listen, Matter going down early.
Yeah, there's Diabolical.
Yeah, it didn't help them.
No.
Trying to play retake on A without your harbor.
Well, they got caught. They thought that it was B pressure.
Yeah.
That they were going to just look to pick up that ult orb and go straight into a B hit. It's technically a clutch.
Regardless, big win for 100 Thieves at that bonus conversion. Now in the lead in this series, at least in this map, I should say.
Yeah, still fighting back in the series overall. Yeah.
Flash underhand. Oh, Cryo blinds it up, but I think he just saw signs of life beforehand, and the spray down will put the punish on.
Really fast timing as well. He doubled up with bang this time, way quicker than he usually is.
Very risky stuff. Kiko just looking to see if he can equalize.
Got to make a play. Got to make a play when you're down 3v5 like that.
Yeah.
Kiko's got to be the playmaker. He's going for it again.
A lot of contact plays around the map here. This time grouping up with the rest of the team. Still at that disadvantage. 100 Thieves not willing to really rush into anything.
Yeah, this slower pace is what we saw from Ethan on the attack side. Now Vora controlling the troops while dead. And it's NRG who are looking for the information.
Yeah.
They did just get a nice peek out, though, through elbow, so they know this is finishing A. All three defenders will be in a spot to try to contest.
Start up towards the top. Not accounted for. Does get the tag. Aston with a bit of spam, but he not realizing the Brock is there. Stun layer down at the feet. Somehow 1v1, but bang! Instantly on sight and on deck.
Had to be aggressive, had to be decisive. Following up onto the stun to make that an unfavored 1v1 for Brock to take. NRG almost managed to get back into that round.
That's the trouble with NRG. Even when they're down players, very difficult even to close out rounds like that.
It's a good try. Teams though very clearly come into this with a nice idea. They're shaking up just enough of their attacking ideas that they've shown across previous tape to throw NRG off.
Yeah.
Let's go, let's go, let's go!
They're keeping that momentum moving. It's a 2-round lead for now for 100 Thieves, and it has forced that second timeout. NRG got to come up with answers here and now, but you're right, Josh. I mean, listen, this is an evolution of the playbook for 100 Thieves. You can see why they wanted to go to Breeze.
Yeah, Breeze has been so nice for them. They can run fakes with this composition. It feels like this comp would really struggle to look different from game to game. You only have one harbor to throw out the wall, but the way that they move around the map, slicing it up with these small smokes. A cove here, a cage there, taking a little bit of space, ready to pop. They're very intelligent. And I love the coach v coach battle that we have going on, coming out of all of these timeouts. Both of the coaching staffs have had enormous impact in these squads. For NRG, you could feel it viscerally last year when Bonkar returned to the team. Of course, they made a couple of roster moves too, but the coaching was really important. And here for 100 Thieves this year, we haven't been able to talk about it enough.
I hard agree. Seeing a battle of the minds take place between them, and coaching preparation is what paved the way to a trophy lift for them at Champs. 100 Thieves now.
Blocking fire.
Money is weak here for NRG. Molly into the corner. Scuba, he is under that pressure, but he does have a rifle to play with, or at least just the Guardian. He's looking to see sharpshooting on display. Can't really account for that one.
I'm out of here.
Even best case scenario, if he had the right gun for the job here. See a bit of a fast and loose play though. NRG are looking to see if they can get involved into the conversation. Deep knife against the back wall alongside that dart. Trying to play them all the way. In can go! 3 players felled and chopped down. Spray transfer. Crazy work. Vora tagged up. Spammable angle. He's going to try and find a bit of safety. Respite there. Cryo trying to bail him all the way out. Dangerous tidings. For 100 Thieves, they are being put into a bit of a squeeze. Vora trying to twist and turn, but it's Brock who just decapitates him. And now leaving it just down to Cryo. A monstrous round from NRG.
Kiko has pulled a triple out of nowhere. That spray control with the Vandal is magic. Absolute magic. The lad might have done it. That was crazy.
Ridiculous.
I mean, he starts fighting onto Bang, whiffs it a little bit. Asna and Timo come to try to bail Bang out, and I'm all about that. Yeah, Kiko outdoes them, and Brock finishes it off with some crazy martial shots. NRG will not die.
No.
You put them in the ground, and they just pop back up again.
They are so hard to just stamp out, even when they're down. Tenacity on display from NRG.
Oh, we were talking on Fracture about 100 Thieves. Oh, maybe they're using too many ults in these anti-ecos. If you don't...
Yeah, look what happens.
NRG breathing down the neck of 100 Thieves right now. Gap closed if they can just convert this anti-eco.
Somehow, money flipped around. 100 Thieves moving around here. Shot sweep the Sheriff! Asana! Hello!
And that's a big play. Straight back in the other direction.
Cryo might get his time to shine soon enough. Good snap to the side, though. Scuba adjusting towards it. Take a listen in.
Yeah. No, he's tunnel. He can't be open.
Wide.
He's going wide on. He's going wide on Pete. I smoked it right. Hop over.
Go back A. No, it's crazy, but.
I like it.
Guns are mid.
We're not going mid.
Go mid. No,
Where
you
are
guys
they
are
exactly?
going mid.
He's on it. He's on
Where
it.
were the guns exactly?
Like here and here.
He just ran to backside, boys. They
Player standing.
nice
Good,
try.
good.
I like that eco. That mid run felt nice.
Keeping it positive towards the end.
Yeah, still trying to keep the vibes up.
Yeah.
Incredible dramatic irony for all of us at home. They're calling, let's go back to A. It's a crazy call, and we can see it's a disaster. But they had no idea that Brock was lurking in this corner. Timatino, it would have been a good mid-round call in any other scenario.
Where are you guys going?
Well,
it made sense from their perspective.
It definitely made sense from their perspective.
But you had no idea about Brock in the corner. And that's it, NRG tie things up. Timatino's coming into this one with only his ult, looking to fake it on an A split.
Forward again, he's going to be changing directions, a bit of a pivot now, putting the squeeze once more. So Blind is going to be sidestepped here, but a spam, but it goes both ways. Trying to put the galvanizing finish over towards Mata inside that orb. Scuba weaving and dodging inside and out. That's 2 players. Drop down. 100 Thieves to collapsing around for them. It's up to Cryo, Vora, Timatino to see if they can find a way through and forwards. Drone forwards again. Plant will be pushed back. No close plan for now. Scuba again drifting back into the action. He's gained a lot of ground for the rest of his team. Big reveals. There's 100 Thieves that are penned in.
It's really tough to make a play from this position.
Hold on,
but
hold on. There's damage done. Vora being assailed now. Shot down towards it. Scuba on 8 HP. Oh my! Backs against the wall. It's the rookies that batter and find a way forwards.
They turn the tides in that round to an extraordinary degree. It is really difficult positionally if you get stuck in the back of B side. These angles are horrible to fight on.
Yeah.
You're swinging out here into 2 players holding you. Brock and Ethan, Brock and Mata, sorry, should have easily been able to control that. And yet the swing out, the small duck, and 100 Thieves have come out with magic there to push themselves ahead again and save their economy too.
That's a ridiculous play.
Scuba is going to be asked a lot of again here, Brent.
Under pressure. No ult for Ascent to run at him though. This guy is caught out into the side. The trade is intact. necessary one here for 100 Thieves. The drone is going to be instantly collapsed, though.
I mean, that's a great 0 point. It breaks the drone and it stops the high tide.
Cryo! Danger player in multiple rounds. He's looking to do it again. Stunting and trying to put a stop to them. Quick adjustment off to the side as a wall up. Timotino is able to help out and see if he can bail them all the way out here. Running around. NRG does open sideline and access. Vora poking and prodding, just trying to posture like there's a bit more resistance there.
I think Ethan's got the idea here that they've lost the whole of the B site. It's going to be a tough retake, and Brog trying to fill a timing that simply didn't exist. Cryo way too fast on that one.
Cryo is everywhere at once. End of that last round, into this one, hasn't slowed down. Plant online. This operator. Kiko will look to see if he can save it.
Yeah, I think you're going to want to save it in this position. It's a pretty impossible retake to go for with the op. And the money's not looking amazing for NRG either. 100 Thieves have put together 2 very nice rounds.
Yeah.
To push themselves into a position where they might be able to go to Pearl.
It's a crazy map for 100 Thieves. They are having to dig so deep into hidden reserves that they might not even known existed.
But that's what it takes in order to get to a global event.
Absolutely.
In a region as competitive as America's. Well, we knew that this team was a dark horse squad, but you have to defeat some incredibly accomplished teams if you want to be able to get to a global event.
Up to 11. Putting the hurt on this NRG squad, but you got to close out this map to take it all the way to Pearl.
The mid-rounding has been strong from 100 Thieves too. Vora calling the pivot back and Cryo taking a lot of that space. Cryo's been really bold today. Sometimes on Breeze he'll sit back if the execs are working. He's fine to just hop in the backpack and let Timotino and Asuna run ragged around the map, but here
he's been getting active.
He really has. 21 and 11, opening up sights, finding those lurk timings. But if he goes fast through mid here, he may walk into Kiko on a line. He's just heard that flash into mid.
Yeah. Flash going to be setting up. 0 point is pretty good. Hunter's Fury Dog's out of range, so we're going to see it. Sailing forwards regardless. The high tide as well slips his way forwards and through. The dash is primed and Kiko takes his time with it. Gets this one, gets out. Buying time for the rest of the team to really collapse forwards. Now we see it. Reckoning to roll forwards, potentially take some space towards the back of the side, but 100 Thieves, they just leave it as to where they're at.
There's a nice positioning to end the ultimate there.
Yeah. Cuts him off for just a bit of brief time and windows here. The shots rattling forwards through that cove. Bang with the reposition. Finds himself. Slightest of angles now. Flash forwards into the back of the site. The anti was being played yet. Asuna is still getting it done. Running back now. Active. He really wants to put the hurt on. Tighten the screws onto this NRG team. They're left bewildered, wondering what's going on. Running back forwards though. That trade is there. And NRG, they just will not die. Kiko brings it now into that 1v1. Sticking. Cryo's there. Half onto the defuse. Cryo! Taken out. Dismissed, scattered to the winds. It's all on Kiko, and he delivers.
Kiko is desperate to get to Masters London. I don't think I've seen him in this form since he was on Liquid, honestly. I mean, when he was playing at Santiago, he had some amazing rounds as well. But this, he just runs through him like a wrecking ball.
It's unreal.
He melted his way through 100 Thieves there. Destroyed them. I loved what 100 Thieves were doing too. The Harbor ultimate, the Phoenix ult, the way that Asuna was just holding that space, but nobody there to try to save Asuna as he eventually got traded through, and the tempo on the retake was enormous. It's back to within 1 round.
This NRG team just will not stay down.
Even when you have a massive positional advantage against them, even when you're throwing out great post-plant ideas, you've always got that sticky resilience.
Spam to see if they can break that cove down. 100 Thieves are going fast now. In through this B side, but they have to contest with these players. Anchoring, tuck tight, Scuba, just trying to weave in and out. Ethan's going to be dropped down to his knees. Players towards the back of the site now. Asuna potentially trying to make a move forward, but they don't have any util because of that. Now the no command. It's not going to stop the bullets though. Mada pulled away from this. He's accounting for the flank here. This is 100 Thieves that are left just wondering what is going on. Timotino, 1v4. Snappy stuff. Kiko dismissed, but Ethan straight there. Plugs up the gaps, 11 to 11. NRG drag it level.
Mara with a cove managed to get Ethan back on his feet in the midst of all of that as well. This another situation where 100 Thieves get pinned into the back of the site. The positioning, just not great. That is a filthy little angle that Mata creates with his high tide. Yeah. But this time, 100 Thieves couldn't really get their way out of it. Yeah, Mitch in the back there. I mean, timeout being taken for 100 Thieves. I think both teams really feeling positionally trapped in these B execs. But Scuba hard anchoring and NRG going for the flood style rather than the set retake style. It's something that they've been going in and out of. A lot of teams in this region do not have the guts to hard anchor the same way that people like Scuba and Cryo are.
No, I mean,
because it feels like you're just out on an island.
It really does, but he's using his orb perfectly. I mean, NRG are so creative when it comes to using their smokes in these weird opportunities, whether it's retakes, post plants, or even just anchoring like that, but give Scuba that free reign to just disrespect Util.
Yeah.
Hide in it, wait for the right time to strike.
Getting inside your Viper Orb is actually incredible against Phoenix as well.
Yeah.
Frame 1, it blocks the flash.
Yeah.
So you've got some wild tech that you can do as an anchor. 11-11 though. And now the pressure is fully back on 100 Thieves. You look at the money that they're working with here. Players have been able to pull out mad stuff with lower weapons. Asna had 2 incredible shots with the Sheriff last time they were on a weak buy, but if they lose this round with 3 Sheriffs, NRG are up to match point.
Match point.
Qualification point.
Absolutely. Masters London waiting. Last team look towards that event. NRG finding the right footing forwards now. 100 Thieves are just taking this with a lot of caution. The wind.
The knife a little late this time from Ethan.
Yeah. Timotino's way past it now, looking for a timing himself, but the spam is just brutal up onto these lines. To fight towards backside seems to be accounted for. NRG playing this one very passively. Look at the contain up towards that bridge area. Timotino wants to weave past this one. Catch a timing, but he just catches a bullet anyway. Operator shot straight to the chest. Shock darts raining down. Cryo just with the rifle in hand. He's the player that has to get it all done, but with that discipline, NRG are slowly dissecting the site. 12 rounds now, and on the precipice of being able to earn a spot amongst the best teams in the world at London.
4th seed from the Omega group, placed instantly into the lower bracket. The least chances, but some of the best resilience that we have in Americas. Now 1 round away from Kiko being able to go to Masters London alongside the rest of NRG. 100 Thieves, though, they knew that that was a likely outcome of the round. They went into that attack round with 3 Sheriffs, knowing that in all likelihood, they were going to be playing for overtime.
Yeah. Now you're looking at one of the most important timeouts of your careers, really. Doesn't really get much more pivotal than this. This is just to stay alive in the series. 100 Thieves constantly battered down, but they found pockets, moments to breathe in Breeze. You know, areas where they were in the lead at times, but for NRG, they've been through it all. This is a team that has so much experience, they will never stay down.
Ethan's knife is causing them a lot of problems on this A exec. He times it just as Bang is going for his high tide, and the high tide then has gaps in it in places. You don't get as much value out of the drone. And then the retakes, Kiko just dominates them. They need somebody to step up and shut this guy down.
Otherwise, counter over 700 days and counting since we've seen 100 Thieves at a global show on the global stage. Will keep ticking upwards.
Arsenal was that guy in their previous game. Now sitting 12-20. If he can have a moment where he shows that again, he's got it in him. Player with the longest tenure out of basically any squad, but especially here. They're gonna need something from him again. This is the round that makes all the difference for 100 Thieves.
It's everything. It's a stack of 4 players, but they are waiting on the other side. NRG, hard anchor positions. This could spoil the surprise almost immediately, and it could be over in a blink of an eye. Mata feeling that pressure. The Util comes out. The spam alongside it. No one deals with the dart. And just like that, 100 Thieves, they crumble under that pressure. For Cryo, it's all on his shoulders, but it looks to be an impossibility. For NRG, 100 Thieves are just one team in the way towards trying to cement themselves with legacy to prove that they can round out a trophy cabinet, to even get the chance to do it at Masters London. And what can you do if you're Cryo? The rest of 100 Thieves left to stew in silence as they look towards the inevitable for NRG. 1 HP in a dream now, but it is going to be a tall order, a tall task. NRG, they get it done in style. 13-11, pushed into some difficult spots, but they will be your last representatives for Americas heading to Masters London, and they do get that chance to once more cement themselves as one of the greatest teams.
All the way through the lower bracket. They put themselves in the most challenging spot they possibly could with that group stage, and yet they're still good for it. The tenacity and the resilience that we have seen from this squad is unmatched, absolutely unmatched. And it's what led them to that incredible Champions Trophy lift and gives them another opportunity here at a global trophy. With Kiko returning back to EMEA, back to his hometown of London, and 100 Thieves sent back to the drawing board. This squad is simply too good. When it matters most, when their backs are against the wall, they just come out with brilliance.
Yeah.
The prep is great. The team play, the way that they played those clutch situations at the end of Fracture, and the individuals too, because Kiko was on fire, man.
Determined.
His individual form is nuts.
He wants to head back home. He wants to play in front of that crowd. And he'll get his chance now off the back of that one here. NRG is pure brilliance, and like you said, I mean, an unreal run from them. The very beginning of the lower bracket, they didn't make it easy for themselves, I'll say that much, but they got it done. This team, when it comes to tournaments, they are always willing to perform, always going to be stepping up.
Well, their next opponents, and the team that they always struggle against.
Yeah.
NRG against G2, we've seen that so many times. NRG struggled to get past them. That's why, of these top 4 teams that we had at the event, NRG the only team to win a global, and yet the only team that has not won in Americas at any point.
Yeah, that's the second level to this that they have been probably not at the back of their minds, I have to say. The qualification for London, probably at the forefront, but
I would imagine so.
A chance as well to claim another title that has eluded them.
I got a feel for 100 Thieves, honestly.
Yeah.
This was the closest that we've seen them to being a true top squad.
Within touching distance.
Yeah, for so long. Over 700 days, sure, but that's, you know, that's the numbers. As a person watching 100 Thieves,
Yeah, we're going home, Gio! We're going home!
I mean, the fans, it's another one of those experiences where 100 Thieves promise you the word and don't, the world and don't quite deliver. But man, they were so close. It's just with this level of competition here in Americas, it's so tough.
It's so tough, man. Yeah, I believe we're potentially ready for the interview. We're setting up a lot of chairs down there. So, hold on, I'm going to wait. I did hear a count, but listen, you never know. But for NRG, got to be happy for them. You got to feel for 100 Thieves as well. They've been playing so damn well, considering the circumstances. This is a team that, you know, listen, it's almost validation to a degree that they managed to combine different pieces of one core roster and another, but at the end of the day, not enough today.
Yeah, they're a squad that have got a lot more to give, but man, I just keep saying it, the competition is so high.
Absolutely. For now, though, we're going to send it down to Riv, down on the stage for that Verizon post-match interview. Please take it away.
I am joined by Mata here on stage after NRG takes down 100 Thieves to lock in that final spot to Masters London. I heard you just hit a sigh of relief there. There's more work to do, but it's got to feel like a weight lifted off.
Yeah, I mean, that was the lower bracket of doom, so, I mean, I'm very glad that we pulled through. Gio's going home. It's a good fight. It's a really good feeling.
Absolutely. How much of this kind of was the team trying to get Gio home, that push for it, the fight to get that confidence and motivation to just take it all the way?
It hasn't really been a topic of conversation, but I know, like, Masters Toronto, I missed out on that, and I felt pretty bad, so I didn't want him to feel that same pain.
All right, I want to touch on this match real quick. 100 Thieves kept it close. They were going into the rounds hard. What kind of prevented you guys from finding the footing to just keep round after round that we usually see NRG grabbing?
I mean, we're a very resilient team. I feel like you guys know that about us by now. And I feel like we could have played a little bit tighter, but it's all good. We pulled through, and now we're going to London.
Absolutely. Looking at the next match, G2 is a very tough team for the squad to be beating. What is the idea this time around? It's been hard for NRG to find that win against them.
Just play with no fear, no respect, nothing. Just play our game and do our things.
All right, now I want to ask you about London. Going back, are there any revenge matches there? Anybody you want to get back to? I mean, PRX is gone.
Yeah. I've been thinking about Paper X a little bit. I remember Forsaken was clouding me a little bit when we played, so I'm looking forward to that match.
All right, Mata, thank you so much. Congratulations on the win. Best of luck moving on to London and in the rest of the stage. Now we got a little more content for you. It's going to be more NRG over at Matchpoint. Check it out. Guys, take it away.
Why, thank you, Rivington. Here we are outside. Ooh, wow, we're out in the crowd and I'm hearing myself and it is throwing me off. Hello, everyone. Welcome. We're here for Matchpoint. We got Ethan. We have Kiko. Give it up for the boys, if you don't mind. Well done. Well done. Absolutely nail-biting matchup. Ethan, we talked about it earlier. Off camera, we were talking about the matchup. But walk us through it. How you feeling? How did 100 Thieves push this NRG team?
Yeah, they caught us off with a couple things on Fracture, but we were messing up a lot. It was a bad day. I think we had some individual brilliance from a couple people, and it definitely saved us. But yeah, not clean, not clean. They played well today.
I'm curious, Kiko, you've been really stepping up lately, especially in the duelist role. I remember you back with like Apex all the way back in the day, like tearing it up with the team. How has it been like now getting to like really double down on that with your Jet on Breeze, your Phoenix on different maps, and now the chance to go play in London?
Duelist is my favorite role, so it's fun to play like Duelist and second entry a lot. I'm off the like Smokes role for like a lot of maps, so it's pretty fun for me.
Yeah. Do you feel like it was a challenge that you wanted to take with this team? Because I know like when you came in, you were doing like some smokes, you were playing like a variety of the more support roles.
Mm-hmm.
Did you feel like though, if you were given that opportunity, you would be like, I could run with this, I could take this all the way?
Yeah, I mean, I wanted to play double Duelist a lot, to be honest, like the start of the meta, because I really like playing Duelist, and it was like leaning towards that. But it wasn't what we were comfortable yet with, but we practice a lot now, so it's pretty good for us.
I'm also curious, Ethan, I've been noticing, especially in your play on the KO on Breeze, like you've been getting really aggressive on the attack side. Like I remember like last week, you were just like taking A main on your own like numerous times. How much of that is like built in the game plan, like we need to do this, versus you just feeling it on the day and thinking you can beat whoever's there?
I just get a different type of confidence on match days. I don't really do it in practice, so it's. You just got to pressure the enemy team and make them scared of you and do as much as you can to, have impact in a round.
Where do you think that confidence comes from?
I've been playing a long time.
I feel that. Experience matters, right? It's a big deal. Shifting the focus, though, if you look behind us, there you are, right there, qualified for London. Kiko, I know it feels great to be heading home to play. I know you've been asked this question a million times, so I ain't going to bother. But I do want to know, qualifying yet again with this team. You came in to fill big shoes with Sam, and yet, here you are. You've now been able to lock in with this squad, a global spot 3 times actually, if you count champions back to back to back. Is that like a sense of accomplishment and pride for you that you're feeling, having been able to do that? Because that's pretty incredible, man, coming in and filling that role.
Yeah, I mean, we joked about it at the start of the year. Like, these guys won champs, and as soon as they got to champs, they just won their first tournament. So I said, like, I'll get you guys to the Masters, and then we'll play. You guys just win it for me, So, yeah, I mean, it's my 5th international now, so it's going to be really fun. And it's in London, so, yeah.
Heck yeah. Well, and anything else, Ender?
Well, I was just going to ask Ethan, the last time you were in Europe, you owned Europe. Do you own Europe?
We'll see. I'm not going to say anything about that.
I respect it. All right, folks. Well, of course, that is going to do it for us here. Give it up one more time for NRG, for Ethan, for Kiko. Awesome stuff there. And of course, we're going to be back here tomorrow because we have plenty more Valorant left to play. We have a champion of Americas to crown, and we just got to watch some more awesome games. That's going to do it for us. But for now, enjoy your Samsung OLED fast replay, and we'll see you mañana. Take it easy, everybody. Oh boy, folks, can this young Leviathan squad take down G2 for a second straight time?
There's that flash and the swing. Spike's going to be there. Oh, that's what 1,500 hours of Neon does for you folks. He ain't done. Oh, my God. Love that walk up there from Valyn. A tiny little tuck right into switch out. Side to side isolated, but Blauzin's able to find Baby into all of this now. And Neon's waiting with the tour de force tucked in the corner. That's a dirty spot to be in. Jaw misses the shot. And cleans him up. Leviatan dominates on Ascent to start this series. Blauzin's able to deal with Baby. That's the vice out of the picture now. Time a little bit short here. Trent trying to be disruptive, but eventually will be stopped. Leviatan post 7.
G2 want to accelerate. That's a great stun onto Neon. Is he going to get caught? Can he still get one? Jaw gets away. Spike couldn't get that trade.
Now, there's going to be a problem here over towards Flowers. It's Jaw alive. Blauzin for 2. And there's Valyn shutting it down. But an important recovery from G2 to take us to a decider. Flick on the angle was nice, but Blauzin chimes in. Baby is fighting on the ground. Blauzin launches up 3. Masada's already found Jaw into the side. We go! That is disgusting from Spike.
But now it's going to require 7 in a row, and Lev, pure confidence, really trying to close it out, but the rest of the team are there.
A dominant split showing from these young bloods who barely sat in their seats.
The last spot at Masters London is on the line. The loser goes home empty-handed. So let's go ahead, jump into map 1.
This operator is feasting in the hands of Mada. This Utah going to be going back and forth along with the Prowlers. Ascent just swings wildly out of it, and it looks like dominating towards the spot. Target selection as well, not quite realizing where to aim. Divatino, a scouting mission. Boombox finds it. There's Ascent. Brock pressured, damage done. 2v2 now. Left guessing towards it, but Mada potentially playing a picture-perfect stuff. NRG one step ahead. Cryo, on the count of 4, snaps up towards the side as Kiko plugged out of the picture immediately. Cryo!
How's he done that?
Cryo!
Recon!
Look and weave! From the bloody brink! Deep knife against the back wall alongside that dart. Trying to play them all the way in. Kiko! 3 players! Forwards and through. The dash is primed. G team to the left. Run about forwards though, that trade is there, and NRG, they just will not die. Kiko brings it now into that 1v1. Cryo's there, half onto the defuse. Cryo, take it out. It's all on Kiko. NRG, they get it done in style, but they will be your last representatives for Americas heading to Masters London, and they do get that chance to once more cement themselves as one of the greatest teams.